Generally, you said feminism is neutral.
Here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
I'm really mad that
this is how men
What
end
difference
up
does it make,
in
right? What
positions.
Stop.
The deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong.
Yeah,
you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main benefit of politics, right? This is my ideology. So 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Cool, Robert. Oh, dead? We're very far, you said.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, bringing to you another live debate. I'm so excited for this one. We are discussing social construct trumps forced doctrine in societies. Vibe here has the affirmative claim on this one and is also dual streaming. So if you'd like to go show love support over there, please feel free to do so. We love sharing is caring. And of course, Azrael is taking the negative on this position. Vibe, if you'd like to begin with your opening statement, please.
Yeah, so I'll concede a minute of my time here just to give a shout out to Sarah. And if you guys are watching, to make sure to hit that subscribe button, to hit that like button. Also, make sure you donate and actually become a member of Sarah. Azrael, I've been on a couple panels with him. I also want to give a shout out to him. I respect him. I'm looking forward to this debate. I really feel like, he's a voice to be heard and he has something to say. So if you guys know his channel, and by the way, if the mods are on there, throw out his channel on there so people can find him as well and subscribe to him. I think that's really important. I think as creators, we have to absolutely support each other, whether we agree or disagree. So kind of going back into that whole idea of supporting each other. I will say I invited the Crucible crew here for this debate because I'm curious what they're going to say in chat, and you guys, go at it. But I am actually a fan of Andrew Wilson. And when I first heard forced doctrine, I was like, oh my God, I'm an idiot. How did I not see this? This is genius. This is perfect. Yes, if all men wanted to do this, we could do that. Logic says that 100%. We are the stronger sex. If we wanted to dominate everything, we could. And I respected that. And I thought about that. And then I started thinking about that. And I saw him say other things. If we could cage up all women. And let's be honest, right? I didn't want to make this a hit piece on Andrew, and Andrew's not here. So Azrael is the proxy for Andrew tonight. However, Andrew may come up and say something completely different. I don't know. But when it really comes down to it, the idea is, yes, the logic says if all men want to cage up all the women in the world, that is absolutely a logical truth, right? We can't deny that. But when I started hearing him, I wanted him to say something like, but we don't. And that's what really got me thinking, why don't we do this? If we can, why don't we do this? There's got to be something greater than forced doctrine, than that prevents all men from caging all women. There's got to be something bigger than that. And this does turn into a slippery slope. So the slippery slope is, in most of his debates, he says, well, rights don't exist. You can't touch them. You can't feel them. The only reason they exist is because there is a force behind that. And here I am arguing that actually there's a social construct, which is very similar to a right. But the social construct actually is the ruler over forced doctrine. Forced doctrine is a backup, because most of society, and once again, we can go back to Andrew's debates as well. He thinks shaming is good. And you know what? I think shaming is good as well. I don't walk out my front door naked if I want to, because I'm going to be shamed by the neighborhood. I probably will not be arrested. My neighbors will probably shun me. But there is something bigger than just force. Now, we can go through psychology. We can look at like all of like time, where there are times where men are stronger and they force women to be in certain roles. This is not actually, it is force, but this has always been unstable. We can look all through history. My original thesis being that I have a vibe. My thesis is that I don't think force is necessary, but I think it is necessary for the people that defect. But the majority of people in society do not defect. The majority of people stop at a stoplight just because it's convenient, because they know if they stop at that stoplight, they're not going to get hit by another car. They're not doing it because the police are going to come and like terrorize them, right? So, but we do have societies where we've seen this behavior, and every single time where there is a force of men dictating something that the majority do not want, something that does not fit the force or the social contract, those societies always collapse. The most successful societies that we see today, including the United States, are societies that actually are part of a bigger piece, which is the social construct. Yes, we have defectors. We have people that do not believe in these ideas, but they do defect. And that's when the forced doctrine is necessary and is required to take care of the edge cases, right? So we can basically look at the forced doctrine simply as the emergency brake in a car. Like the social construct is the engine that keeps society running. The emergency brake is the forced doctrine. Now, I do have a sub note here, which I didn't bring up, and it's not part of the debate, but if Azrael wants to actually hit on it, we do have a bit of cultism in the YouTube sphere, in the sense that if somebody that you like when I saw Andrew and I saw that, if you like them, you just follow them insanely, right? You support them. You trash everybody in chat against what they say. But I would say that the real thing is part of this whole thing. It would be sometimes you have to question the people that you respect, and you have to respectfully ask the questions. Is forced doctrine really what forms society, or is society actually built on a social construct which is made up but doesn't need enforcement, but is enforced by how people treat each other, how they relate to each other, how they construct. And when those that do go outside of that, then we bring the force in as a secondary. So the prompt is, does forced doctrine or the social contract trumps the forced doctrine? It totally trumps it. And we can look at philosophers, right? We can look at the philosophers like Rousseau, Kant, Knowles, Carl Smith, Nietzsche, Marx, all these guys, right? They all have things in there. And a lot of their phrases on the forced doctrine, where this came from, are basically dictated by a very simple concept: legitimate force doctrine. So where does the legitimacy come from? Well, the legitimacy is, when does a social construct actually say that forced doctrine is now allowed? Forced doctrine is not allowed. We cannot cage up all women. I'll wrap it up. I know I'm like 30 seconds away. If you guys noted at the beginning, I called out Sarah. I promoted Sarah. I called out Azrael. I promoted Azrael. I didn't do this because either one of them threatened to send goons to my house. They didn't put any force on top of me to make that call out in the beginning. I did it because the social construct says that if I lift and support the people around me, they will lift and support me as well. And therefore, there was no force doctrine included in that. And it was just nature and normal human behavior.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Vibe. And Azrael, to you, please.
All right. I guess I'll start by saying thank you for Sarah for hosting the debate, asking me to come to the debate, and thank you for Vibe for accepting when I accepted. Definitely go follow Vibe, and you can't follow me yet. I might get my YouTube channel running soon, but not yet. But into my introduction, I went a little bit more formal. Imagine a city in flames, streets filled with crowds refusing to disperse, the air thick with tear gas and chants. Riots erupt, and suddenly the world stops and pays attention. Why? Because riots highlight that action makes bigger show than simply having a social contract. Because what happens when social contracts fail us? While polite marching and strongly worded letters fade into the background, dumped by the noise of daily life. Disruptive action forces society to confront uncomfortable truths and demands response. Today, we're going to argue in a world where power vacuums are quickly filled, whether or not it's a cultural agreement or a fear of repercussions that keep the status quo. Let us first examine the very foundation of society. Society only works as long as people believe in it, or if they are forced to compel or obey. This is not cynicism, it is historical reality. We like to speak of social contracts, a beautiful ideal where free citizens consent to governance through voting and mutual agreement. But for the vast majority of history, most people didn't have the right to vote. There was no social contract as we understand it today. Instead, humanity was ruled by the force of those above us, pharaohs, kings, emperors, and feudal lords, who maintained order not through ballots, but through spears, taxes, and through the threat of violence. The peace of empires was often peace of the grave or the chain. When beliefs in legitimacy of rulers crumble, it was not polite debate that followed, but rebellion or brutal suppression. The truth echoes into our modern age. The faith in institution erodes through corruption, injustice, and incompetent societies does not greatly dissolve. It's held together by compulsion or it fractures. The ancient philosopher Plato warned, the price good men pay for indifference to public affairs is to be ruled by evil men. Plato understood what many forget today. Public affairs are not optional hobbies for the politically inclined, but a means to control the force that governs us all. They are the lifeblood of societies. When good men and women withdraw into private life, focusing solely on family, career, and personal virtue, they surrender an area of power and opens up for far less just men to seize power and use it for their own means. Evil men, ambitious, ruthless, and unburdened by conscience, eagerly step forward. They seize the levers of government, the media, the institutions, and ultimately force to enact any change, bending them towards their ends. Power in the hands of evil man enables grave atrocities. Powerlessness in the hands of good man ensures their irrelevance. History screams this lesson. From the atrocities of tyrannical regimes to the quiet erosions of liberty and complacent democracies, we see a pattern echo through history. Evil, empowered with a force, can commit genocides, suppress dissent, and pervert justice on a mass scale. Meanwhile, good people refuse to engage out of fear, fatigue, or misguided sense of morality or moral purity, become spectators of their own subjugation. Their virtues remain private, their voice irrelevant, and their principles powerless against the machinery of state or mob. My opponent may argue that our modern democratic systems, with their elections and constitutions, have solved this problem. The social contract is now robust and self sustaining through the ballot box. But this is a dangerous illusion. Voting is a mechanism, not a guarantee. It requires an informed, engaged populace that believes in the system's fairness. When large segments of societies feel the contract has been broken, they see the laws applied unequally, elites insulated from consequences, and voices systematically silenced, belief evaporates. And as we establish, the belief fades, force re-enters the equation. This is why accountable force matters. Peace through social contract has its place, but history shows that sometimes stronger signals are needed to shatter indifference. Riots and disruptive actions, while chaotic and often costly, serve a vivid demonstration of the government will no longer, while the governed will no longer silently consent. They make the abstract failures of governance concede and urgent. The force those in power to calculate the cost, continued injustice. Good people must be willing to wield to power by force and take visible standards, whether it is voting booth, it's through the public square, it's through the courtrooms, or when all else fails, in more direct confrontation, because the alternative is irrelevance and subjugation.
Perfect. Thank you so much,
I'll see the rest of
Azrael.
my time.
That's good. All right. And ladies and gentlemen, as you know, we will get through the debate. Then we will move into closing statements. We will read and respond to your kind super chats. And then, of course, your favorite part of the show, we will move into open panel. So if you have something to say or add into this debate, fear not, we have room for you up here with the panel. All right, gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
Yeah, so I would have a question to Azrael, right? He opened with riots happen. People riot. And my first question would be, why would the people riot?
People riot because they find discontent in their government, and they utilize this method to come into the mainstream to highlight matters of importance.
And typically, are they rioting when the force doctrine is actually going against them?
I mean, if we look at the BLM riots, then absolutely. It depends on what the riot's about. A lot of times people are just upset with the government. Sometimes people are upset with events. But yes, it can be the fact that they're rioting because the force that's being used against them isn't what they want. And if we were to look at like the Boston Tea Party, they rioted against the 2% tax. It's all about the individuals at the time and what they're willing to fight for. We're at like a 39% tax today, and all it takes is one good riot, one good Tea Party, and maybe we could overturn it. But everyone's become complacent nowadays. So,
well, I mean, you had mentioned that I am conflating this to modern day society. However, if in your opening you said like today, Vibe thinks this. But if we actually look through history, and as you just said, the Tea Party, right? Every single time we've seen force doctrine used to the extreme, where literally like caging up women, the social contract wins. People rise up, they riot. So you're basically saying, yeah, okay, rights don't exist, social contract doesn't exist, all because it's all based on whoever's got the most amount of force. But what we've seen over and over and over in history, it's not just today, is that the social contract actually always wins.
So social contracts will hold things together. However, force is what implements and allows it to continue. Wouldn't you agree that without force, social contracts are completely null void and cannot be enforced?
Absolutely not. Actually, I have lots of studies on this. I have like half a dozen or 2 dozen studies on this, that when you remove the force, yes, there is an increase in people that disobey the rules, but the majority still actually obey the rules. It's like when you go up to a stoplight at 3 a.m. in the morning, most of us stop. And yes, I am guilty. Every once in a while, I look around. I'm like, all right, there's nobody around. I'm going to run this red light. But we don't make that decision because we're fearful. We just go, yeah, this is logical. And during the day, when we actually stop at the light, we stop because we know it's a benefit for us. We know that we're not going to get hit by another car. We're not stopping at that stoplight because some police agent or the military has a gun to our head.
Well, here in Houston, I don't know how it is where you're from. People absolutely run the red lights as if there's no one around, especially in the middle of the night. I would say if we had the force of cameras, so you can no longer have cameras in intersections, at least in Texas, to monitor people who run red lights. There actually has to be an officer there because I don't know, the law just changed. I haven't really looked into that, but I didn't realize you're going to bring up red lights, or else I'd have looked it up before the debate. But if there was a camera still at every red light, I would say that red lights are going to get ran a lot less because there's that incentive. If you get caught on that camera, the force of the officers giving you a ticket, of course, that's not an immediate force, but eventually you don't pay those tickets, you're going to go to jail. It all does come down to force eventually. If you don't pay the ticket, you're going to go to jail. So yeah, there's the immediate incentive of not paying, which isn't technically force, but the end all be all is a force of you getting arrested and sent to jail.
Okay, well then, I mean, if let's define force, right? Force doctrine, as Andrew Wilson puts it, and I did not mean to make this an Andrew Wilson hit piece, and it really isn't. However, when I researched this, I found that he's pretty much the promoter of force doctrine. It's a rebranding of might equals right. It's a rebranding, but not even anywhere close to Plato's Republic. So we've got this. So we're on force doctrine. So force doctrine basically says that I can, as men, as the strongest hive of the two sexes, I can make anybody in the world do whatever I want as men. Like if we all concede together and go, you know what, I want to cage up all women, we can do that. Would you not disagree with that?
No, I'd completely agree with that. The only even reputable like time in history that I can think of where women actually held any kind of force was in a tribe in Africa where about 40% of their military were females, and they wielded long swords. They're actually the primary individuals who enslaved the Africans around there in the area, the ones that were shipped all across the
and they were probably backed by men, right?
But no, they actually weren't. That is actually a pretty weird topic. It starts with a D. I can't pronounce it. It's a separate language. But at the end of the day, they were still the minority of the military, and it was primarily men, 60%. And you said that we can't cage them, or we don't cage, not that we can't, but that we don't cage them up. Do you believe that there actually is nowhere in America right now where women are subject to men's scrutinies, and they're not even allowed to leave their house without a male escort?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So, I mean, this is something I have to concede to. Is that yes, men 100%, and I'm not fighting this. I actually say it trumps, isn't real. So I do believe that force doctrine is a necessary component to society. However, I think the social construct trumps the force doctrine, that as the majority, we actually behave pretty well with, and this would come into terming, like how do we want to term this? Because you mentioned, well, financial damage is force. Would shaming be force? Would humiliation be force?
Financial damage is not force, but at the end of the day, if you don't pay that fee, it does come down to force. So the end means is force. If you don't pay the fee, you're gonna be jailed, and you're gonna be arrested, and you're gonna be subject.
Right, but I think we can both agree that is not a part of force doctrine. The force doctrine that we're talking about is that men are stronger. Men can do whatever they want.
As long as men aren't stopping them. Yes. Men hold a monopoly on force. Men are the proprietors of force. Women are, by and large, on average, a lot weaker than men, and then they have to appeal to men for their rights.
And because men are stronger, why haven't we just why haven't we caged up all the women and just made them sex dolls and just have fun with them?
We have.
Okay,
not
so
in
any scenario that we've seen this happening, we see the social construct or the social contract actually the whole world saying you're wrong, don't do that. We see people jumping in there. We see without force. So they have the force, they're winning with the force, and we see the social construct coming in there going, no, this is wrong. We may be invading Iran because of nuclear missiles, but no, you know what? We also hate that they're abusing their women, right? The social contract keeps on winning over and over, even though we could just comply and just go, you know what? As a man, it's much easier that I don't have to deal with my wife. If I could just have one in a cage, make sure she cleaned, cooked, and did all that stuff. But no, that's not how it works. There is something dominating over that. And all the philosophers, by the way, I mean, I listed them out in my opening, all actually talk about force being real. It is a real construct. It is something that's needed, but they all put some word in there. Even Marx put in a word in there, legitimate force. So the question really is, what is legitimate, and where does that word legitimate come from? And that comes from the social construct.
Well, legitimate or not, force will always prevail. We can look at Attila the Hun, who terrorized all of Asia. It doesn't matter whether or not he was evil or not. He terrorized Asia, and he did it effectively for a really long time.
For a period.
And even then, you got a lot of Muslim-ran societies where women don't really have rights. Now they did 30 years ago, but they've since lost their rights because men took them away. It's not such a far-fetched idea that men could and maybe eventually will, the way the world's going, take all of women's rights. Not Christian men, obviously, but a lot of even westernized continents are now being overrun by individuals who believe that you can beat your wife if she doesn't agree with you, that her vote is worth half of your vote in financial matters, that they can't go out without full coverings and stuff. You can look at the UK, you can look at Canada right now, who are both being overwhelmed, and even Australia are being overwhelmed. We're next. So it's not to say that social contract has won or is winning. It's to say, will it win? And inevitably, I don't think it will. I don't think social construct is what is going to save us. It's going to be our military might and our force to enforce our laws.
Yeah, see, and this is actually an interesting twist and turn in this whole debate, right? Is what is our social contract right now, and how is it getting distorted? So where I think you're going is saying that the social contract is actually getting distorted. However, I agree with that. The social contract is getting distorted. The majority, whether it's strong or not, whether it's men or not, because today, I mean, if we really look at it, the strongest man, we can take this whole force doctrine. If it is really real, then there's only one man in charge, and that's the strongest man, right? Because he can dominate over all men. So it's just a silly argument. But if we really look at I'll concede to your debate where maybe the social contract is wrong, but at the same time, it's still winning, right? So if the social contract is changing to leftists and you and me as Christian rightists don't believe in it, it's still winning over the force doctrine. Therefore, force doctrine is still secondary and still is, I mean, it's trumping the force.
I feel that's kind of leaning out of the topic at hand, that force doctrine versus social construct. Yeah, yes, we're both Christians. Yes, we both believe, and we're all endowed with the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, and we all have the discernment to know what's right and wrong. And and I would hope that we all do the correct thing, but that would just. At the same time, I have to attack your argument in itself, which is the social contract is what's going to win over forced doctrine, but the social contract can only exist after forced doctrine exists. So without force, all these laws wouldn't really exist. What would you define? Could we define social contract in your terms? That way, it's something that we have out on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. And the social contract is different for everybody because this is the weird thing about this debate, right? Like there's this debate that rights actually don't exist unless there's enforcement. So to say that the social contract trumps forced doctrine is like saying, hey, here's this made up thing. And therefore, like, how does it exist without any force if it's actually above that, right? So now what we can say is, as Christians, you and me as Christians, we can say, well, our social contract is with God. We know that when we go to church, we're not going to enslave the women. We're not going to punch them. We're not going to beat them up. We're not going to do anything like that. That's a social contract we have with God. Now, there's the secularists out there as well. The secularists will say, well, we all had discussions. We think murder is bad, except for when it's abortion. And we think that doing these things are bad. And that's our social contract, right? So we have to both concede in this point that the social contract is different per people, right? But the majority of the people that are following whatever the majority of the people believe the social contract is are going to prevail in the end, whether it's us Christians or whether it's the secularists or whatever. And the ones that decide to defect, the state is going to use the forced doctrine to rein them back in, or just say, you know what, you're not agreeing with the majority of society, therefore we're putting you somewhere else.
I just want to pipe in for just a second because the initial claim is social construct, but we've kind of geared into social contract, and I want to make sure we know there's a slight difference between the two, right? Because I think sometimes we accidentally say contract versus construct, but I just want to make sure that we're understanding we've got two.
Yeah, I would say it's the social contract.
Okay.
Well, either way, social construct is just a construct that people all agree on. So from what I got from your definition, is it's what the populace agrees to follow, which also fall under social contract. So for this purposes, they could be used interchangeably anyway. But if we use it for just what everyone agrees on, then that could be anything, and that could be what Iran and Afghanistan, all of them believe to treat their women, how they believe to run their lives. It could be how like small tribes in Papua New Guinea like to how can I say this on YouTube? Like to deface their
how
youth,
long
you know?
do those last, right?
How long they last or not is irrelevant. The point is whether or not
it is pretty relevant, right? I mean, we can look at all. So if you're using force, like we can look at Italy and World War II, and we can look at definitely that the force won during that period, but it failed. We can look at Rome. We can look at force. It failed. What we see constantly is that when force is used, it fails. And the reason it fails is because of the social contract.
All of that really proves the society fails. It doesn't actually allude to any point. It doesn't address my point. This society will fall. America will eventually fall. Russia will fall. China will fall. Japan will fall. Canada will fall. We all will eventually fall. So all you're saying is societies fall. That's all you've proven in saying that.
Okay. So, prove to me how the social contract does not actually have a authority over forced doctrine.
So social contract or constructs do not have authority over forced doctrine because two individuals will not have the same construct or contract. And when those come into conflict, who's going to win out? Because as we've defined it, it's just what the people agree on. Well, when two large groups of people agree on different things, like during the Civil War, when two halves of America disagreed, it came down to force. It came down to a war, a fight for our rights and for us to give individuals rights who rightfully deserve them. It wasn't a contract that freed the slaves. It was a war, and it will always be a war. It will always be a fight. You have to fight for anything that you want. You're not entitled to it. We don't actually have entitlements.
And what promoted that? Was it just because men were like, yeah, I want men, I want blacks to be free? Or was it because the social contract said, this is not right?
Well, individuals appealed to large groups of individuals for their individual.
Because there's a lot of people out there that had force that probably could have fought for that.
Yeah, I agree. But different groups of people appealed to different groups of people for their beliefs. And at the end of the day, it was the two people fighting for that beliefs. The North preached that the true word in the Bible, obviously they were more informed, that the true word, that all men are created equal, that you shouldn't take chattel slavery. It says in the Bible that you should. That was their real argument, because the argument for it was slavery is condoned in the Bible as well. But the more enlightened people, the more read people, the people who actually follow the true word, were the individuals who were saying that we can't enslave these people because you're not allowed to steal a man into slavery. I'm not good at memorizing particular scripture, but it does say in the Bible that you can't steal a man into slavery. It's an abomination. But the other side was saying that it's condoned in the Bible that you are allowed to do it. But that's not a social contract or a social construct. That's more of you just appealing, and you appealing to what? Appealing to force. It's just you appealing to the force, and then once you appeal to it, that's where it comes in. Social contract would more be how we ought to behave. And I do agree with you that most people behave accordingly because that's just what most people want to do. They like to be liked, they like to fit in. We're pack animals. But that's not the driving force. What's gonna keep things in order? The driving force is force. It's always gonna come down to force, because without force, you have no means to enact your rules, to enact your laws.
So basically, what I'm arguing is that the majority, I would say like 80%, and from the statistics I'm looking at, this is a pretty accurate number. 80% of people in the world, or in the United States, let's just use the United States, actually have no problem with the laws. They don't need enforcement. They will behave. They want to take care of their families. They want to farm. They want to drive to work. They want to do whatever they want. 20% of the people, and also looking at the statistics, may go on the fringe. And this is where we bring force in, right? And you're saying that those 80% could not ever actually do that. Like, they're actually living under the fear. They're in fear of being forced out of the forced doctrine is, if you don't behave, you're going to be punished. You're saying that 80% of these people that just live their lives, are very happy, are only doing it because there's a force behind it.
Yeah, for sure. So even more so than that. So if we actually look at the statistic of individuals who have criminal records, it's about 1 in 3 adults actually have some sort of criminal record, meaning they've come into some sort of altercation with the law, they've been arrested, or they've been cited for a crime. Even more so, the individuals, the 2 out of 3 individuals, follow those laws, so they're not cited for a crime. I don't.
Yeah, but one of 3 is a lot. And by the way, a criminal offense, if you're looking at those statistics, is actually a parking ticket. So not 1 in 3 people are actually freaking breaking the law. They just might have not came back and put the quarter in the freaking machine.
Yeah, but that's breaking the law. I mean, you can argue that it's not, but it is. In any way, we have laws.
Is the enforcement, like, was he like running to his car, or is he like, okay, you know what, I'll just fight this, or I'll pay the ticket. That's fine. I forgot to put the quarter in. That's not a non-law abiding citizen. That is not a criminal.
Like you said, they're not going to fight it. They're just going to pay it. Because if they fight it, that's force, and they don't want to deal with the force. It's force that keeps us enacted within our laws. You just
well, it didn't there. He failed.
Yeah, he failed, and then he got a fine, and then he got it back in line. He paid that fine. He didn't refuse to pay the fine. He didn't just continue without paying the fine. And individuals do all the time. People don't pay fines, and then they get their license revoked. They get extra fines, and they get arrested, and they either have to pay those fines eventually, or they're going to sit in jail. It's always force that ends the day.
Well, no, I mean, nobody's going to sit in jail for not paying a parking ticket. But
if you don't pay the fines, yeah, you actually will. If you can.
No, you won't. You'll get a bench warrant, and if you get pulled over, they'll be like, "Oh, you got a bench warrant. You're going to go to jail." But no, the cops are not going to come to your house and take you to jail because you didn't pay a ticket.
And then you'll go to jail.
No, if you get a bench warrant, they're not going to come to your house and like pick you up. They're only going to bring you to jail if you have a bench warrant, if you get pulled over for something else. Mm-hmm. And by the way, this is kind of a ridiculous statement in the sense that, once again, this is not a non-abiding citizen, right? They're not. They didn't not pay that to be disingenuous to the government. They're not trying to force anything. They just happen to be living in a society that they agree with. By the way, saying, "Yeah, you know what? I always pay my things. I fucked up this time. I'm going to pay the ticket, or I'm going to fight it in court and just say, you know what? I put it in 10 minutes later. It doesn't matter." But the force there actually isn't there for that particular person. The force has nothing to do with them not paying or paying that ticket.
So let me just
there's no force in that.
Let me just still man your argument. You're saying there's no force involved in whether or not individuals pay their ticket.
No, the reason they didn't actually pay their parking thing wasn't because of force.
So why would they just not pay it then? If we take force out of the equation, if we take
my point is somebody made a mistake, and they didn't make a mistake out of there was no force in their minds. They were not trying to abide or disabide based on force. They just made a mistake, right?
Yeah.
Now,
they made a mistake.
Granted, they can choose to pay or not pay the ticket, and that's them rebelling. And once again, there's not much force there either. And where do we want to define force as well, right? I mean, I brought this up like 20 minutes ago. If you want to say I look at force doctrine as the way Andrew puts it, is that if all men in a hive mind want to cage up all women, we can do that. My real question is, why don't we, right? It doesn't come down to a parking ticket or not. Why do people not actually do that? Why do men not do that if we are so capable to do that?
I mean, we live in a lot in society, and like I've stated, we do in parts of the world, and we have in the past.
And how's that looking for the rest of the world?
I understand we live pretty gracefully in America, where everyone mostly has a pretty good moral conscience, and everyone tries to do the right thing. Most people try to do the right thing, but at the end of the day, if we were to cut force out, if we were to just would you agree that force would be our police system in America, right?
Hey,
social contract would be the judicial
You said
system.
If we were to cut force out, I think crime would rise 100%. I mean, I can pretty much guarantee that, right?
Yeah.
That my point isn't that the force isn't necessary. I agree that the force is necessary. However, my real point is that most of us, 80% of us, and tons of documentation, I'll post it in the back chat too, that says when we remove all restrictions on human behavior, 80% of us still actually follow what's good for each other. And force doctrine is the backstop. It's the 20% that don't behave, and we need it, because if we let that 20%, they will be the force doctrine dominating us, right? So we have to have that regulation in place to prevent those from disrupting society and the social contract.
Yeah, but You say that we don't lock women up. Yes, by and large, we don't lock women up. But there are cases in America where men do actually cage women and do actually abuse women in horrific ways. And
that's the 20%. That's why we need force doctrine.
Yeah, but
it's not the primary.
If the other 80%,
most men don't do that.
Yeah, I agree. But if the other 80% didn't use force, if it didn't come down to those men protecting those individuals from the minority, that minority would actually, even 20% of men would be able to overrule the majority of women and enforce their will upon them.
Let me just put my point there. When I say it trumps, I don't mean that we should get rid of it. I think it's a very necessary factor. I think it absolutely needs to exist. We do need to protect when those 20% are being harmed. And the justice for that is the social contract, the justified usage of the force. So when I say justified usage of the force, that means force is necessary, but there has to be a justice in front of it first. And that justice is the social contract.
So you're saying justice comes ahead of force?
Yeah.
So we would agree, I believe, that the enforcement arm would be our police systems, our SWAT systems, our ICE systems, all of those individuals, the majority men, some women who are in there. However,
we absolutely need them.
System would be the judicial system, the legislators, the law writers, right, the individuals who write the law. Now, the issue comes in with, there's individuals who write laws, and those laws get put into action, and the force, the police, SWAT, and ICE enforce those rules. However, if by and large they just decided not to enforce those rules, then the judicial system has absolutely no power. Yeah, we have a quote unquote social contract, but just like I said in my opening, what happens when all of that erodes? What happens when we no longer want to follow that? What happens when we have the riots, like for
then things change.
BLM riots, things change, exactly. So yeah, we have a social contract, but that's not what wins the day. At the end of the day, what wins the day is force. Because yes, while we live under the social contract now, the second a large group of males decide we don't live under that anymore, and that number is large enough and has the appropriate individuals inside of it, we no longer have that agreement.
See, this is where I think you're going wrong, right? I have a neighbor. He's kind of annoying because every time he trims my bougainvillea that's going over his fence, he drops it in my front yard. Really annoys me. But I love my neighbor, and he's actually a good guy, and he's actually pretty good at fixing things at our house. This is a social contract, right? It's a sense that, like, okay, yeah, it is my bougainvillea. It's going over near your yard. I'll put it in my waste bin. I have to pay for that, but I didn't ask you to cut it. But it is going in your yard, blah, 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 right? There is no force doctrine in this scenario. This is neighbors being neighbors. Now, what you're talking about is something like, you're saying, well, there are bad men, there are bad people out there, therefore we need force. That is something I concede, I agree with, right? But when it really comes down to it, like neighbor to neighbor, I think we're actually pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, generally in America, most people just want to be kind, but that doesn't alleviate the need for force. It doesn't alleviate the need for.
Okay, so where does, when we are using force, come from?
It doesn't alleviate the need for a body of individuals to enforce the rules that we place. Without the enforcement,
I agree
rules
with
don't
that.
matter.
But where does that idea come from of when we use force or when we don't use force, right? So I'm talking about my neighbor. And you're saying, yeah, that's good. I think most of us want to be kind. When do I decide to not be kind? And when do I decide to use force? And where did that come from? Where did that idea that I am now going to use force come from? Is it because just because I'm a man, I'm stronger? Or did it come from that I actually have a stronger moral objective, something that I'm looking at that's bigger than me being stronger?
So yeah, I agree with you. You're being kind, you're helping out your neighbor, you're not starting confrontation in the same way that I don't start confrontation with my neighbors. I have neighbors out front of my house or out front of my apartment. I live right in front of the elevator who sit there in front of the elevator and wait for it to make a ton of noise. I go out there and I'm like, hey man, people are sleeping here. Could you be quiet? I don't just go out there and start beating them up. However, let's say you're a different individual. Do you know who Wes Watson is?
Mm-hmm.
You know who Wes Watson is. The guy who threatened to beat up Andrew Wilson.
Yeah.
Let's say he's the neighbor and he's like, hey man, stop putting stuff in my yard. I'm gonna beat you up next time you do that. That's where force comes in. And yeah, he could do that. He has the right, or he has the ability. Of course, he could go over there and beat the dude up. But at the end of the day, force is still gonna win because the police are gonna get called. He's gonna get arrested and he's gonna go to jail like he already is. He went back to jail because force wins at the end of the day. Yes, you can have your
almost there. We're almost there, though. You just basically laid out a scenario where you said this is a justified use of force. And by the way, I've never argued that force is not justified.
I don't think you should beat up your neighbor because he dropped some branches. But I'm saying he would think it's justified and do it.
Right. And there's something that equates when that force is used. And my idea here on the social contract is that, and it can be different. It can be different for every country, and it can vary for every country. However, when force is used outside of the local contract, it fails. When it's used in the local contract, it wins, but it's always run by the social contract. It is run by the people of that country of when it's used, and it is never the primary reason it's used. It's always the backup for that 20% that decide they don't agree with the rest of society.
Yeah, until it's not. So you're saying
until it's not when.
I'm getting at that. I got an example.
Okay.
So you're saying within the group of individuals, that's all only contract that wins over. But if we look at Iran right now, we'll say that Iran has a social contract within their nation. However, when they locked up the Straits of Hormuz and they started enriching uranium, that's where it becomes an issue for Israel and America. And we've been bombing the shit out of them on all of those nuclear sites where they've been rich in uranium. So we utilize force, even though in their culture, even though their little group of people believe it's okay to do that. We can still utilize force against them, even Iran, with the help of Iran, both of us together, to stop them from doing their social contract. So whenever a larger force wants to interfere with your social contract or whatever social construct you have going on, you're losing it. You don't actually have that social contract. Social contracts only exist in the absence of or in the presence and with the presence of force. So you need the presence of force to enforce your social contract, and you need the absence of opposing forces to prevent you from to not prevent you from enacting your social contract. So at the end of the day, you need the force of your community, but also the lack of force from other communities to stop you.
Okay, so they've got a social contract. And they've got, and by the way, they have a much more sexist view than we do, right?
Yeah.
We don't like that. And we're in there. We're using our force. Once again, we're using it based on we just don't like Iranians, or we're more powerful men, or do we believe that our social contract is more powerful than theirs? Therefore, we can use our force against them, right? And this is where I argue this whole thing. It's very easy, right? The social contract on us of the United States is saying, and it's mixed reviews in the United States, whether this is justified or not, but this is not based on, yes, we're all men in the United States with really powerful armies, we can bomb the crap out of you. It's based on, we believe that our construct is better than your construct, right? Our ideology of this is better than yours, but that is actually what's running the force. The force isn't just because we're men and we want to bomb the fuck out of Iran. The force is because we believe we have an ideology bigger than that. And once again, force is secondary. We maybe we have the power, maybe we have the diligence to do that, but at the same time, it came from an ideology that existed before the force.
So you said at the beginning of that statement that our social contract is more powerful than Iran's social contract. I want you to, if you could for me, define how a social contract can be more powerful than another social contract without utilizing the fact that we have more force in result of said social contract, because then you're still just appealing to force.
Yeah, no, that's really good and a really good point, right? Because you're basically saying that, hey, we have two social contracts, and because one is more powerful than the other, then therefore force actually is the primary. But that it really isn't the point. The point is, what is running force doctrine? The force doctrine is the contracts that are being run. So the United States, yes, maybe we have more power. And once again, I've conceded to this over and over and over again. It is a necessary thing that exists, but it is not the thing that drives our behavior.
Yeah, driving factor or not. So yes, force doctrine is a mechanism that can be used in any possible way. But the whole point of the argument and the whole point of the force doctrine debate is to say that force doctrine itself is the more important than your social contract, than your beliefs, because at the end of the day,
no. So
wait,
what runs it?
So at the end of the day, it's not might makes right, it's just might makes. So what runs it is the individuals who hold the force or utilize the force. We can take the 19th Amendment, for example. When we ratified the 19th Amendment and gave women the right to vote, they appealed to a majority base and a much stronger base. They appealed for their rights. I mean, yes, there's some nuance to it. It was a non-government organization ran thing, and most women didn't even want the right to vote. But at the end of the day, when the vote was ratified, it was a majority women, the majority of women who wanted it, and they did get it. And they appealed to what? They appealed to the force of men. In the same way, we could take it back too. Like, I know some people say it as a joke,
we
but
could take it back. But why don't
a lot of us actually believe that but I'm getting to that. A lot of us actually believe we do need to repeal the 19th. It would do the world a lot of good. Women primarily lean left, and a lot of men are getting on the boat. A lot of us are saying that we need to repeal the 19th because women today aren't having as many kids. They don't really see the need for a family. There's a study that came out, and a lot of studies that's came out recently, where they question men or women what's more important to being successful. And most of the time, women put pretty irrelevant things like having a successful job and stuff like that, where men are putting very high on their list having a family, having kids. And that's important to us. That doesn't mean it's not innately important to women. Women view things like they need to take care of it because that's their mechanism to take care of kids. It's their driving force for that. And when they don't have kids to take care of, they have to latch on to something. They have to latch on to some kind of minority group, some kind of defenseless creature. And right now they're voting Democrat because Democrat plays on their emotion to tell them, hey, this person needs your help. Pablo needs your help because he came across the border. He killed 3 people, but we're going to forget about that. He's an illegal immigrant. He deserves rights just like you. So they're appealing to these women's emotions. So if enough of us get tired of that, and we do decide that we need to repeal the 19th, men can do that, and that's the force. So even within your social construct, yes, technically your social construct is the control measure of what drives the force, but the force itself is what gives control, is what gives legitimacy. Because if you can have all the good social contract you want, but if you don't have the driving force of the force, you're screwed. Like in my opening statement, I said, let's see, power in the hands of evil men enables grave atrocities. Powerless in the hands of good men ensures their irrelevance. It's still power that ends the day.
Yeah. So, I mean, ultimately, I mean, you're kind of agreeing with me here. So the social contract is kind of what drives what we decide is legitimate force or not. I am conceding force is necessary. I do believe it exists. I am saying it trumps it. And what we have actually seen in history, and by like thousands and thousands of years of this, we've seen that there have been actually not rare, there have been multiple occasions where the majority or the force didn't have the majority of what people believe the social contract should be. And every time we've seen that happen, it fails. It ends up in riots. It ends up in catastrophes. The society collapses. You did that in your opening statement too. You said societies collapse. They collapse when the social contract does not align with the force doctrine being used against that society. Now, you said, okay, every society is going to collapse someday. That's a theory. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong. I don't know. But ultimately, what we see is stable societies are ones where the social contract is always running the force doctrine.
Okay, let's take. Do you know much about Sparta and how their political system worked?
No. Educate me.
One in 7 individuals were actually Spartans. The other 6 were actually slaves. So the slaves actually had the majority. So therefore, they had a larger social contract. However, the Spartans themselves had to go through trials from the time they were like infants all the way until adulthood. Most of them ended up dying because of that. But because of those trials, they became so powerful as individuals and in combat that they could influence their will. There's actually the children of Spartans. So as children, Spartans they get up in these crews, and their job is to infiltrate or spy on the large group of slaves, because it's 6 in 1. And what they'll do is they'll look for anyone who's strong or like a leader type, and their job and their right to their right to become true Spartans depends on them killing strong, powerful individuals within these slave communities to make them less powerful. And communities they had social contracts amongst them. However, they were ruled by a minority of individuals who held monopoly on force because they were stronger. It doesn't matter their culture. They had less people. They might have even got lost against them. I mean, they never did. That's not how they fell. But I mean, it's possible they could have won. So
I mean, if that is such a successful case of force doctrine, then why are we not repeating that today in today's society? I mean, wouldn't you think like some billionaire would be like, well, that was brilliant. Why aren't we doing it today? Well, why are we not doing it today? Because it doesn't work.
I mean, it worked pretty good for a long time. I'm pretty sure the Spartan civilization
not that long.
It lived a lot longer than the United States, man. The United States is still in its infancy. We can look at Rome, who ran on force.
We're hitting 250. What this 4th of July?
We can run on Rome. I mean, how long did the Spartan Empire even last?
But this is all hypothesis, right? Like, I mean, that failed. It failed. We know it failed. We might fail, but I can't predict whether we're going to fail or not, right? We might. But what you're talking about did fail.
The Spartans almost lasted for 1,000 years, bro. We're not even close.
Yeah, but they still failed.
But that's a fallacy in itself. Well, what about?
How's that a fallacy?
Because we're still in our infancy. We haven't come to our end. We will fail too. We don't know how long.
That's fine. We might fail too, right? You might be correct on that. I'll concede on that. However, there's a lot of smart people out there. And businesses love to replicate success, right? And there's a lot of smart businessmen out there. Why are they not replicating the Spartans?
I mean, because
it doesn't
we won't
work.
need it.
That's why.
I mean, we won't need it. Eventually, like police officers, SWAT, and construction workers are all going to get replaced by robots. And honestly, when that happens, we're fucked, bro. The
All
robot.
right, that's the next debate. We're going on that one next. But
the businessmen will actually have a monopoly on force, and we will be subject to their rule. We'll be subject to their laws. We subject to them in every way because we'll have no monopoly on force. It's inevitable, really. So that's why when you say
okay,
so we're doing good so far, we're only like 200 and something years old, man. Like
I'll give you a little credit on that because I actually was going to say that force doctrine also isn't based on the strongest man anymore. Like if we were to like take women and men and say, okay, there are two different hives. There's women, they're men. Yes, men can dominate women. Now let's look at the men that can dominate men. And how do we break those groups up? Right now, it is tech associations and corporations. The strongest man in the gym is not necessarily the strongest man in the world.
Yeah, but they still rely on military. I was in the Marine Corps for 5 years. They relied on my ability and my fellow Marines' ability and willingness.
Yeah, I get that.
Follow their orders.
I can see that.
I mean, because I hear the argument too that technology is this great equalizer, but men have to maintain that. Yes, it's going to come a smaller and smaller group of men as technology advances, but even right now, like, women are not as good in combat roles because they have higher hygiene standards. They have lower physical ability. Their hip structure is built in such a way that they can't carry large packs and loads for extended periods of time without being injured long term. They're just physically weaker. And even so, they can't hike. They can't get to the location that they need to fight. I mean,
yeah, but this
it's a lot more complex
whether women are stronger or weaker. And I'm going to concede to you 100% on that as well, right? I used to be a coach for junior Olympic girls, and as soon as they hit like 14, their hips change, their body motions change. Yeah, there are biological differences. We just know that. Like, there's no defending that men and women are different physically, but when it comes to men, right? This is where we're crossing a barrier in the sense where you're like, well, we still need strong men to build the weak men's engineering plans for the better weapons. But there is a point, like you said, if there's robots, and I've heard Andrew make this debate too, right? If a girl has a gun, that's an equalizer. No, men are better at shooting. We're just better at shooting. Yeah. But there is a point. Now, I just want to go men versus men, weak men versus strong men, right? How do we actually start defending this? And the weapons that we've created. Einstein. Do you think Einstein was an alpha male when he went out to the dance club? But he fucking built the nuclear bomb, right? Right? Like that's a pretty badass motherfucker. So, like, but is he not an alpha? Like, when we go men versus men, would you say that, like, hey, I'm going to put Andrew Tate against Einstein? Who's going to win?
Got whipped recently, but
we know. but until Einstein drops a fucking nuclear missile on him,
I get your point. But at the end of the day, that's still men maintaining things. Yeah, a strong mind is also a part of it, but that's still just force. It's the force of a bomb.
This is all force.
It's a greater force.
You're 100% right.
So at the end of the day,
it still comes down. There's a driving force behind our force that trumps the force. There's a mind for you and me. Our mind is God and Christ that trumps physical force. For secularists, there is something in their minds that says this is right or wrong that trumps physical force.
So to me right now, basically, I mean, this could be a straw man. I feel like it's a still man. All you're saying is somebody has to commit that force. Somebody has to be the force, and their ideas is what's going to lead it. But I mean,
no, I don't think
that's baked in. That's baked into my claim anyway. What would be my claim?
Most of us don't need the force. Most of us good Christians, just actually abide by God. We don't need the police. We don't need the military. We don't need anything to be good to our neighbors. There is no force required. There are edge cases that exist in society where we need force. Yes, force is 100% needed for the edge cases. However, I do not think force is what runs society. I think our basic good nature, I think my relationship with God is my good nature. I think secularists' agreement on coming together on something is their good nature. And I think we use force for those that do not agree with the social contract, which, by the way, is something that can be different from country to country and people to people. But the social contract actually dominates over when we use force.
Yeah, but that's to say that everyone's agreeing. I live in Houston where there's a lot of violence, there's a lot of gangs.
We don't always agree.
That's what I'm saying. They don't always agree. It was probably only a couple months ago. I was driving down the freeway and I accidentally cut somebody off, and they followed me all the way down the road. I was going to my mom's house, but they kept following me, and then I stopped at a stop sign, and they jumped, and multiple of them jumped out of their vehicle and started to run towards my vehicle, and I just drove off normally. And they ran back into their vehicle, and then they continued to follow me. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm not going to bring this to my mom's house, obviously. I pulled down a dead-end road, and I jumped out of my truck, and I pulled my gun out, and they stopped. Do you know why they stopped? It wasn't because of a social construct. It wasn't because they wanted to talk. They thought my points were articulate, and they thought I ruled the day. It was because I had a gun, and I was going to shoot them. So at the end of the day, force wins. When you're alone by yourself, when you're up against an individual, and even when collective groups of individuals conflict with each other, it's force that's going to save you. It's not some kind of social contract or contract, because that's individual basis and reliant on two individuals agreeing. But my point is what happens when two individuals don't agree? Because at the end of the day, all you're saying is whoever holds the force is the one who gets to make the decision. And
okay, granted, right? When two individuals do not agree, there's a social contract there. And if the social contract does not align, then enforcement is needed. Now, whether that enforcement is you pulling a gun out, right, like in the Wild West, or that enforcement is calling the cops or whatever it is, but there is still. Well, hey, I have a gun like 1 foot from me, right? So I'm a gun fan too.
It's less.
But, I mean, I'm just saying, like,
it's literally right here.
It's very easy, right?
I don't know when somebody's gonna bust through that door. I live in a bad part of town, man. So for me, force is all you got. It takes so long.
But see, here's the thing. Force is not all you got. That's my point here. Like I said, I have a gun 1 foot from me right now that I can pull out, just like you. So you and we're in the same boat. Have I ever pulled that gun out, and have I ever need to use it? No, not yet. Hope I never do.
I have.
There's a good social contract going on that actually makes sure that actually, like, it's not the law. My neighbor is not over there with Uzis going, I wish I could attack my neighbor, but the law says I can't do it. Like,
but my
he's
neighbor
not
is.
like gunning for me, right?
But my neighbor is.
The contract basically says, you know what? I live next door. I have some chickens. I feed my kids. I'm happy. My neighbor doesn't bother me that much except for his bougainvillea. Therefore, I'm not going to go assault him, right? The contract is proceeding. The force doctrine is the backup. My gun, that's 1 foot from me right now, is the backup. So I don't disagree with you that, hey, should I protect myself? Like, I'm not like some leftist going, yeah, I'm just going to like high five you and make sure we all like make peace. No, I'm prepared for the worst case scenario. But I'm saying that I don't actually have to worry about the worst case scenario because of the contract that we already have.
Yeah, like I said, the social contract works until it don't. Yeah, your neighbors are good, man. I'm really happy that you have kind neighbors. But my neighbors are a lot different, bro. Like, it was literally 3 weeks ago. There was a dude walking around with a knife threatening to stab everyone. The cops got called. He got arrested. He went to jail. 2 months ago, I was walking down the stairs. Another guy had a knife and was just walking around with it just like this. And I'm like, are you good, bro? He's like, you good, bro? I was like, you good, bro? He's like, I'm good, bro. I was like, all right, bro. So at the end of the day, it's force. You got to defend yourself, and without force, you're going to be subject to somebody else's scrutiny, somebody else's rules, somebody else's laws, somebody else's
now you're
power.
talking a little bit about attitude and how you present yourself in your neighborhood, right? Because you feel like there is a lack of force, right?
Yeah,
You feel like there's a lack of force in your neighborhood, therefore you feel a lot more
There's too
threatened.
many individuals with force, not a good collective group of individuals.
Would you say that's the norm
regulating
for most of the United States? Am I just in a bubble?
Metropolitan areas, yes. So if you live in a city in a metropolitan area, absolutely. Irina Zarutsky got stabbed on a train, man. That's not a one-off. The only reason that made the news so big is because it was recorded. That happens all the time in Houston and Dallas, and probably less.
Yeah,
in Austin,
and do you think
but-
that's what the majority of people, when they leave their house in the morning, are out to do, or do you think the majority of people just want to do what they want to do?
I mean, that's just you can appeal to the majority, but I mean, it doesn't.
That's my point. Is the majority is the social contract, right? And the majority actually want to do good. We need force doctrine. I just want to repeat this. It is an absolute necessity. We have to have it, right? Because there are edge cases where, and actually, when I say edge cases, 20% is not much of is not an edge. That's a lot of people. But the majority of people, actually 80% of people, don't need any force. And I ask, and I repeat this question over and over, why do 80% of the population actually not need force to participate in society? Because there's something bigger.
I don't feel that that's an accurate representation of the individuals who do need force. If we're to look at the Wild West, there was so many gun deaths, there were so many murders because we couldn't actually solve anything. So just because an individual isn't committing crime doesn't mean it's not because of their fear of force. We can look at it like this. We have a lot of forensic science and a lot of ways to catch people. So even if they think they can get away with it, they know they can't. And science isn't even that advanced as people think it is, but most people are afraid to do crimes because they know they won't get away with it. But you can't really track that stat.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of, so I did do a lot of research on the proof on this, right? One of the really easy ones that everybody knows about is taxes. There is actually no enforcement. Yes, you could get audited, but 87% of people in the United States actually fill out their taxes without any enforcement at all. I have 12 other studies here that have done like college studies where they're being watched and they're not being watched, whether they profit off of this. And the number comes out to basically 80% of people follow the social construct, whether being watched or not. When they're being watched, it goes up to like 95%. When they're not being watched, it drops to like 80%. So we still know that 20% of people, when they go, if they say, hey, we're doing this experiment, here's some money, nobody's going to watch you, we don't want you to take it, but take it. 20% of the people will take it. 80% of the people won't. Right? That's the social contract right there. Most people actually want to be good without any enforcement.
I mean, that to say people just want to be good is not actually true.
I'm not saying I think people want to be good. The studies show that people actually are good.
As long as they
this
think
is not a crazy statement of me. Like
as long as
I have so many studies here.
I think majority of people just go with the flow because it's easy. If we look at the Milgram experiment, where they had individuals, they had an authority figure ask people to shock somebody.
Yeah, I know this one. Yeah,
to varying in intensity.
They follow, right?
And they follow. So. Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask you this:
authority figure asks somebody to do something
evil. If a person is so inclined that they will do a random experiment
in the Stanford
and listen to that person, do you think that person actually needs physical force, or do you think they're just following? Right. That is not that is a person that falls in my category where they're. And I agree with you in the sense that that's pretty shameful. That person would hurt somebody just because somebody else tells them. But that experiment shows that person didn't need force. they just followed the social contract.
Not really.
And shameful for them.
We can also look at the Stanford experiment. Well, individuals, one was given power and the other one was given subjugation. So one group of individuals were set to be police officers, and one individuals were set to be convicts. They got more and more intense with their punishments to almost torturous degree. So individuals,
and once again, this shows how much stronger the social contract is.
Some individuals utilize that force, as our society has mostly been doing, in a good way. But to say that a social contract is what's driving it is in itself, and I guess you could call it an accurate statement. But that's just to say, again, that individual with force can enact their will. But at the end of the day, you still have to look at it as it is the force itself. And it doesn't matter the contract or the individuals who have the contract, because as soon as your contract's null void, as soon as someone whose contract does not agree with yours has more force, they win. And yeah, you can say that because it was their contract that made them win, but it doesn't really allude to the actual point, in my opinion. You're just basically saying that people with force can do things.
Really like what you brought up there, right? And I'm really familiar with that experiment, right? These people willingly did it like lemmings, right? They just followed the guidelines. They followed the social contract. At no point, in any point in that experiment, did anybody put a gun to their head and say, here's the force. If you don't shock them, I will shoot you. What actually happened was there was no gun. They just said, I'm the authority. This is the social contract. I don't need to use any force. Shock them. And they still did. And this totally proves my point. I'm not saying social contract is the best solution, but I am saying it trumps physical force every single time. Physical force is always used in a base of some sort of made up subjective justification. And most of us don't even need that justification in the first place. We'll just follow, even if our following is idiotic.
I don't get where your point is at this point.
I broke your brain. I broke your brain.
You didn't break my brain, because to me, all you're saying is that we have social contracts, and within those social contracts, you can utilize force, but it's that social contract that controls the force. But
no, yeah, let's break it back down to the simplest, right? Here's the crux of the debate. There is force, and that exists. I agree with that. You agree with that. I think that the social construct or social contract actually determines that force. I think all force is based on the social contract first.
Can you lay that out for
force
me a little
is
bit better?
not.
What do you mean it's based? Do you think that individuals with the better social contract have a superior force? Can you lay that out? Or can you say that individuals with the worst social contract can actually have superior force?
No, I mean, the idea is originally, like I said in my opening statement, if all men can cage all women, why don't we?
But we do. I've already stated we do, and just not in America.
Yeah, but and everywhere we do that, we see it fail and eventually fail. That's actually
well, everything. That's just to say everything eventually fails. The law of entropy says that things are eventually going to digress, to expand outward, and the energy is going to be lost. In the same way that everything's going to be lost, everything's eventually going to end.
Wherever we see that, right? Child trafficking, the social contract says we have to stop that. All these countries go, okay, we're going to try to do this with finances. We're going to send churches there, or the government comes in and says, you know what, we got to stop this state from doing that. They fail because the social contract is the dominant force that is supplied to the force doctrine. The force doctrine is not the primary prescription. The force doctrine is to say when the social contract whether we agree with it or not, that is the primary of that country, that world, whatever, has a justified mean for actually enforcing that, right? So once again, like the beginning of this topic, the social contract trumps forced doctrine because we are not men. And by the way, I mean, if I was a secularist guy, you know, on OnlyFans, it'd be great to cage up all the women. Like, why don't we make this decision just to cage up all the women, hive mind, you know, give the most beautiful women to the strongest men, the sub ones to the sub men, and the ugliest ones to the ugliest men. But we all have partners, right? Like, why wouldn't we just do that? Because we don't, right? Because we have something called a conscience. There's something bigger than forced doctrine, and it doesn't actually dictate that. Even though we could take all rights from women, we still don't.
So you said social contract trumps forced doctrine.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure you're going to stand on that, right? Social contract trumps forced doctrine.
Yes.
How would social contract trump forced doctrine? Let's say you and 5 of your boys are sitting at a bar and you got a good social contract between you. Let's say your social contract's better than the other group. Let's say the other group is just a group of individuals who don't really even know each other very well, but there's 20 of them, so they have more force than you. How is your simple social contract going to beat the force of 20 people?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of stupid. I could say, one, if that were to happen at a bar with 5 of my kids and the 20 beat us up, the social contract of the people in that bar would probably come to our defense, because the social contract is going to overwhelm the idiocy of those 20 guys that want to beat up 5 kids.
There's only 25
right?
of you
Like,
in the bar.
What's that?
There's only 25 of you in the bar. You 5 and those 20. There's no one to help you.
Well,
Your
then it'll
social
show up in the
contract
news,
doesn't mean anything.
and those guys are going to be shamed. They're going to be very shamed. They're going to walk out of there. We're going to go to the hospital. They're going to be shamed. We'll have put up a good fight. Probably put down like 4 of them. They're going to be on the news. They're going to be shamed. They're going to be publicly humiliated. They're not going to be able to walk into any other place again without being shamed, right? And that's part of the social
That's
contract.
all irrelevant. Doesn't contend with my argument. My point is...
No, actually it does, because in the end, we win, they lose.
No, not if they do it good enough, and you don't wake up the next day.
Okay, yeah, if they kill us, right? Now you're taking it to extremes, though. But this is what I was trying to say before. Like, I can take all my clothes off right now and walk outside. I don't think the cops.
We don't need another nip slip. Calm down.
Right.
I don't know if you're here for that one.
No, I have one neighbor that goes to my church, so that neighbor is probably gonna look at me and be like, "Why is my
congregation on you,
church guy here like walking out there naked?" My other neighbor on the other side, they're secularists, and they're gonna be like, "Is this guy trying to like show his penis to my daughter?" Right? They're all gonna have these different thoughts. Now, I have no actual desire to do that.
But you know what else would happen?
I'm not going to do it because I don't want to be shamed by my church, and I don't want to be shamed. I don't want to be shamed by my Christian neighbor, and I don't want to be shamed by my secular neighbor either.
You could also
I just don't go out there and do that.
Indecent exposure, which would be force. If anyone,
but that's what I'm saying. Is if I were to go out there and do that, if I had that desire to do that, I stop doing that because I don't want to be shamed by my Christian neighbor, and I don't want to be shamed by my secularist neighbor. Right? It's not force. It has nothing to do with force, because force would be them calling the cops on me and them coming and tackling me and handcuffing me. I don't do it not because the police are going to come and tackle me. I don't do it because I don't want to be shamed by my neighbors, my church, and whether they're secular or religious or secularist, right? I have a personal morality that stops me from doing that. And the majority of us have that morality. Not all of us. The majority.
You can't know that the majority of people have morality. At this point, you're just claiming to be a mind reader because
no. Actually, I can claim that because I've got tons of studies. I'm looking at 12 studies right now that actually say people behave this way.
Yeah, I'd have to look over them. I wish you would have linked all those before the debate. That way I could have looked over them and at least debunked a couple of them. Okay, you have studies, but those studies don't read people's minds. People lie, people write things, and people fill things out
True.
to meet consensus and to not sound crazy. But at the end of the day, what's going on in people's minds and what comes out of people's mouths are two totally separate things. I mean, you're religious. We can look at what Jesus said to the Pharisees, that outwardly they look good, but inwardly they're rotten, they're filthy, they're pigs, they're scoundrels. So yeah, people say one thing but do another. And yeah, you say that forced doctrine isn't the end all be all, that social constructs are actually what drives the forced doctrine. And I've already succeeded the fact that social contracts can be a control arm to the driving force, which is forced doctrine. However, even without social contracts, forced doctrine wins the day. Even if individuals without concise social contract can still band together and then win a war. If we look at the Crusades, for example, how it was multiple sects of Christianity, how the Orthodox and how Catholics, and there was a couple more that all band together. Yeah, they didn't really have per se a social contract with each other, but they did agree to fight with each other and run the Crusades, and did a very good job. They took great odds in war. And even furthermore, the social contract within the Spartan community, again, how those individuals were vastly outnumbered. The slaves vastly outnumbered the actual Spartans, yet the Spartans themselves, who have a smaller social contract and a smaller group of people, actually overruled the larger group of people. So at the end of the day, it is the force, it is the amount of force that you can enact that is going to win, regardless of the social contract. You can go with your social contract and your superior technology into remote tribes in Amazon and Africa and still lose because of force, because they have more people, because they overwhelm you. So yeah, I have to agree with the fact that social contracts do use the mechanism of force doctrine, but it doesn't say that the social
Yes.
contract overrules the force doctrine. However, because force doctrine is what inevitably enforces the rules that the social contract comes out with. If you were to have only social contract or only force doctrine, and those two were to collide with each other, force doctrine wins. And so your statement of saying force doctrine, your exact statement of social contract trumps force doctrine, is just factually wrong, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah, and you brought up the Bible there before, and I mean, I think both of you and I can concede that the Bible actually condones killing, correct?
It condones killing, yeah, not murder, but killing.
Well, killing and murder is kind of the same thing, right?
No, it's not.
Okay,
They're
so
defined.
would you make the distinction between those two as being justified?
So killing can be justified, murder cannot be justified.
Okay,
I will define them to
yes.
make this easy. Murder is
That's
an
good.
unjustified killing of an individual, while
Okay.
killing is just killing.
Okay, I'll agree with that. And would a justified murder, or sorry, killing,
Justified killing.
based on when the Bible says this is justified, that would be force, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can look at
And what is the social contract of that? It would be the Bible. So the Bible says when it's justified. You just laid it out. You laid it out as
it wasn't the
one's
Bible,
justified, one's not.
because there was no Bible during the times of let me think. What's one of the places that got overran by Christians? There's a bunch of them. The Malachites. We can look at the Malachites, and that wasn't a social contract. It was an order given by God. So that's completely different.
Okay, so
God
wait.
told
Are
them
you
to
saying
eradicate the Malachites.
that your and I's believing of God is not a contract with him, and that our justifications on when we actually decide to use force and not use force has nothing to do with him?
I mean, again, you need to define social contract where I can answer that question, because I don't think
my social contract. I said this way beginning, like an hour ago. My social contract, when you originally asked me this, is between me and God, right, and my Christianity. Now, I also admitted that there's other people with other social contracts, like the secularists, and they come to agreements. I came up with all these different ways that people come up with their own, right? Mine is Christ, right? Yours is Christ.
So we'd agree in a
that
contract.
That is the primary. And even if I'm Christ based, but I'm super strong and I can kill everybody around me, I don't use my force unless it's justified based on my social contract with God.
So we could agree that a social contract is an agreement between multiple individuals to follow a set of rules, right?
Maybe, right? I mean, for you and me, you and I don't have to agree on our social contract, right? Because you also admit to being a Christian.
I'm just trying
you
to
and me have a relationship. We decide to follow Christ, right? So our relationship with him is with him, not with you and me. It's between him and I, you and him. Only.
I'm just trying to get a firm definition, like not this ambiguous definition of social contract.
But that's not that ambiguous.
It's fairly ambiguous. So a social contract is where a group of individuals agree
for the
to behave in a certain set of ways. So we don't, in fact, have a social contract with God. We have.
I have a social contract with God. I do. I'm sorry. I do have one.
But God owes you nothing, and God has to give you nothing, though. So you have no contract with him. You have no agreement with him. We're slaves to Christ. We're to follow Christ. We can't expect anything of God. He's perfect.
Yeah, but you do understand when you talk about slave of Christ, right? There's two words that both were translated to slave. One of them was an actual slave, like a slave as in you were indentured. The other one is a slave as in, and they both got translated to slave in the English version, as indebted for saving my life, right? Like if you saved my life, I'm indebted to you. So when you say slave, there are two different versions of that. And one is indenturement, basically going, thank you. I'm here for you. I'm here to do your just. I am here to listen to you.
Let me just ask you a basic question. Does God owe you anything?
No, I owe him everything.
Does God have to behave in any type of way to you other than what he prescribes?
Okay, what's the point of that? I mean, like,
because you agreed that a social contract is between two individuals to follow a set of rules. So just by definition, we can't be in a social contract with God. We're just.
But no.
Followers.
How we not? The whole goal of being a Christian is being in a contract with God. And we fail at it constantly. How are you saying that's impossible? And I agree, it is impossible.
I mean, we fail, but God never fails.
It's our strive,
the point
right?
is God owes us nothing. So the only point in that is because you brought up and you stated that we're whenever God commanded us to kill the Amalekites and things like that, the Jews at the time. Whenever they did that because of a social contract, and it's just to say that's not very analogous.
No, actually, I think it's very relevant, and I think you're like trying to sidestep this, right? So, force, which has been used in the Bible, especially in the Torah, like getting out of Egypt and taking over the land of Israel, right? There's a lot of force in there.
Yeah,
and the force.
He put 10 plagues on them. He drowned them in the lake.
This would be force, correct?
But that's absent.
Now, was it justified because they were men and they just could, or was it justified because they had a social contract with God? Now, whether they're living up to their contract, like God owes us nothing, but were they not living up to their contract with who they worshipped?
So that's why I'm saying you're having a loosey-goosey definition of social contract.
Okay, yeah, correct me. Where am I missing this? Because I think I'm nailing it.
Because we don't have a social contract with God. You and I could have a social contract in society. We can have a social contract as followers of God, but a social contract is a two-way street. It's where two individuals agree to act a certain way for the betterment of humanity or betterment
No,
of a
I don't think so
relationship.
at all. Like, once again, going back to like walking out my front door naked, I don't have a contract with my next door neighbor that
You
I
have an
said,
agreement though that he's not going to
no,
walk
no,
out naked, and
I've
you're not
never
gonna
made
walk
an
out
agreement
naked.
with them that I won't do that.
It's an unspoken
They just
agreement.
trust that I won't do that.
It doesn't
There's
have
no
to be
like I
written.
didn't go to my left and my right neighbors and go, by the way, just so you know, I'm never going to walk out naked. There is no agreement there. The social contract is how you behave based on what you feel is right.
Let's ask this. So you and your neighbors all agree not to walk out naked, correct?
No, we've never done that. I've never had this discussion with them.
Well, there's not an agreement.
It just, we don't.
But none of you walk out naked, right?
Not yet.
Because of the social contract.
I might after this.
It's
debate,
analogous.
We'll
I'm
see.
going to try to define it for you. It's analogous because of this. We don't have the same agreement with God because it's not a circular agreement. It's not an agreement to Him.
But that's where you keep on going. I don't have a circular agreement with my neighbors either.
God, it's not to God and back to us. It's not a circular agreement. It's just
neither is with my neighbors.
We have an agreement to God to follow His rules. God,
which
God,
is what would you call that?
Like we don't judge God, and God judges us. God just
I'm not
judges
judging
us.
God, but what would be that agreement that we're going to follow His rules? What would that be? What would you call that?
It's faith. It's faith through Christ. It's being obedient. It's being a servant to Christ.
Okay,
but He's
it
not.
Sounds a little bit like something we're talking about.
It doesn't. I don't think that's analogous, and I don't.
Okay, yeah, no, I see where you're going. You're saying that the social contract has to be two ways.
Yeah, it's
like the social contract cannot exist unless the other person abides. But what I'm trying to say with my analogy is I don't like my neighbor might walk out of their house naked. I don't know. There is not a mutual contract there. It's just my social contract, right? And part of that is actually upheld by God. And I'm not expecting anything from God. I just know what is right. Now, if I have to use force, I will make sure, based on His words, that it is justified force. But it's not the primary driver. Once again, the primary driver is not force. The first driver, whether you're secularist or Christian, is goodness, right? Trying to do what you think is best for everybody. Even if what you think is best for everybody is wrong, if everybody else thinks that's right, then we're all working together. And when they don't agree with that, then we pull the politics, we pull the police, we pull the military, we do the things that we do. Force doctrine is always secondary to our true human nature.
I mean, yeah. So we have a social contract where we have an agreement to follow an agreed upon set of rules. That's a social contract, right? So we got that in stone.
Sure. And by the way, it's not worldwide. For you and I, we have a social contract with God. No, He does not. He does not owe us anything. The secularists in the United States, by the way, so we're in the United States, like we can break this into like a billion different versions. The majority are going to win, right? Like I hate that we kill babies. But right now in the United States, the social contract is actually saying that that's actually okay. I'm not for that, and I don't want to make this to an abortion conversation. But my point being is the social contract isn't always right, but it is the primary factor that determines when force is going to be used.
Yeah, so to say that like I said, social contracts can use the mechanism of force to meet the ends of their goals. I agree with that. But I think you use a loose definition of social contract that kind of fits whatever you need at the time. And this is just from me to you. I would just say that you need to get a more firm definition of what a social contract is, and kind of stick to it, because like I said, it's two individuals that hold an agreement with each other, whether written, unspoken, or contextual, of a set of rules or laws that they're going to follow. But if you break that, yes, they use the mechanism of force to enforce that rule. But even absent that social contract, individuals can still utilize force against you. You don't need a social contract to use force. And at the end of the day, whoever has more force is going to rule with or without a social contract.
Okay, so that very interesting. The whole idea that whoever rules, right? And let's go back to my neighbors. I just like to keep it local because it's simple for me, and I'm a simple mind guy. If I'm strong enough to beat up my neighbor, then I win.
Wait,
right?
Are you strong enough to beat up your neighbor?
Absolutely.
You think you can't? You think you got it?
I think I got it. But
okay,
let's pretend I'm not. Right? I go over there. I try to beat him up.
You are strong enough to beat up your neighbor. Let's say you desired to beat up your neighbor.
I desire to beat up my neighbor. Right? This is force. And what am I achieving of that? Well, now, okay, this is where we go to the force doctrine, where it says, well, actually, I can't beat up my neighbor because the police are going to come and they're stronger than me, and they're going to cuff me and put me away, right? Would you agree with that?
I mean, it depends on how good you beat them up and how good you hide the body, but
no, it doesn't matter how. It doesn't matter how strong I am. If I go over there, I can't. Even if I'm stronger, even if I am the more dominant male, I still will fail in that scenario. Because the force doctrine says that we have a stronger force than me, right?
Yeah, as long as the cops get called, I'll just grant it. Let's say the cops get called.
Yeah, okay. If the cops get, the cops are probably going to be called, right? I'm sure the wife's going to be mad, the kids are going to be screaming. So that would be me doing force doctrine, and then force doctrine being done on me, correct?
Sure. Yeah, in that case.
Yeah, right. Now, once again, I keep on asking this question that you keep on evading. Like you're like, yes, I can do that. Yes, I have a gun here. Yes, you have a gun. Yes, I can use force and I can win. Sometimes I'll win, sometimes I'll lose, depending on who's the bigger force. But I keep on saying most people don't do that because they just don't do that. It's not in the nature. Sure, maybe you're in a neighborhood where you have to be a little bit more on arm. Okay, that's your neighborhood. I grant that. I grant that.
It's a pin. Most, you know how I know it's a
people
pin
don't do
the
that.
way it is.
Sorry, what was that?
Most people don't. That's like saying, you know what this is? It's a pin, and you know how I know it's a pin because of the way it is. Yeah, most people in America don't do that nowadays. But that's not to say they didn't in the past, and that's not to allude to any fact that force doctrine doesn't rule the day. You're still not contending with the point that you said social contracts trump force doctrine, but my argument is that they do not trump force doctrine, and we can tell this because whether or not you have a social contract or not, if two opposing forces go against each other, one with a social contract and another without a social contract, the force is still going to be the determining factor on who's going to be subject to the rule.
No, so we've seen in history where the ones that do have the force may win for a while, but there's a much upright, and you did this in your opening statement, is talking about riots, right? People start rioting, there's civil distress, all these things start happening when force is stronger than the social contract. And we've seen this in history. There have been many a times when the force is stronger than the social contract. And every time we see that, we see riots, we see upheavals, we see all these crazy things. The reality is that most of us are good people. Like this whole idea that might equals right is power equals right. If I have the power, then I'm right. My argument is that as a society, we're getting much better at it. We've done bad in the past. We're doing bad today, but we do pretty good at this without any force. And we're pretty good at like negotiating these things. The world is getting better. We still have a lot of fucked up things, but overall, when things are really fucked up, we bring in the force. It's required. I absolutely agree that there is force needed, but it comes down to the justification. And this, when I brought to the Bible and said, is there justified murder and unjustified murder? You agreed with me on that. When is murder justified? Well, there has to be a rule, abstract rule behind that.
I said there's never unjustified murder. There's never justified murder. There's justified killing. Murder in itself is defined as unjustified killing.
And if that justified killing is justified, it has to come from something besides force doctrine. It has to come from some sort of contract between, I don't even care if it's God, secularists or whatever, to have a justification, you have to have something outside of force. Because justification does not exist. Like force is force. I beat up, I kill, I do whatever I want. That's just force, right? It's the animalistic world. It's nature. It's man eat man, right? Without anything above force, we're uncivilized animals.
Sure,
because
but force,
there is
force
no
doesn't-
justification.
Force doesn't.
There's
need
no justification.
Force doesn't need justification. You can even go to the wild for this. We can do lions.
Okay, so the wild. That's what I just did. That's exactly what I just said. I said in the wild, but we're not freaking lions.
Yeah,
we're humans.
But let me get to my point, though. So just let me finish. So yeah, you can have lions and gazelles. Yes, the lion eats the gazelle, and the lions have a social contract, and the gazelles have a social contract. But all you're saying is individual social contract can utilize in the same way that they can utilize their force within their social contract. Yes, individuals with social contracts have force, but a social contract is not a prerequisite for force, but it is a prerequisite for a social contract to be able to be a social contract that force is required. So at the end of the day, the force is the driving mechanism behind allowing the social contract. The social contract isn't the mechanism behind allowing the force. The force is just force. The social contract, or which was the original statement, construct, is just that, a construct. It doesn't exist in tangible reality, where force does actually exist in tangible reality.
Let me see if I can break this down really simple, right? So I've always agreed that force is necessary. The stronger person will always win.
Not always.
Animal
Sometimes it's a
Kingdom,
more skilled person, but yeah.
the skilled, stronger. Like we let's just put skill and strength together, right? The more dominant maybe will always win, and that is the animal world. Now, to break my argument into a really, really super simple idea is that I don't think us as humans are that basic. Yes, I do think some men just beat up men and some women actually beat up women. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. But overall, I think we actually have something higher than I'm stronger, therefore I win. In our brains, we have a higher capacity for how we do things. And this is why, like, because what you're talking about now is just like, no, I win because anybody that's stronger can win, whether it's justified or not. And what I'm saying, in modern society, whether you and I think it's justified, somebody thought it was justified based on their ideas, had some sort of idea that they thought what they were doing had a moral to it. They didn't just beat them up because they were bigger.
Yeah, but what happens when the social contracts dissolve? When they break?
No. Give me an example. Let's not even talk about when it dissolves. Give me an example of history of men when there wasn't some sort of contract behind it that actually enabled them to do, whether right or wrong, that physical action. There always has been a social contract behind every single war. There was always something bigger than I'm bigger than you that led that war.
I mean, not like really between the Native Americans. The Native Americans themselves and their culture, just a lot of people don't even know this, but they just liked war. They just liked fighting. They thought it made them men. It made them powerful. One of the big problems behind
that sounds like a social contract between them.
Yeah, but again, it's not to say that the social contract trumps force doctrine, because it doesn't. It never will. I've conceded and agreed with you multiple times that social contracts and social constructs utilize force doctrine as a mechanism, but
as the emergency brake.
Sure, but you need to contend with, can force doctrine be a mechanism without or absent a social contract, and can social contracts be held and enforced without force?
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I said that in my opening statement. It is an absolute necessity.
Awesome. I win the debate.
No, because it's a necessity as a backup. 80% of the people actually will proceed very well in their lives without any force. 20% will not. They will defect on the rules laid by the social contract. Therefore, we need force doctrine. I said this right up in the very first beginning of the debate. I don't deny it. I don't think it's not necessary. I think it's 100% necessary. I think we use it quite well, quite often. I think the Christians have used it when justified. However, I don't think it's the dominating force. And I think it's the reason why all men in this world do not put women in cages, because we have something bigger in our heads that even though we can put women in cages, we don't. And once again, I'm going to ask it. I've asked this like 5 times. Why don't we do that?
Well,
if we can, why don't we?
We do, just not in America. We do in other countries. There are plenty of other countries who do, who give women no rights. And even then we can look at...
And you see those are collapsing. They're all collapsing.
Are they?
Yeah.
They've been around longer than us.
Yeah, change takes time, but the contract's changing.
Have been around longer than us, man. We've been around like 200 years. They've been around for like 2,000 years at least. So yeah,
we can see the same thing
they've been
in
around a lot longer
right?
than us. That's like they're gonna collapse soon, very soon. We're just waiting, just 2 more years.
You see it like that is lame. That is so lame.
Hey,
Sarah.
If you want, we can start wrapping up and move to closing statements. We're kind of at the tail end already, and I thought that was a good pause. In the meantime, I will be dropping the link. If you want to start joining the open panel, I'm going to drop the link into the chat so that anybody who wants to join in can start heading backstage. Otherwise, Azrael, I'll leave the floor to you.
So what we've learned today, ladies and gentlemen, social contracts exist in society. Within those social contracts, you can utilize force. Without force, social contracts cannot exist. But without social contracts, force can exist. We still have never been given the signifier of how and why social contracts trumps force, when force can exist without social contracts, but social contracts cannot exist without force. It is going to continue to rue the day that force is the end means to any goal. You can't do anything without it. It's a tool in itself, but it's a tool primarily wielded by men. And just because we do not cage women in America doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Just because we don't mean we can't. We can look at Germany, where their social contract was all over the place, and they completely decimated entire populations of individuals for the simple reason because they could. There was no real justification behind it. There was no reason with the social contract, simply because they could. Sometimes people just wield force because they can. I'll succeed the rest of my time.
Perfect. Thank you, Azrael. And Vibe, the final word from you, please.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. He says, without the social contract, force can still exist. Yeah, concede. Easy. But the whole point of my conversation has been, even though that can be the case, why is it not the case? We see it over and over. You look at Germany, and once again, obliterated, because the world social contract said these guys were freaking causing horrible things to happen. And yes, force came in, justified force, but the force was justified, or at least I think it was justified, because they were doing atrocious things to people. It's not because we could. We didn't go, oh, look at that. They're killing people. Let's join in the fun and kill some of them. No, we actually had a conscience, and we had something bigger than just going, I am bigger than you, therefore I can kill you. Yes, I agree. You can do that. Germany did that. And then the rest of the world said, you know what? We don't like it. We're going to use our force as a secondary, right? We have an opinion, and we came in with our force. So this whole argument that like we behave as these barbarians, that we're just animals, we're just cheetahs and lions all killing each other in today's society is just ridiculous. Force doctrine is not the primary prescription of everything. It is the backup clause that we use to enforce things. It is not our nature. Our nature is much better than that. We're much smarter than that. And yeah, that's what I got.
Fair enough to both of you. I was kind of pondering throughout what all of you were, or both of you were saying throughout the debate. And it sounds more cyclical to me. Ezrael, I know you said that social construct or contract, whichever one, is dependent upon force, but force is not dependent upon the social construct. But I actually would disagree with that, because I can have force all I want. I can be a bull running through a china shop all I want. But at the end of the day, if I take over, let's say I take over another town or something with my army, I still have to establish order and enforce the what is going to happen with those people there, right? And that establishes my hierarchy once by like I have to have that hierarchy established anyways in order to drive that force in. I think they're kind of actually, I think they're both necessary mechanisms for a society to thrive, right? One cannot exist without the other, I think, because you could force anything you want, but it's creating that fear of force that's like builds that social construct. But if I don't establish it and I don't drill it in that, hey, this is how it's going to be and this is what's going to happen, there's nothing to be compliant to. You have to have some type of.
In some ways, you're kind of taking it backwards from the way I think of it, right? So I'm thinking that there's this tribe of people, let's say these nomads traveling in the early days, right? And they get along. And then the sixth tribe member all of a sudden does something wrong. He decides, well, I'm bigger, I'm stronger, I want the food. He hits one of them on the head, and the other five beat the crap out of him, right? That's where like they had this nonverbal social power. Now, what the way you were just saying is like, hey, I have an idea. I'm going to amass a party of army. I'm going to go in and tell these people the way I want to be, and I need to establish this authority. But I'm kind of thinking like the way humanity actually evolved originally was a group of similar-minded people. One went off the rails. They had to use some force. And it was that social contract that they had originally that said, when this one guy went off the rails, that we have to use our force. So that's why I always say it's the contract you have within your society that chooses how you use that force. Never actually said that force doesn't exist, right?
Well, I addressed that with my Spartan argument anyhow, but we can look at Egypt, Persia, Rome, or Sparta, all civilizations that had a large group of individuals that were enslaved or impressed upon by force by a smaller group of people. The social contract, again, is smaller within that small group of people. It's not a vast social contract that's far-reaching like our social contract. It's an elite ruling class that imposes their will. It doesn't come down to social contract. It comes down to force. You can have no social contract and impose your force on somebody. And I say that multiple times, and he just doesn't address it, and it doesn't get contended with. So I'm like, what am I supposed to say from here?
All right, but the law of being a slave is still recognized within that social concept. Like the power is not recognized if there isn't. Well, hold on. Yeah, but a power is not recognized without the person without power to be established as well. So you can't be powerful if you don't have somebody underneath you that's less than, right? And they're the rule of there's always a guy that's bigger, but it's that hierarchy that's being established within society to understand and recognize there's always going to be a guy with a bigger gun or with bigger muscles or whatever the case may be. But that in and of itself is still an established social construct, knowing that there's always going to be a bigger guy. Right.
That's
That's
why I
still
said it
recognized.
was a loose definition. That's why I said a social contract or construct needs to be defined,
Mhm.
and we defined it as an agreement between two individuals. And it's not always an agreement between two individuals to follow a certain set of rules. Sometimes it's an imposed upon set of rules and standards by an authoritarian figure in a regime that they don't want to be a part of. So it's forced that rules the day. It's not social contracts or
Well, it's
social constructs.
implicitly or explicitly. So it could happen whether I want it to or not, right? But I'm still compliant because of the force, right? But I just threw that in there. I think they're mutually moving together. That's what I think. Just based on the way you guys were describing everything, it feels like you or the way it plays out is as if you can't have one without the other and they are reliant upon another, because what's the point of having force if there is no social construct that comes with it? But I'll move on to I'll save it for the open panel because I know there's a whole line backstage. They filled up fast. But Tootie Butt comes in with the Big Ten, says, let's dono, y'all. Yeah, be like Tootie. We love Tootie. She's usually the first in the door and the first to send love. We love her for that. Brick sends in a Big Ten, says social contract creates legitimacy. What is excessive force? Your king was sacrificed for the legitimacy of the law. Life for life, eye for an eye, tooth for tooth. Authority belongs to the creator, not men. And I'll leave it to both of you if you'd like to respond.
Would you like to go first? Or would you like for me to go first?
You go first because I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
Sure.
I mean, yeah, authority is endowed. So for my worldview, of course, authority is endowed to leaders by gods, by our God, not by gods, but by God. There's an individual. There is no excessive force because whoever wins the war writes the narrative and owns the law. Social contract does not always create a legitimacy. Like I stated, you can be a serf or a ruled upon class of a nobility, and it doesn't make it legitimate. You can be a slave; it doesn't make it legitimate. So there's a lot to agree with and not to agree with in your statement there, Brick.
Okay. And I'll give Vibe a second and I'll move on to the next one since there's no response required from you guys. James sends in the Big Ten. I shouldn't, but fine. He doesn't like hitting our dono goals. He likes to send money, but just enough under to not make the goal. We love you so much. Sarcastic Saint sends in the Big Two, says Sarah can't speak unless a man gives her permission. Fuck you, Saint. Saint also says there should be a fine for being that bald, Azrael. You're welcome to say anything you want in return.
No, I shaved my head. You know, it's not like I only have cancer from the ears up. It's not like my hair fell off. I'm not One Punch Man. I didn't work out so hard. My hair fell off. There's a razor in my bathroom I utilize to shave my hair because I'm a man and all men should shave their heads.
Yeah, it's good luck. 2D sends in the Big 5 gifted Raging Tomato memberships. Congratulations to you, lucky lottery winners. 2D's always handing out the freebies to everyone else. And I'm just going to move to the ones that there's no response needed. Fourth Wiseman in with the Big 10 says, gotta go. Have a wonderful evening, folks, and use discernment. See ya. Thank you, Fourth Wiseman. We appreciate you. James comes in with another Big 10, says one for the road before I go to bed, or go watch some social contract in action in the movie. I think you meant Mad Max #2, The Road Warrior. Mad Mapper sends in the Big 10, says for the panel. Shout out to you, Mad Mappers. Thank you for understanding the rules of this game. James Farley says, hi, Sarah. Stay strong. I'm staying strong, my friend. I love you guys so much. All right. And I'll kick it back to you on this one, Vibe, if you wanted to respond to it. Did he freeze?
Either that
Vibe?
or he doesn't have to blink anymore.
At first, I thought he was just reading it. All right. The force got him. The Force
Yep,
got him
that's my
so
Force
much.
doctrine. Got him. I win.
Ruh-roh.
Womp womp.
Ruh-roh. All right. I'll let you, in the meantime, if you want to start responding to these, Azrael. Attila the Hun was Turkish, not Mongolian. Stop parroting false history, Azrael. By the way, Attila the Hun did often reside in Mongolia, and he and band members were most likely livestock thieves, rustlers. You're welcome to respond.
Okay. So that's cool. He's still and what is it, like 90% of Mongolian DNA, despite what his descendants was. He tore across Asia. I never said he was Mongolian. I don't believe. I said he was in Mongolia, and where Mongolia is currently is primarily his DNA. So, sure.
Okay. And then let's see. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that's like set definitely to you. Let's give this one a whirl. The Trib One comes in with a big 10, says Force is running society right now. It's forcing a more, I wonder if he meant ruining. It's forcing a more secular and liberal society is all. Force doesn't equal conservative, it equals power. Every country trends towards progressivism. Cope harder, you are losing.
I don't think that's for me.
Okay,
He says
that's what
Force
I was.
is. Yeah, I think that was for Vibe, because he's saying that Force is actually ruining society and it's not building a good society. Whereas Vibe was saying that it's used as a mechanism for by the social contract. So let me. Force is ruining society. It's Force more.
It's either ruining or running. I don't know how.
Is he back? Yeah, I think
I,
he's back. Country leads towards progressivism. Cope harder. Bob, you there?
Yeah,
I
he's
am.
here.
I'm trying to read that right now. L equals conservative. IT equals power. Yeah, I don't understand that comment.
Okay, cool. I don't
Okay, I had a hard time understanding it too. All right, here's.
I think they're basically saying that Force is winning, not my social contract, right? They're saying that Force actually runs everything. That's what I think they're saying.
That's what I thought too. I was like, I think that's actually for you, not for me.
Okay.
But I don't know how to respond to it either.
Well, then he follows up with another 10 and says, social contract is always existing. Force is always existing. Love the Sparta example with slaves. You do know America also had slaves, right? The social contract updated. It's fluid. Again, we're progressing. I think this is towards you, Azrael.
I mean, America still technically have slaves. There's more slaves today than there has been in any period in the entirety of history. They're just sex slaves instead of working slaves.
Anything from you, Vibe?
Yeah, I mean, I think slaves is, I mean, it's an interesting concept. When we look at slaves from the Old Testament, it was just kind of like how things were. There were people that were voluntarily slaves to families, and the Bible says, like, treat your slaves well, because they were basically employees. They're your maid, they're your housekeeper. We have those today. We have people that actually are employed to companies that they'd like to quit, but they have to make the money, so they're a slave to that company. We've got inmates, as Azrael said. We've got sex trafficking, and we've got minors, like slaves. Like, there's so many slaves, depending on how you want to determine it.
Okay. And then if you wanted to respond to this one from earlier.
Social contract creates legitimacy. Let's see. What is excessive force? Your king was sacrificed for legitimacy of the law. Life for tooth.
I think I don't know if he's referring to the king as Jesus. I don't.
I think so, but I mean, ultimately, I mean, this is kind of what I was actually arguing about, right? So when force is used, there has to be some sort of legitimacy behind it. Otherwise, the state that's enforcing that force is not going to be welcomed if they're not doing it with some sort of legitimacy, right? And that would be the contract. And if the state is enforcing it without legitimacy, then typically you start seeing riots, you start seeing upheaval, you start seeing the society collapse, and there's all these things that happen. So yes, does force happen without a contract? Yes. When it happens without a contract, it fails.
Okay. All right. And I think that was it for you guys. I think we got through them all. All right. Are you ready to meet your panel, gentlemen? It's filled
Let's
up
do
back
it.
there. They came in fast. Here we go. All right. Everyone except for Vibe, Azrael, and myself are going to mute their mics for now. And I'm going to start off with a fun little round robin. All right. I know most of you are familiar with the kind of new change up to the panel portion of debates. But I'm going to add one other caveat. If you have serious inquiries, comments, or questions, that is most welcome. If you would like to come up and insult and banter and talk shit, I ask you to just simply pass on your turn and hold it for full gauntlet mode. Otherwise, I'd like to get through actual conversation and there's a point to this portion of the panel. So Beth, you were first in line backstage. I'd like to hand it off to you. I know you got kind of mixed up in the rumble back there, but it's good. So I'll let you kick us off with your question, and be mindful, everyone, when you ask your question, and maybe have a little follow-up discourse back and forth. But there are other people waiting in line to ask their questions too. So make the first one quick and important, get through it, and then we move on to the next. Go ahead, Beth.
Okay. Two very quick things. I'll be as fast as possible. I got to first start off. Azrael, are you an Orthodox Christian? No, are you a Protestant, or like... I'm just trying to gauge where you're at so I can kind of meet you here in the middle on this.
I would fall under Protestant, but I side closer with Orthodoxy and Catholic views.
Okay, perfect. So you pointed out a lot about to Papua New Guinea, Muslims, all of those social contracts, right? I want to go to an older and far more successful social contract, and that was conversion by the sword under Orthodoxy/Catholicism. And with that, it was the social contract that came first, with the force being what was the ultimate determinant of whether or not you live. The contract was either become Christian or be unalived. We see a lot today, just as you brought up yourself, that there's a lot of right-wing Christians who are pushing to repeal the 19th, get in the kitchen, be a stay-at-home mom, and don't believe that there's any such thing as grape in the marriage. So my question is, are they banking on the social contract, which, as Vi pointed out, would naturally come first, or are they threatening force?
Who is they? You said a lot. You brought up 4 different points. Can you be more concise?
I gave a little mini history lesson. I pointed out that
I didn't need the history lesson. I just needed your question. If you're going to ask me one, what is it?
my question is, again, I'll repeat it. When you bring up a lot of the positions of right-wing Christians nowadays, especially within like the Orthodox and Catholic communities, about like repealing the 19th and stay-at-home moms and not believing in grape in the marriage and that kind of thing, is it coming down to people being expected to conform under the social construct, as Vibe points out, would naturally come first, or are they threatening to use force to push that confirmation?
I mean, in any case, it's force. So we can even look at how Christians are being subjugated to the laws of secularists right now. There is mass genocide amongst babies right now before they're even given the chance to be born. So we're subjugated to the force doctrine of secularists. If Christians did gain a hold in society, secularists would be subjugated to the force doctrine of Christians. It's whoever holds the most power in society.
Orthodoxy is up 78% compared to pre-pandemic attendance numbers. Christianity is the fastest growing and the largest religion worldwide. So how is it that they're not in power and exacting the force that you're talking about?
Because most Christians are benevolent and don't want to impose our religion on each other because of the way that our religion is set up.
Yet they want to take away the 19th Amendment and don't believe in grace
yes,
and
we
marriage.
want to take back. I mean, that really seems to be bothering you. Yes, we want to take away.
No, actually, I don't vote as a woman. I don't vote, so it's okay.
Good.
I'm fine with not having
We need
that.
more of that.
I'm just saying it's kind of hard to talk out of both sides of your mouth, and I think that Vibe is correct when he says the social construct does indeed steer the society rather than the force.
So you can say Vibe is correct. If you didn't listen to the debate, that's fine. I said that the social construct may be the steering mechanism, whereas force doctrine is the driving force. So all you're doing is parroting what I've already stated. Awesome.
No, I think you're just really looking for a weak way to twist that, sir. But that's okay.
It does feel like you constantly keep on switching this, right? I think you're very adamant that force doctrine is real, and you're standing on that. And I think everybody on this panel, maybe I'm wrong, somebody might speak up, that we all actually agree with that statement, that force doctrine is real. The strongest person can do that. However, I do believe that the force that human beings use, not animals, human beings use, has a higher power. And that is the social contract, which could be God. It could be secularists coming together and coming to an agreement on whether they think this is right or not. But I believe that all force is implemented based with some sort of justification that is higher than force. Otherwise, all men would just be beating the shit out of each other.
Sure, until it's not. Like in the case of Egypt, Persia, Rome, and Sparta, all had a larger subjugated class than a ruling class. Throughout all of history, we've had lords, feudal lords, and things like that who are leading society rather than a democratic system. It wasn't until within the past, 200-300 years that we've actually started implementing democratic systems.
Oh,
you have to understand, though, that the social contract is different than a democratic system, right? Like when the social contract is not being met,
is by definition what a social contract would be. It's where all individuals agree on a premise.
No. Actually, that's why there's uprisings. That's why there are riots. That's why when people feel like things are happening wrong, the people, the neighbors, and that's why I keep on going to neighbors. The neighbors start rising up and going, I don't like the force that's being put on me. You actually asked me the question, if it was me and my 5 kids in a bar and there was 20 guys there and they could kick my ass, could they not kick my ass? Yes, they have the force dominance, but it doesn't mean that it was morally correct. And the majority outside of that bar is going to come and uprise against that eventually.
Morality is irrelevant to force doctrine. It doesn't matter.
The few already
That's where you're failing.
Many in this country, but I'm pretty sure Clay's going to end up bringing that up. So I'm going to leave that one for him or Sasquatch.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you. All right. Obstacles, you were next in line. I will kick it over to you if you have a question or comment to either of the gentlemen or both.
Yeah, it's the AZ. Shout out to you, Sarah. But I think it was a great conversation between both men. It stayed civilized. But I guess we're going to have to use some force right here. AZ, you made up some great points. And I want you to highlight what you just kind of said, but kind of dive a little bit deeper of what you mean when you say that majority of human history was not no democracy. It was a bunch of people who probably did have some social construct until somebody came over and mollywopped them and created a new social construct that forced the rest to follow that new imperative. So I think you were just trying to point out how ruling class or just the powerful have always kind of steered the entire whole direction when it came down to social contract. Can you elaborate, or did I get that misinformed?
Yeah, you got it pretty good. I mean, social contracts, as I stated before, is an agreement between individuals where they're following a certain set of rules for the betterment of society. Throughout a majority of society, in almost every civilization throughout history, it's been a ruling class who imposes their imperative on mostly, which is typically majorities. If they don't follow status quo, they typically would have been flogged or killed throughout all of society,
right?
Or worse. Yeah. I mean, we can look at, so at the end of slavery, whenever the Western civilization ended the transatlantic slave trade, there wasn't a lot of slaves to be sold because they couldn't sell them anymore. There was one civilization that massacred these people in such abundant numbers that they would fill pools with their blood, and they would float bloods in it, float boats in it. So it's force rules the end of the day. It doesn't matter about your social contract, it's a convenience for people today to actually think they have a voice when they don't.
There we go.
So
that's what I think the disconnect from a lot of what you're saying is. Most people are conditioned in this current environment to believe like, hey, look, I'm the majority. We rule the country. They really do believe that. And so at the end of the day, they come from that, and they're not looking at the world that you're talking about. They're ignoring the 5,000, 10,000, let's say 100,000. A guy even just said recently, I don't know if it was you, Vibe, but tribes just came together and they were peaceful from the beginning. Like, really? Like, really, my guy? Like, no, ask the women. If that be the case, all the women should have had their rights from day one. We were all just great tribes from the beginning. And it's all been fake. Nah, force was the leading factor. There was no resources. But since you got Uber Eats, you can say that now. So I agree. Shout out to you, AZ.
Fair enough. Thank you, Obstacles. Effigy, I will hand it over to you, sir.
Yeah, the reason you don't get into this morally is that they've been conflating three different things. Well, Azrael's been conflating three different things the whole different time we've been doing this. Andrew Wilson's force doctrine, actual force doctrine, and the principle of might makes right, which are three completely different things. Force doctrine, as elucidated by this idea that projected force is maintaining your rights, that absolutely is based on mutual agreement, which is a much better term than saying social contract, social construct. It's all about mutual agreement, the mutual agreement of parties. You cannot project force in any way without a mutual agreement, whether it's making a gang or making an army or making a police force. They have to mutually agree to be a part of something. They have to mutually agree to the power structure. Mutual agreement is the heart of everything. The reason you guys keep going to these individualistic examples is because you keep wanting to go to might makes right, which we have always said that's all you guys force doctrine people are. Your might makes right, dressed up like a pig. My question is very, very simple, and it goes to the heart of this whole fucking thing. It's a really, really simple, basic question. Does the act of two people making a binding promise create a social reality that force can destroy, but it can never replicate?
Force in itself, or the individuals who create force?
Can force replicate the same thing as two people making a binding promise? Does it make the same social reality? Can it ever make the exact same social reality of people promising to do something versus being forced to do something?
I mean, it's not going to make the same reality, but that doesn't really contend with the argument in itself.
That's why social contract is more superior.
It doesn't contend with the argument. in itself.
It totally does.
It doesn't. And I can highlight how. So you're saying that two individuals can have an agreement and utilize force, but if individuals have more force than those two individuals utilizing agreement, it doesn't actually make it right. And I never said might makes right. I actually specifically said might does not make right. Might just makes.
I mean, you could say that, but then you use examples that are completely might makes right. Every time you use an individualistic example of like, well, there were more of them than you, and their force was more.
I never said that made it. I never.
It's very rare that Effigy and I actually agree, but I'm backing up Effigy on this in the whole fact that there are tons of times where we agree with no law with a neighbor. Yes, I will throw away the branches from my tree in the garbage with no enforcement whatsoever. It's a verbal contract that is not enforced by might. Power, might makes right, force doctrine, or even like Plato's Republic, right? It's just a contract that has no enforcement at all that we both adhere to. And we do this all the time as human beings. We do this all the time.
There's plenty of enforcement. It's just there are like the unwritten rules of it, right? Like the base of it. Even when there was kingship in the land, if the king treated the peasants bad enough, they could just start killing everyone. You know, that's always part of it. You can abandon the contract and go back to the might makes right world. The entirety of human history has been getting away from the might makes right world. You know, people bring up Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan was chosen by a panel to be Genghis Khan, you know? So, and one last thing I would say is that because this relies on projected force, the entire force, whatever you want to call it, it requires projected force. The only thing that wields projected force is authority. Where does authority come from? Because it doesn't come from force.
I got the power.
And with that, I will
right.
pass it to the next.
So glad to be on your side for one time.
I will hand it over to Clay. Clay, go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Vibe. Thank you, Azrael, for doing this debate. It's certainly something that it's a long time coming for sure. Vibe, you did a really awesome job. I got to give you a lot of props. It's one of the reasons why I don't really try to challenge debates, because I'm a little bit impatient on things sometimes, and you did a very good job of taking your time with it and pointing out many things. Azrael, I don't agree with you, but I do like your patience, your ability to debate.
My ability to get cut off and continue to let them cut me off and never actually make a full argument. Yes, I did very well in being patient and letting him ramble.
Quit whining. Shit.
I gave you a compliment. I was hoping you'd just take it as a compliment. That was a gift. That was not me being forced to give you anything. It was a gift willingly, just so you know. So I want to touch on legitimacy. And I'm very thankful that Vibe got what I was saying in my super chat. The legitimacy of the law is based upon that someone is giving a balance. That's justice. There's a scale. Okay, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. So the sacrifice of your very king is based upon an agreement that is made. Now, that's just one thing I want to touch on. There's so many places that I could go with this, but I want to point out that when you say might makes, that is not at all force doctrine according to the way that you are putting it out, or Andrew, or any of the ortho bros.
Yep,
that is legitimacy. You are trying to create legitimacy out of force. Force does not have legitimacy without authority, sir. That is why there is a king and there is a kingdom. You cannot have a kingdom without a king, and you cannot have a king without a kingdom. The subjects matter. The subjects of your nation matter. And guess what? God's not here having this discussion with us. We're having the discussion. The social contract is the best way, in my humble opinion, to come to an agreement. This is my view of it. How do you respond?
There was no question in that statement. You got to actually ask a question.
Do you agree with my statement? And if not, why not?
I don't agree with anything you define my statement. I never said that force creates legitimacy. I said force is just force. Force is just a mechanism. Yes, as I've stated before, you guys are really good at straw man in my argument that the societies with constructs or societal contracts utilize force as a mechanism. However, the force as a mechanism is the driving force. It's not the contract. The force can exist without a contract. A contract cannot exist without force.
Okay, so just to clarify, the force is what's making people sign documents and have agreements, or is it the other way around? Am I bartering with you to create a fair price, your barley for my wheat, or is it because you want my wheat and you're forcing me to take your barley?
So in the case of feudal lords and serfs and kings and rulers, they imposed taxes. They just took it. There's no contract. They took whatever they want. They taxed at such high rates that individuals were dying from hunger. It's force that rules the day. It's force at the end that is going to give authority to anyone. You can look at the massive amount of slaves in Egypt, Persia, what else? Rome and Sparta, all civilizations that had a large subjugated class. It wasn't a social contract. There was nothing they could do. They were subjugated upon by force.
Yeah, and I would agree with that 100%. The founders.
This is supposed to be a one-on-one, bro. Your time's coming up. You just wait. A little patience. You've chimed in 3 times already.
The founders called it a necessary evil. You're just rebranding what Rousseau and Locke and Hobbes already determined. It's the necessary evil that our founders recognized in the great philosophers before you and Andrew Wilson.
Thank you for calling me a great philosopher. I'm not Andrew Wilson. I know you guys got a hard on for him and can't keep him out your mouth.
A great philosopher, sir.
You said great philosophers before me, so
but I'll pass it on. This is good.
Go.
Works better if you're not muted.
Sorry, my son's calling. Let's see. Okay, Sasquatch, you are next. Please go ahead.
All right, so there's been a lot of talk about force and application and doctrines and constructs and contracts and sociology and social experimentation and all of this. What you're really trying to discuss is where the force is, where the power is, the force that is being generated and where it's being applied. And the social contract is the part of all this that restricts the force that is used against the subjugated. As the people, we are in a position to vote for what applications we are willing to accept. We have a judicial system that's supposed to mitigate the application of power overreach from the government. We've got electoral representatives that are in power to basically represent the statement of force that we're going to accept. At what point in time in all of this does it not appear to be might makes right? Because force is really the only applicable part of the equation. The social contract is a mitigating factor. So doesn't it ultimately come down to force?
Yeah, see, I keep on coming down to this, that we can follow the logic train very easily, that the strongest man is always going to win. The strongest group of people are always going to win. They always are going to. Once again, this is where I first, like when I first heard Andrew Wilson's thing, like, hey, men granted women's rights because we did. My question always is, though, even though we could cage all women, my question always comes back to, why don't we? So why don't we do these things? If might equals right, and we've seen this, and Azrael has pointed out many different scenarios where might did equal right, But overall, in the whole world, we do see might actually prevailing. But the majority of the world, there's something else that's stopping the force from actually happening. We are better than that, right? We step up as humans and we go, just because I have the capability of force, which is kind of ironic right now with us in Iran, but even though we have the capability of force, why don't we, right? And that's where I keep on having the question, right? If we have the ability to be the strongest male, the strongest country, why don't we always just take over everything?
Because of that social contract we discussed. It is the mitigating factor of the application of force.
And that's why I say that the social contract actually trumps force doctrine. I agree that it exists. I agree that it's real. I agree that it's necessary. I don't think it's a fantasy. I do understand that the strongest male can beat up the weaker male, right? These are all things that are real. But there's something bigger.
Yeah, so all you guys have kind of agreed upon, as long as the people in charge or people with force are not imposing their will in a certain time, people can do what they want because you agree upon it. However, it's still the fact that the force is allowing it. It still comes down to force at the end, and that's the point you guys are missing. You guys are conflating the idea of people allowing force or allowing people to do what they want without forcing them to do what they want, with the fact that they're being allowed to do it. It's just it's redundant.
Okay. All right. And I do apologize. My son, he went up to Pop Pops for spring break, and I just dropped him off a few hours ago, and he already was having a moment. So thank you for your patience with that. Chuck, I will hand it over to you, sir. Your question or comment?
Okay, I hope y'all can hear me. Gentlemen, there's 10 of us up here. We're in a commune. Brick is in charge of the wheat production. Sasquatch got goats. I got chickens, and Sarah's in charge of the bathhouse. And Brick has a lousy harvest. And Brick says, well, I'm tired of eating goat. I'm going to go get a chicken. Brick runs over and steals a chicken from Chuck. Well, then Beth sees Brick steal the chicken and says, he's getting a chicken for free, so I'm going to go get a chicken. So does not the social construct bring about the force doctrine? Because all of a sudden we say, hey, we need somebody in charge, and pardon the terminology, to police what's going on. We're no longer allow these people to steal chickens, and this is for either Vibe or Azure.
Yeah, so
I think this is pretty easy, right?
But
Sorry, Azrael, go ahead.
Clay, Balderson, and Obstacles and I all agreed that you guys are just going to make the chicken or raise the chickens for us. You're going to grow the produce for us. You're going to do all this. If you don't, we're going to beat your ass. Then simple as that.
You're twisting. You're twisting my question. You're twisting my question.
Yeah, personally, I think that in this particular scenario, if we're talking like 5 people, then normally it's going to be shame, right? Like if you're like hanging out, I'm raising chickens, you're raising chickens, you steal some of my chickens, the other 4 people are going to be like, shame on you, right? It's going to be shame. Now, maybe the one guy's really big, and then he's going to use his force doctrine to come over there and beat you and go, I don't care, I can steal your chickens. Right. And the rest of the society is going to go, well, no, that's not quite right.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the construct of the society says, hey, we don't like you stealing so-and-so's chickens. Therefore, we're going to appoint someone to enforce doctrine.
No, but I think I actually did hit what you were saying, right? So I'm trying to keep it really.
No,
what you're saying
They
is
started
that
again.
Now we've grown beyond 5 people. We've got 100 people, right?
Is he freezing?
Is
or is
it me or is it Vibe?
I think
Yeah,
it's
he's
Vibe.
freezing.
It's
He's
fine.
freezing.
That
I'm
hand,
freezing.
the hand of
Come on, it's
God. I
always
see
you,
it
Chuck.
now. Shit, I'm running.
Just fold. You know you've lost
There
now.
he is. There he is. There he is.
I'm back on. I'm back on. Okay. Sorry.
You need to steal some
my
Wi-Fi.
point being, the reason I put it down to 5 people, right, is what you're saying, Chuck, is okay. Now, if we get beyond 5 people, we go to 100 people and then 1,000 people. Now we have to go, okay, we've got a bigger construct. And now we have to appoint somebody on top of that. But in reality, when we have 1,000 people, 1,000,000 people, a freaking country, it all comes down to the same thing. Like we have a society of 5 people that were like all living together. One person stole the chicken, and now we just got so big. It's the same point. So I don't think I didn't answer your question. I think I answered it very well in the sense that you have to multiply it, and eventually somebody has to have a role, right? But it originally stemmed from tribes, and tribes said, hey, I'm growing chickens, you're growing chickens, I might share some eggs with you, but only if I want to, but you can't steal them. And then Azrael says, well, if I'm bigger,
if you take it on 10, if you take it on just 10 people, just like the panel, 10 people, eventually somebody is going to be appointed to enforce what the social construct wants. Is that not forced doctrine?
No, I do not think if it was a group of 10 people. I think 10 people can pretty much get along without a leader.
I agree with you, Chuck.
There'll always be somebody that probably steps up and people listen to just because of the natural behavior of people. But it doesn't mean that they're the leader. It just means that people are just submitting. But there is a point where you grow so big where all of a sudden you have to start delegating tasks. And the delegating of tasks, like a president or the director of a police department locally, just becomes a necessity out of growth.
I get what you're saying.
Not
Chuck.
because people are like,
completely
we
agree.
need a policeman and you're the policeman. It's a necessity out of delegation and growth.
Well, whether it's 10 or 100, the same concept applies.
Well, no, the concept applies to 5 people, right? And then once it grows beyond 5 people, when we start thinking about plumbing and we start thinking about all these other things and like infrastructure and fire safety, now we have to actually start appointing people. But this is not forced doctrine. This is like just going, hey, there's roles, and there's roles in societies when societies grow.
I still don't really understand what Chuck's saying, but in any case, Vibes, from what I can tell in our debate so far, his answer would be that the society would be the society and the societal contract that they hold is the one that's governing that forced doctrine body. So it's the society that controls it, but irrevocably it's the force of those individuals that controls it. And if those individuals decide to utilize their force to overthrow said society, then society will be overthrown. So I completely understand what you're saying, Chuck. Absolutely.
That's 100%.
It does come down to force doctrine. So
yeah, I mean, you're kind of 100% correct there, right? So let's say society grows to that point where people get roles, and the people in the top roles start controlling the military, and the military have dominance over. So let's say let's just make up numbers, 10 really strong guys. They have nuclear weapons, they have everything, and 100 people. And they have all the might. They have all the power, so they can destroy their own society. So they say, I want you to do everything us 10 say, even though the 100 of them, their subjects, disagree. What we've seen in civilization over and over is that, yes, the ones with the 10 nukes and all the power tend to win for a while, but then we start having riots, then we start having upheavals, we start having people defecting from that. We get rebellion, and eventually those 100 people, which are more powerful than the 10 that have all the power, win over and over. We've seen this in history.
They're not
right?
always
This
more
is a
powerful.
history lesson that we've seen.
They're not always more powerful, and you're just saying society. At this point, you're just saying society.
No, they're not always more
Egypt,
powerful.
Persia,
right?
Rome, and Sparta all existed for like 10 times. Well, at least what 4
But
or
they
5
don't
times
anymore, do they?
4 or 5 times longer than America has. I mean,
Okay, maybe we'll crash, but they don't exist anymore. They always end up getting overthrown by the people that have less might.
You're appealing to American history, where individuals in themselves have only existed for like 250 years, when I appealed to a Spartan society that existed for 1,000 years. And then you're saying, well, they fell. So, I mean, I don't know what further to argue with that, just because I don't find it valuable to argue against some simple topics. You're like, well, they fell. Well, we're gonna fall. Well, I think we'll fall far before 1,000 years. So if their society lasts longer than ours, then they're right. They did it correct.
Isn't if I could just throw this in there and then I'll hand it over to Ben, but isn't calling it a force doctrine in and of itself, calling it a force construct, like it's in the word that it's a construct.
Yes.
A doctrine. I looked up the definition of doctrine, and it kind of made me tickle pink a little bit because hold on, it's wait, hold on, let me pull it up one more time. I moved it over.
Hey, Sarah, I know while you're looking that up, I hate to be really rude, but the reason you keep on seeing my kids show up on here is because they really want to go to Yogurtland, right?
Get those
so I gotta take
Yogurtland. Get out of here.
Tell them you got Yogurtland at home.
How dare you, sir?
And by the way, Azrael, I mean, if I can just do a quick goodbye, like seriously, I really do respect you. I think you're a great guy. I've watched your debates. I think you're very good faith. No hate here. Love that you jumped up on this panel. If you guys are in the gauntlet when I come back, I'll jump back in. But yeah, I have to say goodbye. But once again,
real quick before you
hit
go,
that subscribe button.
We
to
love
both
you,
of you guys. Hit
Hold
the
on,
subscribe button to both of you guys. And by the way, I only have 151 subscribers. So anybody on this channel that's not watching right now, freaking go to my channel and freaking subscribe. I need to get into that monetization mode so I can get a Shure microphone and not this crappy little thing I got right here. I love you. And Balderson, I was actually trying to stay on here to hear your response. I apologize that I'm not here to hear that, but I got to go.
Well done tonight, Vibe.
All right, you have a good one. I knew it was going to be a good faith debate when I was debating you, so that's why I agreed to it. You have a good one, man.
Yeah.
Can you drop his link backstage? I can't find it.
There are more important things in the world than force doctrine.
But Clay, you see how the kids were jumping on him? That's force doctrine. The kids jumped on him, made him go to the yoga shop. Shout out to
anyone who's experienced vagina understands there are things more important than force doctrine.
Pussy has all the power.
I'll go ahead and hand it over to Mr. Balderson. You are the last one, and then we will be moving over to the gauntlet here momentarily. But just a heads up that's coming, so keep your notifications on for that one. Go ahead, Ben.
From my point of view, force only comes with a breakdown of society. Whether it's to punish somebody that has veered from the contract we've made, or else it's even going to war with somebody else. You're breaking apart a society. You're not actually building anything. The building only comes with the mutual agreement between each other. Whether it's a great agreement or not, that's the only time that you build a society. So I'd like to know what society was actually ever built off of force.
Sparta
is a mutual agreement.
Nope, they had a 1-to-7 ratio of a subjugated class to a ruling class. You can also look at Persia, which subjugated, Rome, which subjugated people, and Egypt, which had a huge slave population.
Yeah, and slaves usually agree to stay slaves. When they don't, they uprise.
Yeah, it was their agreement. They were like, I want to be a slave. That's a great argument, bro. I don't know why I thought of that. I should have thought.
Well,
of that.
it's still a construct. Like they have this belief of something that this is where they belong, right? Or that there is no other option. Compliance. Why does everybody pay taxes? Here in America,
we don't feel like throwing a tea party yet because everyone has weak spines and they're comfortable sitting on their phone in their air-conditioned houses, driving their cars. That doesn't mean when
I feel targeted.
That doesn't mean when it comes down to the end of society, when rubber meets the road, that force doctrine isn't going to be the main driving mechanism.
According to the law,
It's going to be the main driving mechanism that breaks apart the societal pieces. It doesn't build a society in and of itself.
The society needs to be broken
So you
apart.
can't call it
It's corrupted from
superior.
the
It's a
inside.
destructive force. Period. It's not a constructive force. It's a destructive force, and then a new society needs to be constructed.
So, and
buttons on ice cream.
I do have an interesting situation where I live in Thailand right now. For the last 4 years, the military had seized the government power and ruled the country. It's not a part of the doctrine. They just had the power to do it. And even when they don't have it, it tends to be a soft power in the background, letting all the political parties know that we can take it. So even though the people came together for the most part and voted to change the construct and get another, political party in, the military just seized power and took it and held it for about 5 years. The society went on. People went to school. People went to work. People continued to educate. Tourists continued to come in the country, but they just seized the power. Eventually, they gave it back, but it's always the underlying factor that each political party knows that they can seize it and take it. They are the force that drives the country.
And what do they use to take it? Do they use social contracts to take it?
No, they had guns. They
use
guns.
They use tanks, Humvees, stuff like
When in
that.
history have you ever seen an army of one?
Hold on. This is an interesting example, though. If I remember right, Thailand has had the most overturned. Thailand has had the most overturned government in history, if I remember right.
Was that government or military?
Yeah,
one person
between two
or was
different
it
political groups.
Was it multiple people or was it one person?
That's irrelevant.
What's the difference?
So
What's the difference?
as I
Irrelevant?
said, yeah,
It's just
yeah.
irrelevant because you said so. Okay.
It was
How
multiple
many
guns,
people does it take to build an army?
I mean, irrelevant. I mean, you're
Nope.
just stating the fact that people have to agree to go to war.
Yes, people have
Neither
to
one of you guys
into one
answered my question.
form and fashion. Like I don't like you're a Marine. You know that you can't go in alone, right?
Are we going to open panel now? I thought we were answering Balderson's question.
It just kind of maneuvered on its own. I'll go ahead. The Gauntlet, I officially have started it over on that channel. If you're watching over on the Raging Tomato, don't worry. The mods will drop the link over to the Gauntlet into the chat. Thank you so much, Guns, and whoever else is over there. And then also you can catch the raid over to the Gauntlet as well when we close it out. Otherwise, the Raging Tomato side will be shutting down as of now. So we'll see you on the other side for the full open panel. All right. Okay. And yeah, go ahead.
I do quickly want to say thank you for actually acknowledging exactly what you tried to sidestep when I threw it at you at the beginning there. The idea of breaking down our society to build one that's suitable, to what you guys want based on, the mechanism of force. Next time, don't use so much cognitive dissonance, though. I mean, it just,
Did you guys notice how I build? Did you guys notice how I appealed to the Raging Tomatoes force over you guys to shut Brick up and that argument when he shouldn't have been talking during Baldenson's comment?
Listen, Azra, I know
Lord.
Rather than appealing to social
But I don't even have
contracts.
to be here. I'm having this conversation with you out of sheer will, doofus. I don't have to have this conversation with you. I don't have to tell you how stupid you are, but I'm here. Okay.
Neither one of these guys actually answered my question. Just considering the 10 people that were on panel, what do we do with Brick, who's a chicken stealer? Is that forced doctrine when we take Brick and lock him up?
You're actually arguing the opposite.
I agree with you, Chuck. Yeah, that is forced doctrine.
It would.
I had a question based on something I heard in the debate. So that entire thing about, getting a ticket and that being forced against me because I didn't put money in the meter, right? Well, once upon a time, my meter ran out because they have like a 2-hour limit and I was in a trial in family court. The judge did not allow us to leave the courtroom to go put money in our meter. So therefore, the court forced me to break the law. So how does that
So the court did not force you to break the law. Your inability to plan properly and put enough money into the meter to where you can actually make it all the way through your court appointment
Holy
is what caused you to
shit.
break the
There's
law.
a 2-hour limit on meters. Did you hear what I said when I
Then
said
park somewhere else. You should plan properly. It's not the
There's
court's
that.
fault.
There's also bringing someone with you to pay the meter while you're in court.
Yeah, there's something you could have done.
That
to
would be
mitigate that.
social construct, Sasquatch.
Yeah.
Hey man, I'm just trying to help the girl out. Don't be jerking me into your delusions.
Telling you, man. Look, and Vibe actually pointed it out for you too, and you really didn't even acknowledge it. He said, and you didn't understand the debate prompt. He said, force is necessary. You kept trying to defend force instead of proving
It
or
was
disproving
a pretty
the social
debate
contract. You have not disproven the social contract, sir.
That's
it was
because the
actually
social contract
Trump's
comes first, and the force
force
is under
doctrine. Trump's force doctrine in societies and social contracts.
Yeah.
Like, Trump was never brought up. It was a very fluid debate, and it was never actually pinned down on any of the definitions.
No, he actually did. He did a very good job of it. He said 80-20 split, which is the universal split, by the way, which I happen to agree with. I would say that probably about 20% of people do break the law pretty regularly. It's the 80% that are holding society, the word society, social. Hello, you don't understand what society means? You don't understand
So
what that
one third of people are convicted of crime, so it's not even 80%.
You guys
Chuck,
are glazing
did I
around
answer
the
your
actual
question?
issue.
Chuck, for all these people cut you off, did I answer
Okay,
your
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Okay, so you said, well, Clay the chicken stealer over here can't keep his hands off everyone's chicken, steals a chicken, and
Right.
I get appointed to arrest Clay for being a chicken stealer. Is that forced doctrine? The answer, I'm pretty sure I already said it, but I'll say it again. The answer is yes. That is forced doctrine.
Thank you.
Did you have to come to a mutual agreement before actually getting to the point where you used force?
Exactly.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
No, I could just take it upon myself to be an officer and arrest old Clay. For,
then that would be
And then they may people come together and say we should
It
arrest
doesn't
him.
matter where it's legitimate or not. It doesn't matter because it doesn't.
Yes,
require a
yes,
social
it does.
This is the problem. The entire origin of force doctrine as a thing is about legitimate use of force among the army and police. That's the entire premise of it. So you like trying to have it make it devoid of actual
Murder has
morality
no
is
meaning.
kind of bastardizing
It
it.
doesn't have to be legitimate. Force doctrine does not have to be
Are
legitimate.
murder and killing the same thing?
This is why you keep conflating these three things.
And they say
Effigy, let me
women are
ask you something
manipulative.
because I know where your political bias lies. What we did in Afghanistan was that
Well, he obviously did so
legitimate?
well.
It's a
I would
We're
disagree with it. I would say no.
conflating issues
I didn't agree with
here.
war.
So Effigy, your summation would be that it's not a legitimate use of force what we did in Afghanistan. Yet
No,
we
not
still
by
have
my
a social
standard, no.
contract, so it's not always about legitimate force. There you go, debunked.
What's the purpose of having force doctrine?
Define force doctrine.
What is the purpose, sir? Answer the fucking question. Answer the fucking question.
Force doctrine is an idea. So the purpose of having a force doctrine is to conceptualize the idea of force in societies.
Oh my God! You just said
Is that not what I said when you was arresting the chicken man?
You can't use the word when you're defining it. So
Yeah.
can you
What's
try that
the-
again, please?
No, I don't even want
You
him to
can't
define
actually
it.
use the
I
word
want him
when
to
you're
tell me
defining
what the purpose is. What would you? What would your?
I can use the word force when defining force doctrine.
I can take
Before we, hold on. Before we go any further, the bulk of you, Chuck, can you shut the birds up or just mute up, please? They are killing me. I know it's not your fault, but they are killing me right now. Keep in mind, Azrael is kind of outnumbered right now. I think Obstacles is probably Team Azrael, but most of you are not. So be mindful as he's trying to answer all of your questions that it's pretty much him versus all of you. So if we could keep that in mind before we start interrupting and talking over him, he's kind of soloed out. All right. Thank you. I'll give it back to you.
If I may, I think I can ask a question that'll clear things up for all of us a little bit. And it's a question for you, Azrael. I wish Vibe was still here, but Vibe was saying that social contracts, force is necessary to maintain them. But at the same time, a social contract trumps what is necessary for it to be. Can you explain for us what you think he meant by that? Because he's saying something.
I've already stilled man his argument. I'll do it again. So what he's saying is, by having a social contract, it is good that we don't actually have to utilize force doctrine. If everyone follows a social contract, there is no need for force doctrine.
That's not what he was saying. He was saying that force is necessary for it to maintain.
No, he said, and I quote, because I got it written down here,
He said it's a last resort.
social contract trumps force doctrine. But let's not argue.
All right, well, no clarification. That's fine. Or no, not you, but it doesn't clear anything up. I thought it might.
You know what's funny, ass?
What's up?
If it was up to all the people that disagree with you, they would use force doctrine against you to shut you up.
I don't think any of them would be able to, so it's fine.
The issue is he's saying that it relies upon it. It is necessary from it, but at the same time, it trumps it. Like it trumps itself. It's a weird phrasing, I guess. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't follow.
It would be force doctrine applied through the social doctrine. In other words, social doctrine comes first. We agree what should be enforceable. That is social construct. That is, we agree that the police force is necessary. We agree that the borders need to be defended. We agree that certain laws are necessary. The founders called it the necessary evil. You're just trying to rebrand it.
But Clay, it's like saying that in order for me to be me, it is necessary that I have blood in my body. But me trumps my blood, and that's kind of, if that's analogous, I'm just trying to say how it doesn't follow. It's a weird way of phrasing it. It's, what do you mean I trump my blood, or whatever other analogy?
Basically, what he's saying is I get his point. I completely disagree with it, and I don't think he understands the concepts himself. Because in his view, he says that in an ideal world, and in the majority of society, 80% of society, in fact, we don't need force doctrine, that it's a social contract that leads us. But that's kind of like begging the question, because he's saying that under the pretenses that individuals who are subject to force doctrine are already following the law. So, I mean, you can't really say that individuals who are already subject to a system doesn't need the system to follow the law. If it wasn't for repercussions, everyone would break the rules. We can look at children, for example. Let's take adults out of it completely. We have a large group of children who just get to do what they want on the playground. It almost always devolves into little sections and groups of people fighting. So we absolutely do need some kind of person in there mitigating. And from what we can see from most people who come on these panels is adults are just big children anyway, who just like to bicker and fight and actually make no concise points other than the fact that it's my cookie. I want the cookie. I'm right. It's as simple as that.
Where does charity fall into force doctrine?
It doesn't. Charity falls nowhere into force doctrine.
So not everything is about force.
It doesn't say that everyone is about force. It says that everything comes down to force in the end.
That's what I'm saying. You're free. Said the same thing, but said it is, but it's not.
Your freedom to give charity is predicated on the fact that somebody utilizes force to allow you to be free to give charity.
There is force doctrine in charity, at least in the U.S., Clay. It's in when we write laws that dictate how much the government takes from it, how much donations you can give, stuff like that. But
that's in regarding the tax code. It's not regarding what actual charity is in the
but law is setting in place.
Tax law is setting in place.
I'm just saying force still touches on.
Hold on, Clay, though. If you had like some kind of socialist communistic style, and I'll get to the super chats in just a second. I see him coming in. If you have some kind of like communistic style society, they can certainly force you to give your neighbor a jacket. They can certainly force you to do those things. So it's not, and you could maybe call that charity, but it still could be an armed force in that aspect. I think based on how you're looking at it, I think you could still utilize force. Maybe the churches do have some kind of forced factor of how much they need to be working towards helping the poor, right? They have a quota or maybe something that they like a goal that they're trying to do, or whatever the case. Or maybe there's a large donor to that church, and that donor says, hey, look, I'm going to donate X amount to this church, but I'd like to see X amount of it go to this and X amount of it go to that. That is, there is still a power behind that, right? Shout out to Lone Bolt for getting their membership earlier over at the Raging Tomato. Shout out to you. Fourth Wiseman coming in with the big 20 says, back. Woohoo. Good timing. Today's lessons, how to use words proper. But first, you must know your letters' meanings. I'm not asking you to pray, but before lesson 101 starts, say letter N without touching the roof of your mouth.
You physically can't. I did want to expound upon what you were saying, though. You can be compelled to give charity. Whenever you go to jail and you get put on probation, you can have compelled service hours. So you have to give 100 hours of community service. We compel charity.
That's punitive, sir. That's just punitive.
Charity,
it's not
in
charity.
Its strict definition is a
community service itself is still charity.
That's willing gift, and that's not charity. Charity is willing.
Charity's
gift.
willing.
Well, here's a great one, okay? Because I'm pretty sure I heard you say that we don't have a social contract with God, right? But we do create social contracts with one another. So where does do you believe that it is possible to grape your wife?
Ooh.
This is a dumb question.
I'll be careful, Sarah, I promise.
No, I mean, I just watched Tilly's response today, actually. It was
Very
pretty
topical question.
Oh, I haven't seen that yet. But
yeah,
I didn't hear what you said,
It's
Azrael.
a question with an obvious answer. Do I have to answer such an obvious question?
Yeah.
I think you do, because this has been a really hot button question lately.
No, I think you're conflating whether or not is it grape if you get woken up with a blowjob with
no.
Rape
I'm
your wife.
saying,
Because obviously, if your wife is
that's
not
what I'm saying.
if your wife is not consenting and you force yourself onto her, you committed a lewd act against your wife.
So a wife does have the right to reject your force and say, no, I don't want to have sex with you right now.
Why would you force sex? You seem to be operating on the assumption of force and being involved in sex. Why would sex involve force?
Where are we going?
It does require a little.
What?
That question definitely isn't for me, but
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he needs to answer the question because it's grounded on an assumption of force based around sex, and I don't think that's necessary. That was kind of, I don't know, you went a little too far. Rethink it, rephrase the question.
It is a little bit of rephrasing there necessary.
I'll rephrase it, but I'm referring more to the contract as far as you've got within the marriage. You have the expectations of wives from a biblical standpoint that go two different ways. You have what Paul says, and then you have what's spoken of throughout Scripture everywhere else. And Christians always tend to lean towards what Paul says. And so that's why I'm asking this question.
So I think you're conflating the idea that if your husband wants pleasure, that the wife is supposed to give the husband pleasure, or else he may find pleasure elsewhere. It never says that if you don't want.
What are you talking about? No, it's a matter of in 1 Corinthians it says that you own her body just as much as she owns yours, right? And neither one has the ability to withhold sex except for in times of fasting or prayer.
Yeah, it doesn't say you have the ability to take it, though. It just says that you shouldn't withhold it, that you should appease your partner because they have needs as the same way you have needs. It never says that you're allowed to take it. Have you read the Bible?
Of course I've read the Bible, but we also know what is said. Look, dude, you're talking to somebody who was in the Crucible crew for over 2 years. Okay, I know exactly how the conversation has been structured within that group. All right, I've listened to it 1,000 times over and over again. You know what I'm asking about. I'm just trying.
Beth, are you asking like who has jurisdiction over what?
I'm not trying to fuck up Sarah's show.
More or less.
I've already said you can't force yourself on your wife, and even biblically, it says you can't force yourself on your wife in the Bible. It says that you should, as a spouse, a husband and wife, should appease the other so they do not succumb to lust and cheat on you. But it never says anywhere in the Bible, and no one's ever said that. Andrew's never said that. No one in the debate place has ever stated that you can force yourself on your wife.
So where do we draw the line between duty and force?
Duty is a responsibility that you have.
You get what I'm saying, Clay?
I see. So she's saying if me and Sasquatch were married, okay, I have a duty.
I mean, I get what she's saying. I don't think
for
it's
him,
very...
and he has a duty for me. But at what point does that duty become a force because it's a duty? Because I have to do it. At what point is it a force?
Right.
Like, am I
not
doing
a piece
it
of meat.
When they say no, and you do it anyway.
But
When they
I
say
have
no, and
a
you do it anyway. But
I have a duty to not say no.
You shouldn't have to. Yeah, exactly.
But I have a
biblically, you
duty to
should.
not say no. So I think that's what Beth is asking. Am I being forced and
So they're
obligated because
consenting.
of this duty?
So at the end of the day, they're consenting because of their duty.
Bingo.
It would be that there wouldn't be a contract with God, so that a duty would be that, and then he would have jurisdiction over any consequence. But like if you had a marriage and your spirituality said something was not okay, well, the federal government would have supremacy, or the state, and they would enact consequence on you, right?
Of course.
So biblically,
Isn't it
you're
that
not going to
simple?
force yourself on your wife regardless, but it's not a force if it's your duty. Just like it's my duty to remain abstinent until marriage. It's not force that I forced to me that it's my option. It's just disanalogous and not even a good question. Sorry.
Well, that is still your option. What she's saying, is I would have a duty to Sasquatch to ensure that he is pleasured so that he doesn't go fucking, or you just said, so he doesn't go lusty. Like that is a coercion. That is kind of a coercion based on now I'm obligated to do this or else, because there is a consequence, a force behind it.
But there's no consequence of force. Nowhere in the Bible does it lay out a consequence of force. It doesn't tell you to strike your wife. It doesn't tell you to force yourself upon your wife. It says that it is her moral obligation to appease their husband, because if not, you may
divorce, right?
Yeah,
well, force divorce.
The question is,
right?
where does the or else come in?
Can I just get a clarification?
There is no or else. There is no. It's just your duty to do it. There is no or else.
You can force divorce, but it still comes down to this. A social contract is automatically going to trump your forced doctrine, no matter how bad you want it. So therefore, you're still fucked on.
That actually does not track at all. Oh, you can't grape your wife because of a social contract, but you can absolutely grape. Even in the Bible, it says
that's not what I said.
Is if you force yourself on a lady that is to marry her.
Gibbs
or keep it closer.
Hey, is it mine? Oh, okay. Sorry. Can you hear me now? We're working on this, Mike. Can I just get a quick clarification before I don't want to interrupt. I'm trying to just catch in.
Go ahead.
Generational aspect.
Shitty Mike with all that beef money.
Yeah, listen, this is a very high tech mic. The problem is I am retarded and I can't figure out tech. And so I have to hard crash core through this shit. And y'all got y'all fooled. Y'all think I'm intelligent, but a wise man knows that he knows nothing and I know nothing. All right, so here's my question just real quick. And then y'all can go back to argue and I'll jump in a second. When y'all are saying force doctrine, I'm assuming you mean the concept that I've heard before of if all men got together and they decided they're going to gather. Okay, is that what y'all are saying right now, just to clarify? Okay.
Yeah,
well, let me just say, that's retarded. And I'm going to tell you why. It's because it's the weaker version of might makes right. All right. Have y'all ever heard of the Muslims? Say, like, if the Muslims all get, you think the Muslims are going to agree with the Christians on what force doctrine look like? They're going to give the no. Let me give you another example of force doctrine. Do you remember the Aztecs, the guys that like were cannibals and they had the fucking hearts? They killed 88,000 people in 3 days. Okay, that was force doctrine. They were literally taking people and said, "Guess what? Your kids."
That was a short weekend.
No, Admiral Gibbs. That was in fact a social contract.
No, it was not. Because this is what I'm going to tell you why you're wrong about that.
I'm
because
just parroting retarded things I've heard today.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So they came in. One of the rulers that was under their social contract gave his daughter. He was the king of a city-state that was under Aztec emperor's rule. He gave his daughter to them to be married to one of their princes. He comes there to meet them a year later, and the high priest decided to honor the king of this, or chieftain, or whatever it was called at the time. Over there, comes over there, and he's wearing his daughter, and obviously they go to war, and then they get killed and they get all sacrificed afterwards. Now, this is force doctrine. This is might makes right. So you're telling me that you think that all these different groups are going to get together and agree on what force doctrine is, and much less say, like, I walk up to Mr. Azrael, nice gentleman here. I'm going to use him since he was joking around just now. I know he's a good guy. I won't get mad. He's the former military guy. I'm a big old wrestler dude, and with a lot of years MMA experience. If I go over there and say, you know what, I think your wife's pretty sweet, and we got force doctrine going around, we all agree, I'm gonna put your wife in my cage. You know, what's he gonna do? He's gonna shoot me in the face. And if he doesn't, I'm gonna respect him less as a man. And so, like, I just think that when y'all sit here and say this, it's a lot of fantasy bullshit, and like it's about as realistic as fucking the DMT elves coming in around and fucking giving us the secrets to life. And whenever y'all say this shit, you sound like a fucking bunch of idiots with no basis in reality. And like, even if we want to talk about force doctrine in the Bible, God himself is the ultimate person who does might makes right. He literally says, hey, if you don't agree to me, you're getting thrown into the sea of fire.
No social contract, right?
Well, that's another social contract. It is a social contract. It says, come to God or die, and die eternally. And that's kind of where it goes. And I'm being a little paraphrasing there. Don't take that as a religious fact, because, you know, it's not exactly that, but exactly that. You're getting ass whippings if you don't agree. And so unless y'all are going to sit here and tell me that might doesn't make right, then you're wrong. And if you're going to say it's social contract, well, then we got to talk about all these different social contracts and different ideas of what might makes right is, and different ideas of force doctrine, because there's no uniform one. And the idea that they all going to agree, this falls apart the minute we start talking about uniformity.
No, so but
And
the
before,
argument,
if you don't mind, let me just go through a couple of super chats just to say hello to everyone. There's no responses required. Gibbs, I'm actually going to give you this credit back because this came in
just
right
leave it
after.
on there so someone kicks me off. You can have my money, Mama. We do enough content together. You can buy yourself a coffee or something.
Aw, I'm going to buy a coffee thanks to you.
Yeah.
And Admiral Gibbs apparently shooed counterpoints right off of a panel tonight before he got here. So Gibbs is ready to kick some more ass and take more names. Please
Generational ass
step in line if you're ready for that. Fourth Wiseman coming in with Big Ten says, I'll be right back. I'm receiving my fish and chips just to be accepted by the Vatican and Roman. Oh my goodness. And Chuck in Tennessee, who says a big five. My apologies, Miss Sarah. Forgot about the chicks. It's okay. It was just very loud in my ears. It's not your fault. I get it.
And
No
if you're
worries.
on
We
my
love you,
stream,
Chuck.
go watch her in Twitch. Open up a tab. She's so close to getting me able to get paid, guys, on my side. Go fucking leave a lurk. You can leave 2 tabs open. So leave me and leave her open. And if you don't, I'll find you.
Oh, Daddy spoken.
Can you clarify?
But go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey,
Can you clarify what you meant when you said people won't agree on what might makes right means?
Sure, I'll give you an example. So the Aztecs and the Incas and all these tribes were having massive populations. When Cortez comes to Tenochtitlan, he goes, "Oh my God, this is the most beautiful city in the world." They had 1 million people in there. That was bigger than most countries in there. Luckily for everybody, disease wiped them out to a big point, and rebellion with the Spanish. Now, what I mean by that is, say the Aztecs, which were very advanced people, didn't have horses, which is a big factor, didn't have the boat tech, but they had all sorts of other tech, had been able to get gunpowder and had able to get the boats like on a larger basis and not die from disease, had decided to come over here. I promise you, the Aztecs wouldn't have had a problem during the Crusades the way the Christians did. They would have wiped the Muslims out to a man. They would have fucking done shit nobody else does. Do you agree? Do you think the Christians and
that is true
would have been fighting? They are not playing around. I mean, I would say that we're lucky that they didn't have these things and they had the disease problems that they did, because these fuckers would have showed these people what might makes right really looks like, and they would have shown
that
them
is true.
And so if you think that the idea of people talk about paganism and shit and all these other things, we want to talk about different religions. In no world can the Aztec gods and Abrahamic religions coexist peacefully.
Okay, so I was confused. You mean like they won't agree on what consensus is right means, and they agree that might does make right?
Let's say that again. I'm sorry, you cut out on my end. I apologize.
So you're not so much saying that they don't agree that might on what might makes right looks like. They agree that consensus is bullshit and their might is what is right.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying
Yeah,
might
okay, I
does make
got you.
right, but it might make right trust force doctrine, because force doctrine requires a consensus of uniformity in some form or another in order to accomplish this.
all they've been combat. So I've been bringing up points like that all night, and all they've combated with is, well, the Aztecs have said social contract and legitimate force doctrine. Wait, wrong page. I got a bunch of notes here. And then they say that,
by the way, you should get that app.
Social contract trumps force doctrine. This has been the whole debate. And I'm like, so yes, of course, any group of people is going to have a form of social contract, but it doesn't trump force doctrine because force doctrine is used to break up social contracts. But
yeah. And
rewrite and then they're like,
Yes,
but
it
my
does
social
trump it because you've
contract.
been saying it the whole night. You've been saying it's the basis of that force is the basis of thing. Well, the social contract is the basis of all the force you're talking about. All the enforcement is based in a social contract. As I've been trying to point out, the only way you can use force in a meaningful way is by projecting it, by having people mutually agree to get into a group, call themselves an army, call themselves police, call themselves the gang. Yes, it is true.
But there's agreement. There's also agreement that you could just whip my ass.
Yeah, but
like that's a construct in itself.
No,
You could just beat me up.
right.
I'm just like, hey, the imperative is you could just beat me up. I'm gonna fall in line. Period.
No, but Effigy's right, but here's the problem. Because he's right, he's wrong, right? On the bigger thing, right? Because of, say, America gets in a social contract and we're the superpower. Yeah, we did form a social contract with our own morals, with our own system of government. And guess what? ERBO is a thing, right? Y'all remember ERBO, International Rules-Based Order, the UN, international law? All these people said, oh, what we did in Venezuela is illegal. Oh, what we did in Iran or doing in Iran is illegal. Guess what we said? We got 11 supercarriers. Suck it, bitch. And we came in there, whooped their ass like they fucking owed us money. We're beating that pussy like it's a whore on nickel night. And I'm sitting here hearing y'all say this shit while in real time, the social contract that we've developed is causing force doctrine not to work because Iran's been doing force doctrine on their women for years. And guess what? Daddy America came in and said, how you like the way that dick tastes? And gave him a beating, and that's what's happening. Might makes right.
Well, yeah, and FCG, how would you rationalize this? How would you rationalize the fact that we have an 80-20 issue like stock trading? The majority of this country believe this shouldn't be a thing. But the people who make the decisions in Congress decide they want to keep doing it. Would you say that because we decide not to do vigilantism and we just let the system play out as it is, that is a social contract, even though we disagree? Can both of those be true at the same time?
Muted.
You muted.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to be polite. I didn't want y'all to hear my fucking.
No.
Yeah, I didn't want y'all to hear my fucking terrible breathing since I've been punched in the face so many times. It's rough. I'm telling you.
FG, did that get out?
Yeah, I
no,
heard you.
absolutely heard you. And yeah, you bring up valid. It's the same point I was bringing up.
Well, effigy. It was towards effigy though. Did you not hear that?
I'm sorry. Could you restate? I thought you were asking someone else.
Okay, what I was saying is, how would you rationalize then that an 80-20 issue like banning congressional stock trading, right? Everybody agrees. Would you say that because I decide not to take it onto my own hands and let the system handle it, that I am in the social contract to say that you can have a social contract that you don't agree to, but since you don't go against it, it's still a contract? Like, how would you rationalize that? Because the people with the force to change the laws
staying in it. And I mean, but you haven't though, right?
How I rationalize it. This is actually, I was explaining what this debate was going to be about today to somebody who's completely outside of this world. And this is how I said it. I said it was exactly a chicken before the egg kind of conversation. And we're trying to figure out which fucking came first. And Carpenter Tom says, I think I just walked into a chicken, or I mean egg. No, it's a chicken with an egg with a chicken. This sounds about right. I think, and that's why I said earlier as well that I believe that force doctrine and this social construct are still cyclical or dependent upon each other to some weird degree. And that's why you can't figure out which one trumps which one, because we all recognize the two variations between each of them and what they provide for society, but also what they prevent for society as well. So shout out to you, Tom Carpenter. You were thinking what I was thinking. Back to you.
I can co-sign that. She absolutely did say that before the chat started, that exact thing. But the egg came first. It had to have come first. House that it came from a chicken who was not a chicken, and something that wasn't a chicken that laid an egg, and then it became a chicken. The egg definitely came first. In the same way, force came first, because without force, you can't have a social contract. Otherwise, people are just warring civilizations.
An egg,
chicken definitely came first.
Fertilize
How does the
Unless a
chicken come before an
sits-
egg? It doesn't
An
make
egg
sense.
doesn't fertilize unless a chicken sits on it for 3 days.
So
Let's
for
go.
all of you, for all you
wasn't gonna do
atheists who
anything.
believe in evolution, so if you're a Christian, the chicken came first. If you're an atheist, the egg
Right.
came first.
That's exactly right.
Right.
Foul first. So here's the thing, though. So how many people does it take to create force doctrine?
That's actually what I'm fixing to go at. If you'll give me a second.
Please.
Let's take this back to the original social contract and the original force doctrine. You have a caveman and a cavewoman living separately. The caveman decides otherwise. He goes and knocks the cavewoman over the head, drags her back to his cave. Now, she's not going to perform well unless you can convince her that you're a good provider and you're able to actually take care of her better than the empty cave that you just drug her out of, right? So while there is force involved, she now has a certain amount of power in this relationship that she didn't have before. You get what I'm saying?
There's this video on YouTube where this is a gorilla with his wife. He's like, gorilla loves wife, gorilla mad at wife, gorilla throw wife. So the point is,
Miss wife.
miss wife, regret. You get what I'm saying? But
Yeah, you forgot to finish it, bro. You got to do the whole thing. That's exactly where I'm going. Gorilla had power. Wife had power. The power that she has over the gorilla is the social contract that she has, that I'll do the things if you don't beat me, basically. That is the original social dynamic that created both force doctrine and social contracts.
yeah, no, I see what you're saying, but I mean, if we look at it objectively, it's if you don't beat me. So at the end of the day, there is the threat of force. There's force at the root of it, and without force, it doesn't exist. We
Well,
don't
here's-
follow laws. We don't. I don't not beat people's ass every day because I don't want to. Because I want to beat a lot of people's ass every day, all day. Anytime I leave my house, all these little motherfuckers think they can just do what they want. They get on my nerves, and I don't beat their ass. Not because of some social contract. It's because I will go to jail. That's the only reason. Or else I'd
That
be
is
beaten
the
out.
social contract, though. That's the enforcement end of the social contract. That is the force doctrine that makes you not beat people's asses.
People have
And
voted
yet
that
there's-
you will go to jail.
And yet there's people every day who stand up against that fear of threat and don't give a fuck about the threat.
Sure, but that doesn't change the existence of that contract or the existence of the force. You saw the woman get shot. That's the force part of the social core contract.
Yeah, but that
Absolutely.
go
The
ahead.
force comes after the breakdown of the social contract, so there's already no the social contracts not being adhered to.
But
it's no longer
It's the
a
inception,
thing.
not the break.
The thing is force. If you continue with force, if there is never a social contract, then the world ends. We just all kill each other. That's just how that works. There must be a social contract. Again, the force always comes at the break of the social contract. It's not a building thing in and of itself. There's not a built world off of force. There's a built world off of a social contract, and the destruction of that is force.
Let's
Right.
go
It's the
back
building
to,
blocks.
let's go
It's the
back to
building
ancient
blocks.
times where
Please do.
leaders, kings, and people like that were appointed by God.
Shoguns.
Therefore, they had the authority and the force of God. So these kings literally had the force of God, and under that force of threat from God, they subjugated individuals in a small group, who then subjugated large groups of slaves. At the end of the day, from the top down, it was built upon force. It was built upon
appointed by?
threats of force.
Who were they appointed by?
It was all built on
So you're
agreement.
saying groups
As
who
soon as
mutually
agreement-
agree.
There
to
was
be
no
groups
agreement in getting your ass
and
kicked.
project more force.
So
than
if we talk about Aztecs, they're appointed by an idea because they don't have a real gods.
Who appointed them?
Fake gods in some cases.
Well,
So it was
they
just
they
the
could
God
say
came down to
themselves.
the earth?
They
Some of them
themselves.
said they was
eagle with
God.
It was men. Men got together and decided that's the appointed guy.
Yeah, but of course he whipped the ass of other men. That's why they
The
fought.
eagle and the snake. The eagle and the snake
That's
appointed
the
them.
guy. That's the guy who's
Genghis
appointed by
Khan
God.
fought his brother.
Agree to it. That's divine king theory, by the way.
No, bro. Look, Genghis Khan fought his brother. Other men just sit back And doesn't mean all men can say, I'm gonna go fight Genghis Khan. I got hands too. Hell nah. If I was there, I'll shut up and listen to Genghis Khan.
Well, that's
So
what happened.
Genghis Khan had to fight his own. Exactly, but
Genghis
people
Khan got
think
so good at
everybody's
it.
a revolutionary. Everybody can fight. Everybody's gonna. Nah, bro. If a big dog snap a neck, 10 men in the room are just gonna stand freezing and be like,
Nah,
what you
bro.
want?
One of the stats.
You think everybody's going to rebel? Everybody's going to stand up. The guy with purple hair. Like,
One of the
nah.
stats of Persia did exactly this.
way
He
it
stood up
works.
to Genghis Khan, and he stood up to Genghis Khan, and Genghis Khan killed everybody. And then he displayed their bodies. You know what
His
happened?
whole
after that?
family, his dog, his raccoons,
And every
everything.
person in his city burned it to the ground, and then he turned around and put all their bodies on display. And he sent the messages to all of them and said, "All right, what do y'all want to do now?" And they said, "Guess what? We like you, and we're going to team up with you." And he's one of the only people to ever successfully conquer the Middle East. And why is
Genghis
that?
Khan was appointed by a group of elders.
Because other people agreed. Other
like
people agreed to
And
follow
mutually
him.
agreed that he would be the great Khan.
Yeah. Well, they agreed because he whooped that ass.
Yeah, he whipped that ass. If he lost the battle, they would not agree with him. Actually, it
There
was
is one
actually not.
observation. Do
It
you
wasn't
remember
even a
what happened
decision
to
based
that,
off of
that panel of
logistics.
men?
It was.
And he wielded his hordes with what? Authority.
With an
Do
iron
you
fist.
remember what happened?
As they
Gibbs.
agreed to.
Gibbs.
Where do you think
Do you
authority
remember what
comes
happened to the
towards or
panel of
social
men
construct?
that put
Other men.
Genghis
Mutual
Khan on
agreement.
power?
Authority only comes from mutual
And
agreement.
nothing good. I'll tell you that. Nothing good happened to those guys when they
Yeah,
said
no,
that.
nothing
Authority does
good.
not
They
come from
did
force.
not rule much longer than Khan took power. He
Force
took
means
power,
authority.
immediately dissolved that entire panel, and just ruled with an iron fist from that day forward.
Yeah, and that basically proves social doctrine is bullshit because he destroyed their social doctrine immediately and through might makes right. So this is what I'm talking about. There's no uniformity,
And made
this
a
is why
whole
it's
new
really
one?
Stupid. Yeah, and because anytime we actually talk about who's got the power, this is why it's like, oh, might makes right and force doctrine are intertwined. Yeah, they're intertwined, but might makes right is way higher. If like, listen, it doesn't matter if you're socially or morally think Genghis Khan was in the wrong. He fucking had the power. He made the laws, and arguably he was more secular, and he allowed people like Marco Polo and other people from out of his empire to actually lead and become major people. And so he made a new system that was anti to the old system with a new social contract because he was so powerful. So when y'all talk about uniformity, it only comes down to the power to enforce that.
He didn't evoke the
But
power
you got it
himself.
right
He was
there.
given
You
it.
got it. You got it right there, Gibbs. He took
wasn't given
down
it.
the social construct that
Yes,
was
a
there.
group
and
of elders
replaced it
decided
with
that he
other
was
men.
the next Khan. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Well, and
Like,
what happened to those
if
people?
if
They're gone.
Azrael tells
But
me
that's
that
the
his
point.
God made him king, and I tell him, go fuck off with yourself, your desert god's a fucking cunt anyways.
And you know what
he
happened
has
when
no
he
power.
died?
And then you'll fight and you die, then he was right. And then, well, no, then you fight, and if you die, he was
Then
right.
there's-
If you
then
fight,
there's-
he
then there's
dies,
no
you were right.
society that is there.
There was
Then there's no
already
Speaking of having the power, I'm going to take my power back now that you're all talking over each other and I can't hear any of you. Tom Carpenter coming in with Big Ten says system thinking's for the win. Yes, we are both in the same place mentally there, Tom, which means that brings me up to a genius level to line up with you there. Fourth Wiseman coming in with the Big Ten. All hail the holy potato, which are now chips that are related to the tomato. Incoming is the fish soon. Oh, I'm not a big fish fan, but some French fries would probably do me very well right now. Shout out to you, Fourth Wiseman. Enjoy your meal. It is Lent too. That's why he's probably doing chips, huh? Yeah, or fish and chips.
I want to talk about the caveman again. So why
No,
did the
really quick?
why
Azrael
did
asked
the
me a really good
caveman-
question a second ago.
Go ahead.
About authority, and I'm not sure if he heard my answer or if anyone heard it.
I heard your answer.
I think authority. No, I think authority, or at least a better type of authority, is derived from mutual agreement. I actually think authority is purely derived from mutual agreement.
It would
Mutual
have to
agreement
be.
of everyone or a select
It would
group
have
of
to be.
people.
Who is going to agree with you if they're fucking dead?
Well, no, they kind of have to mutually agree because by your own logic, a group of 50 people with force can always defeat one. So they would have to mutually agree to be under that person's authority.
That's
So
not true.
authority
A group of
has to
50
be under.
people with a force can
Hold on, that's
always
not true
defeat one.
at
Depends
all.
on how
Like
much
you
force
could
the one
just
person has.
if the one person's got like a machine gun and you guys got spears, or like we can look at this as an
No
example in
spears,
real-time
fist.
history. We can even look at a real-time example of this in history. Remember
Yeah,
World War II?
Stop
the
trying to focus
Poles,
on the
they fought-
caveats and think of what I'm saying.
No, it's not a caveat. I'm just focused on reality.
An army of 100,000 agrees to follow a general's orders because
Sure.
of mutual
What happened
agreement.
at the Battle
not because they're
Caney? What
scared
happened at
of
the Battle
that
Caney?
individual guy, right?
Okay, cool. So let's check this out. What
Stop
happened?
reaching into the past. I've already said that morality evolves over time, and we change these things over time.
Hold on.
You
I know
keep
this is
digging into
inconvenient.
Mike
This is
Makes Right
inconvenient
shit.
for you. Hold on. I know you want to not stop an inconvenient historical fact, but the Battle of Caney happened. They were outnumbered 3-1. Hannibal, with sticks and swords and horses and shit, took out a battle army 3 to 4 times larger in the same, almost the same amount of time. They held the record until we dropped the nukes on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, for most people killed in a short period of time. Over the Romans, who had just hundreds of thousands of
You
people,
guys
he
keep
whooped their ass.
misinterpreting this and talking about
The
surface level shit.
The point is, just because you have one person,
Did they agree to be
depends
an
on what the
army?
section is.
Did they mutually agree to be an army?
So did the Romans and the Carthaginians agree to be on the same side? No.
Did they
And
agree
that's
to
what
be
I'm
an
talking about.
army?
Uniformity doesn't exist.
You're explaining
Who doesn't
B
agree with you?
from an A to C. You're explaining
Yeah.
B from an A to C. Okay,
Yeah,
they
you're-
didn't agree with the social doctrine. They fought forced doctrine and then created a new social doctrine.
Yeah, where's
A
Carthage
to
right
C.
now? By the
What's
way, Where's
going
Carthage?
on? What's going
wait,
on?
no,
We
I-
actually
it's re-
understand your
See,
guys'
you're making my
point.
point.
You
Like,
don't understand
people
our
who use
point. We just
projected
think your
force
point's
through
dumb.
mutual agreement can make more force than individuals.
Well, I would
So
say,
the-
I would say today, Russians and Ukrainians probably mostly don't agree with going to war, but they're forcing young men off the streets to go to the front lines. They're yoking them up out of a van. They're yoking them off the streets. So nobody really cares about a social contract in that aspect. Those guys are saying, I don't want to go to war. They're escaping to Turkey. They're escaping
That's
to
another good
Thailand.
one, obstacles.
That's
People
evading
are
the
getting
social
taken
contract,
off the streets and
right?
forced into it. That's force
kidnapping is
at the end of the day. They didn't agree to go to war. They're like, I don't want to go to war. And they said, we're going to kidnap you and take you. What agreement is that?
Kidnapping
You're
is
living in
forced
an.
doctrine.
You guys
This
are
is
bringing up
why-
illegitimate.
Who agreed to
force.
that?
No, we don't agree with applying forced doctrine in that case.
They
Kidnapping is
do,
forced
though.
doctrine.
I don't care if you agree with it or not. They're doing
I don't
it.
agree that the application
They're
of
not in
forced
the
doctrine
UN
is
getting.
the way to go. Yes, this is great. I'm
They're
glad
not
you
in front of the
pointed
UN right now.
Do you think
They're
people
not
in
getting put in a
totalitarian
court.
government
So
mutually agree
they're
to
doing
a
whatever
lot
they
of
want to do.
government
Just
does?
tell,
Just like the
tell us you don't
CCP.
get our point without telling us you don't get our point. Like,
No,
like
I
we
don't think you
understand
get
your
the
guys'
point.
argument 100%.
I get
Like,
the point.
I
It's
get,
forced
I get
doctrine. It's called kidnapping. Yeah.
No,
we don't
you don't
agree
get the
with doing
point. Can
it.
you still man my
It's not
our
about you
argument then?
agreeing.
You're saying, well, you're what you're actually doing is you're obfuscating what forced doctrine really is might makes, right? But the problem with that is you're taking liberties where it suits you. You're saying it's okay to do it in these instances, but these instances where I don't agree that it's right, all of a sudden, forced doctrine no longer applies. Charity,
So just tell me,
kidnapping,
all you had to do was
red
tell me you
rum,
actually can't still
rape.
man my argument
These
because you
things,
didn't.
for some reason, you don't
You just
agree
straw
with.
man
Why
the fuck
is
out of my
that?
argument.
It's
You
morality. It's
You straw
principles.
man
It's ethics.
the fuck out of my
Your
argument.
conscience has been trained, sir. Is
You're
it
still
not?
straw
Clay,
man
it sounds like you're saying that you can have a social contract that the majority of people don't agree with.
But it's not a social contract if the majority of people don't agree with it.
As a matter of fact, what percentage of people in a society are needed to overthrow the government and create a new society?
Very small
5%
percentage.
of people.
3.
5% of people could.
Yeah, 3 to 5. That's all that it takes. So that tells you that at any given time, 98% of them are already agreeing. Of course, there's outliers, ones that don't want to go along.
So that
but
just
if the
refutes social
society is
contract. That's just to
empowering
say there is
the
no
people
actual
at the
social
top,
contract.
They're agreeing to that.
They don't
shit.
want to do it because it's forced that come with it. Nobody
You
want
just
to get their
refuted
head
social
popped.
contract. Congrats. Thank you, Balderson.
Balderson, I agree with your point that it takes a very small minority of the population to not buy into whatever contract the majority of people thinks is fine behavior. But the fact that those people exist means force is necessary to maintain it.
Yep, which nobody here is disagreeing with.
If those people, again, those people that are not adhering to the social contract, there's already a breakdown in the social contract. The two things, you don't build a society with force. You're not like, this is a forced society. There's no such thing.
Tell the Egyptians that
The
who
force
enslaved
comes when there's a
thousands of
breakdown
people and made them
of
create their society.
And there's a breakdown of society. And even if it's two larger societies coming together, there's a breakdown, and then a new order has to be made and something is built. If you continue
Baldur-
with the force, everybody's dead.
Balderson, we already gave you examples of 80-20 issues, though, where the entire population agrees, but the people who could change things won't because they don't want to. So even if you're correct about a minority, but even when the plurality of people agree, it's those with the force that dictate what goes on. It's not the consensus that's the driving factor, although it does play a huge part.
They only have the force because the people are agreeing.
So you can have a social contract that people don't agree to.
So that's what I'm saying. You guys have a very loosey-goosey definition of social contract and apply it with wherever you want. You literally apply social contract to any groups of individuals who coalesce. That is not a social contract.
That's what happens.
Mutual agreement.
Hey, before you guys ever got up on this panel, Vibe and I agreed on a definition for social contract. It's when individuals in a society all agree to act in a certain way in accordance to better for the betterment of society. So, I mean, I don't know if you guys watched the debate, but that's the definition of social contract we're running.
A group
under.
of people, that can be two, right?
Sure, a group of individuals.
So if you and I agree to something, that's a social contract, social construct.
If
right?
you and I mutually agree, but if you and I mutually agree and no one else here mutually agrees, it's not a social contract.
No. I'm not talking about everybody else. It's just you and me. Why do you keep bringing extra stuff in to the scenario?
Brick, I'm gonna talk real slow. I agree with you that you and I agreeing with each other is a social contract. But if everyone else disagrees with us, we no longer have a social contract.
Okay, fair enough.
You don't have a social contract.
Wait. You gave that too easy, Brick. You still have a social contract. It's a contract between you two.
Do you think it needs to be worldwide to be a social contract? Does everybody in the world have
This is why I use mutual agreement. It makes it much more clear.
I would argue yes, Balderson.
Just so according to you, Azrael, if anybody else in the world has social contracts, then another group can't have social contracts.
Brick, if you and I together have a social contract, you and I have a social contract. But if no one else holds it, we do not have a social contract with everyone else. It's just us two.
Okay, very good.
What you're saying is you have no integrity to uphold your end of a social contract you've made personally.
That's not what I said. Him and I would still have a social contract with each other, but we would not have a social contract as a group.
And so it is a social contract.
We would just have a social contract between Clay and I. Therefore, force doctrine amongst the group would be the deciding factor, not the social contract between Clay and I.
Can you and I do a social contract that doesn't require force doctrine?
We can have a social. No, we can't because if one of us breaks the social contract, then there is no social contract unless force is involved.
Have you ever traded?
Traded? No, I spend money like a.
Okay, so that's a trade. That's still a trade. That's still a trade. But let's assume that I have barley. You have wheat. I agree that one.
Break are contracts enforceable?
I agree that 1 wheat is 1 barley. You say to me, yes, 1 wheat is 1 barley. Can we trade that without force doctrine?
Sure, but if I decide that 1 wheat is not 1 barley, if I decide that you have to give me 2 wheat for 1 barley, or I'm going to kick your ass, then you're going to give me 2 wheat.
No, you just don't make the, or you just don't make the trade.
Yeah, I
Or you make the trade.
Hold on, that's still force. That's still force.
All might makes right.
Hold on, having a product is still force. You need something. I need something. I'm saying I offer you with my force or my item. Hey,
take it. Good.
My power. Hey, I have barley. You have oil. Okay, this is equal that. Okay. Okay, cool,
force, sir.
It is force. It is force because guess what? Hold on. Guess what happens if what happened? Hold on. What happens if I don't give you the barley? That means you starve to death.
That means you do nothing. That means you don't get nothing.
Well, I don't get the oil. Which one's going to last longer? If you don't have any food to eat, then
hey, what if Gibbs comes to me and Gibbs is like,
I still have wheat. You still have barley. That doesn't mean we don't eat.
I mean, it sure does. Because that's what's happening in Iran right now. That was happening before we even moved in. They don't have
you're
water.
missing
They're
another
literally going to go to war with another country over water before we invade.
Hold on. Go ahead, Ezra. I know Ezra has a clarification here. Go ahead.
Gibbs, you're missing another point too, and the fact that if he has wheat and you have barley, and you're tired of his wheat and barley deal, and he won't shove, you can just come to me, and I'll be like, "Well, Gibbs,
that's worse as well.
Why don't we just go take all of his barley?"
That's
also if you have it as well.
No, don't
or let me show you a different force. Say you have barley. I can go, okay, well, if you won't give me this deal, I'll go make a deal with him. That's force. That's literally
economic force.
Oh, that's negotiation. Negotiation is force. And also, you're actually Clay, you're commenting on a real world situation. Before Afghanistan and Pakistan got in a war, Afghanistan was debating getting in a war with 3 other countries: Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, and Iran. And why is this? Because they had all the water. And other countries wanted the water. They had the pathway for the water, and these other countries had none. And so they're sitting there going, "Give us the water, or we'll give you this." And they said no, and they said, "Okay, this is a problem." So by the force of them having this resource, they were able to negotiate things or not negotiate things. That's still force and power, and might makes right. You just don't like the way that's phrasing because it's like the meta social contract argument or whatever.
And furthermore, on top of that, it's commerce is an exchange of either goods or services. So.
Hold on, Joseph. I want to clarify for Gibbs. I don't disagree that force is necessary. The founders called it a necessary evil. This is something that I've clarified many times, and actually Vibe has agreed that force is necessary. But it is out of the social construct that the force is born.
We're doing
Otherwise,
contract,
we don't
not
have
construct.
force against each other.
We decided on contract, not construct.
Either way, it's still social contract comes out of social construct,
and social construct comes out of that group of people deciding that their might was going to make right.
Money comes out of social construct. Water.
I found Waldo.
Why
say that when the conversation stopped?
Well, hold on. Why did farmer gatherer societies? Why did farmer and ranching societies get power over?
Go ahead.
Yeah, why did societies like Sumeria and the ancient Indus Valley in China and all these others? Why did the societies that switched to farmer and ranching and all animal husbandry kill all the ones that were or outcompete the ones that were hunter gatherers? Well, it's because they got together, like you're saying, a social contract, or some chief that got together and saw, hey, with these we can do this. Instead, because we have this ability, we have the power, and we can kill everybody around it. The social contract you're talking about still.
Can you be quiet for a second?
Gibbs,
can I say something?
I was mid-speech.
Hold on, Doc. He was. Hold on. No. Stop. Hold on, Doc. He was literally finishing up his point. Go ahead, Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, so these groups of people got together, they gathered resources, and they decided, hey, we have the power, and we can outcompete and outfight these guys. And guess what? Their social contract is decided because of might makes right. Their might initiated the social contract.
Just to clarify, what I'm saying is that the beginnings of all of that began with at least 2 people getting together. There are no armies of one. When the gorilla or the caveman was sitting in his cave going, I want wife, I want woman, he was looking over going, I want her. Why isn't she coming over here? And then he used the force because she wasn't coming over here. That was her not agreeing to come over here. You get that part? The part where she wasn't agreeing.
The might makes right part. The might makes right part. Yeah.
And dragged her to her cave. That part where she wasn't agreeing to come over here. That part, the social contract, the social.
Yeah, but Clay, I wanna just describe the situation with the 2 men making an agreement before they use force, right? You think the conversation goes, hey, AZ, let's team up. No, AZ might just be a big ass brawly motherfucker. And he comes up and says, you, 6'3", number 2,
solid muscle.
I'm in charge. And then I say, yeah, you got it. That's the agreement. It's not because I signed a social contract when we both agreed. It's because he has might. He can snap my neck. I would
never do that, though.
He asked that other guy, but he snapped his neck.
I'm not
and so I looked and I said, okay, AZ, you got it. I'm number 2.
Yeah,
and then that's it.
I get what
you're saying.
That's
how everybody else came from conscription from might. After that, that's how it felt.
Obstacles. I'm not the guy that bends over. You are.
It doesn't exist anymore, FG, but it was for a long time.
It does exist.
A long
It's just
fucking
so
game.
complex. It's not that simple.
Guy with club comes
Give
over.
it to him, AZ. All right, it doesn't exist no more. We live in a post-violent world.
But this is the point I made. This is the point I made right at the beginning.
But it exists for 20,000, 50,000 years.
Binding promise, mutual agreement. These things can create things societally that force cannot replicate. And
Irrelevant.
That's still that's completely relevant.
Force can destroy it. No matter what you build, force can destroy it.
So force doctrine is the destroyer.
There you go, right back to the mind makes right. If we're looking for a better society,
that's not. I've never said defund the police.
No one's looking for a better society. You guys are missing the entire premise of this debate in general. He said,
okay,
social contract trumps force doctrine. It isn't about what's better. It isn't about what's
okay,
right.
if we're getting
You guys
it
have
trumps it
missed
on
the
your own
entire
terms.
point of the debate.
One guy versus one guy equal. The other guy mutually agrees with third guy to become two guys versus one guy. Blam. Mutual agreement beats force doctrine.
Hey, check this out. I got jumped by 5 people, beat all their ass. Their social contract got their ass whooped. How about that?
So one train fighter versus five guy.
One train fighter versus five dudes jumping in the hood. I beat their ass.
Social contract, the Marines.
No, you're missing this again, guys.
That's a physical contract.
Mutually agreed to be trained.
Let me even simplify it down.
You're all talking at the same time, just so you know. So I'm going to read money instead.
Okay.
The fourth, I was happily enjoying my watermelon, but then you guys started over talking. Fourth Wiseman coming in with the Big Ten says, "Is calamari fish? I'm about to do it." What about crab stick? Crab stick is the most unwoody stick I know of. God, that's getting strange. Probably not. What the fuck, Fourth Wiseman?
No,
What is
I
this?
completely get that, and I didn't like Wiseman at first, but he's slowly growing on me with every super chat. I'm just telling you.
He super chats his internal monologue.
To what y'all were saying, though, you're missing what Az was saying, right? So let's go back in time to the Neanderthals.
I need an explanation.
There's no wood in a crab stick.
Because it's an
As you just
invertebrate.
explained.
He's saying also it's probably not fish since it's a crab stick. So it's
It's calamari fish.
Fair
So,
enough. All right,
back
go
to-
ahead, Gibbs.
Back to what Azrael was saying, y'all are missing the point. Back to the Neanderthals. It wasn't training. It was what happened was one big guy got up and said, "You're mine. I'm gonna whoop your ass." And then they had some other dudes that were weaker. He goes, "You work for me now." And if they objected, he killed them. So that was force. That wasn't a social contract. That was ass whooping or death. And after he got like 2 or 3 of them, these guys he goes, "Oh, you know what'd be great is if we whoop their ass over there and we beat them." Now they have another big guy, and so eventually the big guy via forced these people to work for him, and they took shit over. That's not a social contract the way you're describing. The social contract only exists because this guy was able to exert his might over them.
I
and
get
then
that.
everything
I'm not
disagreeing. So then you agree with me.
that. Which would you prefer? For someone to come whoop your ass or threaten your ass whooping, right? Or would you just prefer to trade with the man?
Listen, I'm a pretty big dude. I can whoop most people's ass. But if somebody can whoop my ass,
Ethereal, remember the question.
if somebody can whoop my, I'm answering it right now. You just can't listen. You like to speak. But if somebody can whoop my ass, I'll give them power. Cool.
Okay, maybe I can do. This is how I'm seeing it. Okay, this is my channel, right? We all recognize this is Sarah's channel. Okay. I get a lot of panelists who come and join my shows, and we all have this understanding that we're here, we're going to argue, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. But at the end of the day, I have this mighty, powerful thing where I can just do all of this lovely shit and just goodbye to everyone, right? I have that ability. However, my show is nothing if I exercise that power all the time. So we have this built-in agreement between me and the panelists that, hey, if you play well and you don't act like an asshole, I won't have to utilize that power at all. And I can just simply enjoy your fun presence here on my show. Can somebody explain that to me in terms of how that would operate between the power and then our mutual understanding, or I guess construct that we have in place?
I can do this.
Sure.
Sarah the Raging Tomato, you are a beautiful person. Mama Tomato is a beautiful person. It is your audience. It is your show. It is the show's audience and Sarah's audience. It is not the panel's audience. Yet the panel is dedicated to the responsibility of serving that audience. We're not to talk backstage. Duck is not allowed to use the comments. He's hidden on the channel. And Ben has supreme seniority at this moment, Sarah.
Not exactly though,
Not
because
over
it also relies. Sarah relies on us. Without us, there is no panel, there is no content, there is no debate. She
I'd
cannot
still be
debate
here.
herself.
I'd still
That's
be
where
here.
the social contract comes in. It comes in with her need for us and our need for her.
But I'd
But
still
she
be here.
does ultimately wield authority because she has the clicker that can actually control things. But
then the whole
Consent
then
breeds
you just admitted that. So
consent
why
breeds
not?
legitimacy.
A society is
Force
much better
erodes
than nothing.
trust.
Hold on, you're both talking. Go ahead, Balderson. I didn't hear you.
You just admitted that she would have nothing though if she sat there and applied force the entire time, as did she.
Yeah,
And
well, this isn't a society.
A society is much better than a nothing. If we all just sit there and beat up each other and apply force all the time, then we have nothing.
Well,
We all-
as an atheist,
the social
you're-
contract is a much superior thing. We get to live these awesome lives where I don't got to worry about Azrael going, I can beat up anybody. I'm in a fight.
I
I'm
wouldn't
real
do that.
tough in this panel. I fight everybody. 5 guys. I'm Jet Li. Like, I don't have to worry about you fucking with me. Like, it's because we have this cool social contract thing. So I could even live next door to you and live my entire life and not worry about you and not worry about your boasting and shit. Just like, oh, that guy's at the loudmouth. And we can do that. Way better.
But you do in fact have to worry. Like, if I was to come up in contact with what's a really good fighter, a really big fighter, Prime Mike. If I was to come up against Prime Mike, I'm not going to talk shit to Prime Mike. I'm never going to talk shit to Prime Mike. Do you know why? Because he'd beat my ass. It's as simple as that. I'm not fucking with Prime Mike. And that force that he leverages over me is a contract in itself. Yes. So we have a social contract, but you guys are conflating social contracts. So the social contract I define is where in the debate is where multiple 2 or more individuals agree on rules that are mutually beneficial. There's no mutual beneficial other than the fact I won't get my ass beat if I don't talk shit to Prime Mike. It's as simple as that.
The funny thing about this is the reason that he didn't do that is because there's a social contract. And then if he breaks the social contract, which is where what I keep saying this thing, that's when the force thing comes in. And then we force him back into bounds.
No, Prime Mike's put hands on multiple people, and it doesn't matter when you get enough money.
If this big Mike guy, let's say this big Mike guy puts hands on you inside of a bar, right, and beats the shit out of you inside of that bar, and then the bar says, you know what, Big Mike, dude, fuck you, you're banned from here. So now he no longer has access to a societal community place where people go and interact and engage because of his behavior. And quick shout out to Fourth Wiseman, says barley beer okay, wheat beer so average. In the bayou, I'ma get me a gator to guard my castle at the alleyway entrance. Build a moat that has no boat and put in the gator. We dubbed the alley gator. Did anybody hear about clavicular shooting a gator in Florida, by the way?
It was dead from what I understand, and that absolutely makes sense because actually any hypersonic bullet, so basically anything that moves faster than a shotgun, it actually, the water becomes so hard when it hits, it just immediately breaks the bullet apart. So bullets don't travel into water. That gator was already, and they just unleashed some pistols at it. It was
Wise man needs to switch from barley and wheat to grain alcohol and start drinking Everclear. It's way more enjoyable that way. Just really
let me ask you this, Balderson. How do you think syntax plays in the social contract?
How do I think what does?
Syntaxes?
Yeah. The society says this sin isn't bad enough to be illegal. And we agree on that. But we agree that the people that are engaging in it can maybe pay a little extra to the rest of us for doing it. And that gets agreed upon, and typically because the majority in the society don't engage in the sin, and only a very few. The same applies for luxury taxes and things.
Do you think the majority of society would agree that we should tax poor people at a higher percentage than the middle class?
I'm not sure what that applies to sin taxes.
It's the same correlation.
That the majority of society thinks we should tax poor people at a higher rate than what? Than the middle class?
Let's say the middle class. People who earn more than poor people. Leave it there.
There's not enough of them to outweigh that.
Doesn't matter. We're not talking about balancing the books. We're talking about social contracts. Deterring. This is a deterrence, or it's sold as a deterrence, but it's just a policy to curb behavior. So it doesn't matter if it balances the books.
I mean, I understand to some degree what you're saying. Things like it's the same concept as a fine is only a deterrent to poor people. I get I get that. That you can't make any system perfect in any way, shape, or form, though. But it's still, whether it's, again, I do understand the concept that a fine to a $60 fucking or $100 traffic ticket to some dude driving a Rolls, he doesn't give a shit. His butler's got that in pocket money for him. I get that. And to the
I'm just trying to
life change.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm
just trying to like add another grain to the heap, grain of sand to the heap to show that, like, I would say vibe is less in the right and it's more on an equal balance, where force and social norms aren't. There's not such a wide disparity between what dictates behavior.
The fact is, as a society right now, we currently empower the government to do what it's doing. We agree and say, and they do that. They've tricked us into that through the bullshit of the fucking democracy, where you pretend like you're voting and you're like, my guy won. Like it's a nonsense thing, absolutely. But at the end of the day, people are giving that authority to the government as a society. If we decided and if we decided to take that away, we would take that away.
So I got a scenario for
Yeah, I agree. When I first had human capital explained to me, it kind of was a little jarring. But
so me and Azrael, we're gonna go have a fight in a boxing ring. We're gonna go box. Let's go box it, Azrael. But instead, unbeknownst to you or me, the referee has decided that he's going to use force doctrine and he's going to kick you in the nuts right when the match starts. Is that good or bad? Or do you prefer it that way?
I prefer it that way. You might not last very long if he doesn't.
You would agree that it's not a good.
So good and bad subjective, man. And with you, I guess you're a Christian, but earlier I've been trying to pin this down with these other individuals, and they're talking about it's good.
That admission.
This part of force doctrine is good, or that part is bad. But I mean, good and bad is subjective unless you're a Christian, and then it's objective in the fact that you're following a God. So,
Fair enough. Fair enough. It does come down to the God factor for both of us. I agree with that.
It really
there are other religions.
They don't even agree.
How does it make it objective? Before he hits me in the nuts, though, I'm not letting him hit me in the nuts.
You're going to use your force doctrine against him.
I'm going to use my force doctrine on him before he gets his way.
Sarah, to answer what you had said earlier, I think that consent is the basis of legitimacy. So if in the examples you were given, if you start violating consent, if you start using, as far as authority is concerned, if you start using force in your authority in your space, that erodes trust, and that it will erode legitimacy in people. I think that's where the negatives come in.
Also,
authority by consent, by mutual agreement, is much better than authority derived from force.
Yeah,
that only works in certain situations, like it falls apart on water rights or
yogurt land.
I just said legitimacy is derived from consent.
Savages would have uprisen. We saw it.
Yeah, to respond to What is better? What makes it better? You know, you would have to define better, and from your epistemology, you have no better.
Also, going back to what
Welcome
Sarah.
back,
Go
Clyde.
ahead.
Love the constant ortho bro argument of you can't answer morals because look at what you are.
It's one of the dumbest fucking arguments I've ever heard.
Let's use another example of social contract being
Well,
not
hold on. Obstacles was trying to jump in there. I want to hand it to him real quick.
Yeah, I was about
Go
to give
ahead.
you a compliment. So there you go, Sarah. Actually, shout out to all the audience and everybody on the panel, but I think she would actually still make a great show if she did a solo show. But net going forward, I think that one of the actual things is YouTube. A lot of people don't agree with the community guidelines. YouTube made them up. They decided what it was because it's their platform at the end of the day. You don't like it, go to X. You don't like it, go to Twitch. And then they also create their own constructs, right? And so necessarily everybody would agree in order to make money, or disagree and go somewhere else, or do a hybrid, right? Talk about some things on YouTube and then say, hey, we're going to this other platform to talk about other things. So I think at the end of the day, most people don't necessarily need to agree. They just actually are born in it, comply with it. And that's why Sarah at time has to kick motherfuckers out. Why? Because if they don't follow the rules, then it's a sucky show. So I think that the forced doctrine is necessary.
Well, just to show I understand their side is they're going to say you actually have a social contract with YouTube by utilizing their program, but that obfuscates any point of YouTube actually having power, actually having control. You can't ban YouTube. YouTube can ban you.
No, it obfuscates your dumbass point where you agreed to the rules of YouTube.
Yeah.
When you break the contract, then you get forced out.
It's a social contract. See?
We killed Sarah.
You guys. The social contract is between all of us.
Can nobody hear me?
YouTube contract is a YouTube contract.
Is something wrong? I'm over here dying, choking on this fucking shit. The thing of it is, though, if YouTube doesn't make terms that are somewhat agreeable to the society that it's working within, then it ain't going to be worth shit anyways, and there's nothing to force. Your power is powerless if nobody wants your fucking terms.
Yeah, but Sarah, here's the problem with this, right? That you're saying. So the reason why that works is because there's alternatives. What happens when there's no alternative? And I'm going to give you two examples in history. Why was Sparta always afraid of uprisings? Because they had a lot of slaves. What did? They forced them down. Let's look at another example. Hold on. Let's look at another example. Here's the United States. We actually had a lot of slave uprisings. What happened? It didn't matter that they had force. It didn't matter they killed some people. Then those people, I guess, lost their little forced doctrine argument to the slaves. However, overall, the slaves were still put down by the government, by other people. And guess what? It's because even though they didn't want to agree to the social construct and social contract, the other groups had the force and the might. So force doctrine only exists because might makes right. This was an immoral thing that was done. It's
But
not
to
the
even
slavery that
have
was
a
of the Bible.
revolt, they have to agree to do
They
it.
did. Yeah, sure. You're
Most
right. They
slaves
did. They
didn't,
did
right?
agree. No,
The
hold
argument
on,
is they agreed to be slaves in the
You're
social
right. You're right.
contract.
They agreed.
No.
They formed their
Oligarchy
whole
is
social
still
contract. But
social.
no, hold on. You're ignoring the most important part of this. They agreed to a social contract. They said we're going to revolt, and they still didn't matter because the might made right and overruled that.
It was an
Forced doctrine can't
oligarchy.
exist. No. Yeah,
No.
and that's my point. Forced
It
doctrine
wasn't an
only works
oligarchy.
if
You
it's
don't
a
understand what an
uniformity.
oligarchy
It's
was.
only- Hold
was
on.
an
Forced
oligarchy.
doctrine. Hold on, guys. You're really
Sparta
missing a
was.
key thing. Forced doctrine only works if it's a uniform agreement. Whenever you have two different social constructs,
You
need a social contract. It's hilarious.
but sure, that's cool. But if you have two competing social contracts, what wins? Might makes right. Might makes right in that case. And it didn't matter what social contract the slaves came to because the other group had the might, despite their own might from their social contract.
Again, that's
social contracts
ABC.
don't matter when someone's got the power.
This is exactly what I've been saying the whole
Contract
time.
doesn't work. We
That's
rebel.
called
We
oppression.
create new social contract.
You cannot
That
project
is
force
ABC.
without an agreement. You just can't. You can't have armies. You cannot project force at all without a mutual agreement first. So unless you're talking 1v1 warriors or as much guns as one dude can carry, you're talking about a group of people who mutually agreed, formed a social contract to project that force.
Hey, Admiral, you can't have
Was
a
it
society
six
of one
guys or
person.
one guy with
So you
6
can't have
guns?
force without more than one person.
guy with
or it
6
turns
They're just
into a social
ignoring.
contract.
They're just ignoring the
Well,
inconvenience.
no, you're just back. What I'm trying to tell you is you keep going to Mike Mate's right. And if you keep going back to this
Well, it's 'cause that's all
individual
that matters.
bullshit, well, no, it's not all what matters. It's not what force doctrine is as far as what the debate was about, right?
Well, would you say our current social contract is enduring, or would you say that it no longer exists because we don't agree
right now?
He's the king of
Well, yeah,
nothing.
I mean, I think the enduring part is the most important part, right? So what Gibbs is talking about is true. So this is 100% logic, 100% fact. The strongest person can always beat up the weakest person. There is no failure in logic on that. But what I keep on debating is, why doesn't that always happen, right? So what Gibbs is talking about is true because the strongest person can always win. That's called oppression. And when oppression happens, the masses eventually rise up and overthrow that, because there's actually morals inside of our heart that we know that beyond might is right, that we're doing something wrong. And so Gibbs is 100% correct and 100% wrong at the same time, in that there is some type of morality that keeps all of us men from stepping up and enslaving every fucking woman. It's that easy.
I didn't have any argument about morality. I just was saying my thing's right. God's all powerful.
Hey, so women, no need for any rights, no policies. We all have it in the good of our hearts to allow you to be free. So you know what? The whole entire thing is a shamble. You've never been victimized, because at the end of the day, it's in our hearts, in our DNA, to allow you to be
Haven't
free.
you figured it out yet? Women have always been in charge. We just make you think you're in charge. We let you have your little, oh, I'm going to go vote, honey. And, oh, I'm going to go do this, honey. And, oh, whatever. But the reality of it is we're all like secretly behind the scenes operating together and leading you to any direction we want you to go. Haven't you figured that? You're like our little bouncers.
This is 100% true, right? That's
not
why
always,
every man
that's just
says behind
in
every good
modernity.
man is a good woman. But we just do that to placate you guys. So really, it's reverse psychology.
To throw it back at you, Vibe, I half agree with you and half disagree with you. I agree that people uprise when the contract is broken, but I also think that governments can do things like squash communication or something like that. So you could have a broken agreement persist over time, and then it would just be like, how much time counts for what, right?
Yep. They don't squash the communication. They're smarter than that. They went they're fucking Brave New World with it. They set up the groups that a dissenter would look for. And that's why every time, what was it? There was a report like 10 years ago that they did like 30 different terrorist groups inside the United States of its citizens. And all of them, but 29 of them were majority 3-letter agency people in it. Like, it's always like 3 CIA guys, 2 FBI guys, and some retard from his grandma's basement that got talked into that shit.
Or like just having all the guns, something that simple.
I mean, personally, I have to give props to everybody on this panel, because I think we're all we're defecting from the norm, right? We're actually having the conversation where we're going, I'm not just going to follow this blind leader on YouTube or blind leader of what society says. We're all saying, I have a question
they all
about
have
it.
to follow me, Vibe. Fuck.
Yeah, Sarah, I don't always agree with
In
you.
fact, if you're not already following,
love
subscribe and
you.
follow now.
Right, but this is great. We're all dissidents, right? I mean, we are rising up against the authority by asking questions, and I think it's really important. So I applaud everybody on this panel, every single person on this panel, for doing that. Whether you agree with me or disagree with me, this is something to be applauded.
Okay, Brick. Oh, Brick, I have questions. I have a lot of fucking questions.
I
I've got a lot of fucking questions.
Let's give them the room
City.
then, huh, boy?
Yes, please.
I'm not the man you thought I was.
Oh, no, you are.
Am I?
So, a marriage license, is that forced, or is that
No.
consensual?
No, that's a consensual thing, for sure.
But the law requires it, so that would be forced.
The law requires it for tax breaks.
But it's required.
No, it's not required to live together.
Listen to what you just said.
Required for what specifically?
You said it's required for tax breaks.
For tax breaks.
You said that.
It
You
has
said
a yes. Yeah, for a tax break, sure.
So then it would be forced.
No, not in that instance.
No, to correct this, I could go to any church right now. Clay and I could go to any church right now and get married. Okay. And to our belief, we would be married. Now, we file with the state to have the state recognize our religious ceremonial marriage. And that's all that is. Now, there are benefits that come with being married in the state, but there's no force built into that. I don't have to. Clay and I wouldn't have to go file with the state if we don't want to. It just depends when we file taxes or whatever dumb shit. Like, we just have to deal with the whatever consequences.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand a little bit. That's all. Next question. When you get a ticket from a law enforcement officer, how are you contracting with that officer?
So
is that consensual or forced?
Through the vote.
What?
Through the vote.
What vote?
So you vote for your elected leaders.
You don't vote for a police officer.
No, but you do vote for the mayor.
I'm the police officer. And I say, hey, Brick, you've been a bad little monkey. You went through that stop sign.
Mm-hmm.
I'm giving you a ticket. Are you forced to take that ticket? Or are you consensually taking that ticket?
You mean in the moment?
Yeah. Okay, we'll go to the moment.
I do have an option to not take the ticket.
But you do have the right at that point to go to jail.
Yes, I also have that option. There are two options.
Would you be forced or would you consensually go to jail?
I have two options. I can also I have more than two options, by the way. I can actually hit the gas.
But then what would happen?
Then a chase would ensue, and who knows what would happen. I could get away.
Likelihood of that? Probably
in today's day and age, probably not going to happen.
Yeah, but then you will be forced to go to jail.
No, I could have a shootout.
You could. Don't argue semantics. They're actual questions. I'm not being a retard like Norman.
There are options, right? So, in this scenario, would I choose to take the ticket? Yes.
Would you take the ticket?
I would choose to take the ticket.
Then that would be consensual.
That would be consensual, correct.
But if you don't take the ticket, it would be forced. And then at that point, you will be forced.
That's a lack of force. Me choosing to not take a ticket is lack of force.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me reword. So you take the ticket, you sign the ticket, whatever your state, for semantics' sake, right? Then you're forced to go pay a ticket. You're forced.
No.
If you want the privilege to drive. Because the first thing they're going to do, if you don't pay that ticket, they're going to suspend your driver's license.
Privileged by who? Or whom?
Privileged by your state government.
Okay, so the state government gives me a quote-unquote license to drive. Does that prevent me from driving?
No, but the ramifications would be forced if you were caught.
Not necessarily, not if I'm not caught. See, there's a bunch of ifs going down here. And this is where scenarios get skewed, right? And this is, you can use any argument in the social theory or force doctrine. Essentially what Vibe was saying is that, and I agree with him, force doctrine is a thing. I actually very much agree with him. The founders called it a necessary evil. It absolutely is necessary in the social contract, but the social contract comes first.
Okay. All right. I'll go with that. I'm just trying to understand the logic. It didn't make logical sense to me. However, let me ask you this question. Last question, Sarah. So I'm driving down the road and this moron decides to get out of his car. because I have allegedly done something that he didn't like, which in the state of Florida would not be a very good idea overall.
Yeah, definitely. Florida's crazy.
I mean, you know, just the factor of him being forced to probably get run the fuck over.
That could happen. Yeah.
But no, I'm telling you, it will fucking happen. Not by me, but by somebody else, because Florida is one of the worst driving states in the world.
I agree.
Truth. That's why I picked you. Anyway, bottom line. So he comes up and he breaks my window or assaults my vehicle. Would I be forced to do something in retaliation?
No.
Okay. For semantics, would I be forced to do something?
Based on your morals and principles and ethics, I would say yes, you.
So would I be contracting with that person to whoop his motherfucking ass?
You have, prior to that instance, contracted with him. The Second Amendment applies.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah.
Sorry.
And before anybody kicks off, Fourth Wise Man came in with the Big 10 and says, I'm giving you sin in the form of money. Ooh, I'm enticed. I keep giving it away and others keep giving it back to me. All I do is work hard and I get fulfilled with your sin. How does that function in perpetuity?
I always hated that fucking word.
Well, I think Fourth Wiseman, you should just keep sinning. Just keep sinning all night. Don't stop. Don't stop. There's nothing stopping you, Fourth Wiseman. Fourth Wiseman says, again, the benefit is given because now the bureaucracy doesn't have to count too. Marriage just lessened the load of numerically defunct whom can't count higher than one on a ledger. What the fuck? Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, the car accident thing. I don't think you necessarily have the force to be able to you're not forced to do anything about it. You have the option. Yeah. You have options, right? And I could certainly choose options like A through ZZ in that moment. Like you have options.
Okay, but my point, I'm sorry, Sarah, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't think you're necessarily forced into one direction or another. I think you could say somebody forced your hand in a degree, but at the same time, like, it doesn't mean you don't have to do anything about it. I could just
you guys can define force in many different ways, right? So when we're talking about force doctrine, which is an Andrew Wilson created thing, right? Might equals right, is that this person wins. Now, we can actually say that force also is coercion via money, via shame, via all these different things. Now, I actually think that shame and public upstanding and things like that are forms of force. I don't believe they apply under force doctrine. I believe they apply under the social contract. So depending on how we want to actually like verse what is force, because I do think that I am kind of forced to stop at a stoplight if there's a car next to me, because I don't want that guy to go, oh, he breaks the laws, right? So it's a social thing in my head where I'm like, oh, there's somebody next to me and I'm going to run this light. I can't do it because they're next to me, but nobody's actually forcing me. That is a social construct, right? That is a social contract. And we did get a little mixed up with contract and construct. I forgot who said it earlier. I actually think it was Gibbs when he was like pointing some things out.
when we're like talking about like YouTube and all these other companies, they built a construct of a social agreement, which is a construct. That's how their business runs. And as Sarah said, that business will fail if their construct is incorrect. So they will have to adjust that construct. But a contract is literally me and you, Clay and I, Spin and I, just going, you know what, buddy? Spin, I think you look like a decent guy. I need to trust you. Will you do that? He says yes. And I don't need any enforcement behind that.
Boy, is your fucking judgment flawed.
Yeah, I know. I picked you because I figured you're probably the most unlikely candidate to trust. But
yeah, but we enter into contracts every day we go to the store, do we not?
Essentially, yeah.
Explain how. If I go to a store, how's that a contract? I chose to go to that store. That store didn't choose me to go to that store.
You have a choice to go to whatever fucking store you, right? You choose. Okay, and you choose to get perks, right? At the gas pump, or I mean, up north we had this store that you buy so much you get points.
You put your phone number in.
They get a fucking
you put in the mass media for mass spamming, right? Yeah.
Right. So when you walk into that store, you're contracting with that store that what you buy is good, right?
Well, okay. So, I mean, it kind of feels
that's
like where you're
going with that. And you guys have been up here arguing semantics. And yes, I've been in a background listing. So I'm using semantics.
Spin, that's not a social contract. Those are people agreeing to a contract on the spot. It's not some
exactly right. So before commerce and before the grocery store, if I need boots and you made boots, Spin, I'd go to you and I say, hey, I need some boots. You'd make me some boots and you'd say, but I need to be repaid. And by the way, I saw that you have an ice machine and you make ice and I need ice for my food. We would just do that exchange. That is a contract. You are 100% right there. I don't understand what the relevance of this is now that we've actually taken it to a global market where a grocery store just happens to be able to have boots and ice and meat and these things, right? It's still the same contract, whether it's in two individuals, 100% living in the desert, or a store that has scaled that same contract. What's the difference?
So
And
the
even
difference
then,
is
we did define social contract in the debate. So I would say that you guys should probably run up that definition. It's where one individual and multiple individuals enter an agreement for rules for the betterment of everyone.
And then they use the force doctrine to enforce it.
No.
That's the back
That's
of
it.
I don't think a grocery store can really.
That's not what you agreed to. Vibe. You said you actually mentioned Rousseau, right? So I actually even went further. I mentioned Locke. I mentioned Hobbes. If you're going by what they were talking about, they didn't say just for the betterment of mankind. It could be about anything. Hobbes actually talked about the Leviathan, right? So it could literally get out of control. Even
they were the basis of the idea of authority coming from mutual agreement.
So
that's
it's not just for the betterment of
that's
mankind.
fine, your guys' idea of it, but that's just repeating what him and I agreed upon in the debate itself. So
I just wanted to
I mean,
clarify.
the craziest thing is like when we talk about Hobbes and we talk about Rousseau and we talk about Jack and all these guys, they all have this underlining consensus that there has to be some type of justification on that force. And what's really even crazy, Azrael, is one of the other people, the philosophers that I didn't mention, is Marx. Right. So like, are you a Marxist? Are you a communist? Because I mean, basically he's saying that the power controls the people. And I mean, that's just a crazy concept to me that like you want to go that far.
Right. Marx revealed a lot. That's what, when I look at his work, I don't see it as like, I want to do the things that he was suggesting. I'm saying that's the kind of things that can happen. Right. And that's the way our government more or less recognizes it. I know that some of them kind of are leaning now into the Comunisto manifesto, but Marx was pointing out what happens, much like Hobbes was pointing out the Leviathan.
Yeah.
Can I finish my question?
Okay.
So Gibbs, I'm gonna point you out here for a second. Gibbs lives on a ranch. Gibbs has food.
I don't live on a ranch. I live in San Antonio, but I have a house on a ranch.
Well, okay, I apologize. He has access to food. Other than living out of garbage cans, wouldn't you say it would be true that we are forced to go to a grocery store to get our nourishment and everyday needs?
No, I would not. In
Okay.
fact, up until
Tell me why.
100 years ago, 90% of people's food was made at home.
Okay, if you did not have that luxury,
if you want to not grow food at home, you can go make an agreement with the grocery store to trade your monies for their food. But you can certainly grow food at home.
if you do not have that luxury, Balderson, that's where I'm going with this, or you don't have the know-how.
I did not know that having to work my land was a luxury, but hey, it's fucking.
No, I'm saying if
luxury,
you did not have, the option, if you did not have the option, would
I
you
find
not
it really funny that you
forced?
say that it's a luxury, right? So I grew up in Michigan, and I knew people in the Upper Peninsula that would go hunting for deer outside of deer season illegally because they didn't have the luxury to go to a grocery store, and they would hunt the deer and they would bring them home and they'd kill them and eat them, and they were supplying for their family. You were saying that that's a luxury, that Balderson knows how to kill something. And I'm listening to this and going, well, there's actually people out there that do live off the land, can kill something, can bring home and provide for the family. And you're saying that's a luxury and a contract. I don't think it's a luxury. I know a lot of people in the United States, by the way, not just in Michigan, that go out and hunt. And I mean, I do have the luxury that I have oranges and avocados and things like that in my backyard that I can pick. I have chickens that give me eggs. I don't have any cattle, so I have to go buy my meat. That is a luxury for me. But what you're saying is it's a luxury.
You're forced to do it.
Well, no. That's what I'm saying is they're not forced. It's not a luxury. It's a choice. If you moved to the city, you made a choice to go to a grocery store. If you live on a farm, you made a choice to farm, and you have what you say is a luxury of being able to farm and eat animals. But this is a choice on where you decide to live or move, or this is not forced. There's nothing in the United States government that says you are required to move to a big city and go to a grocery store.
Does anybody remember the kid that went out into Alaska? They made like a movie about it. He went into Alaska, but then he starved to death, and he was eating some poison berries right at the end.
Yeah, he wasn't very bright. He was living in a butts in Alaska. It wasn't insulated. That's your choice as a person, 100%. If you want to go out into the fucking wilderness of Alaska and live in an abandoned bus until you die, you could do that.
Yeah, I want to clarify one thing real quick on my definition, since Effigy is misappropriating me in the chat. My definition of forced doctrine suggests that rights and social orders ultimately established, maintained, or enforced through physical power, coercion, rather than consensus or morality. It's not me conflating three separate things. It's you being confused, Effigy, as usual.
No, you keep using the makes right arguments, which is
I've never
you're running
said
away
might
from
makes
the other
right.
one.
If you listen,
yeah,
I
but
actually
you keep
say
making
that
the
might
exact same
simply
arguments.
makes. All I say is might simply makes.
To enforce the rights, you have to have a government right, which is a mutual agreement.
It doesn't make right. My point is that might is what ultimately makes what everything is. It's as simple as that. If you don't have force, you don't have any kind of power. So don't misquote me and straw man my position in the chat. Like you're on the panel, bro.
I showed the three different kinds of force doctrine you've been using to make arguments.
I haven't used Andrew's force doctrine one time. I did not plan.
What
for
you just
Andrew's
described was
force
Andrew's force doctrine. The idea that force is used to uphold rights, which is a governmental thing, right? You have to have a mutual agreement.
That's not Andrew's force doctrine. Is that women appeal to men for force? It's the only way he's ever debated it. Mine is that we ultimately utilize force to maintain status quo. We don't use morality or anything like that. And me saying it has nothing to do with morality.
I mean,
actually alludes to the
I really
fact
ask
that
you,
I'm not
though.
utilizing it.
Can I ask you this, man to man, right? Like,
To be fair, he
let's say-
appeals to other men to open olive jars. So I mean, I'm not sure how much force.
I don't blame you for not.
Let's just pretend that Azrael is 10 times bigger than me and he could kick my ass, right? So he is the dominant man. He is the might makes right, right? And I really do like Azrael. And if we were to meet and there was $1 million on the table and I said, hey, let's split this $1 million half and half. And you said, well, actually, might makes right. So I'm going to kick your ass and I'm going to take all $1 million. Do you not have any morality inside of your being that wouldn't say that, like, you know what? I like Vibe. Vibe likes me. Let's split it. That's fair. But because I believe that might makes right, I should kick his ass and take all the money. Is that
So
is
I've
that
never,
your
obviously
principal
never
belief?
said. I'll say again. Might does not make right. Might simply
Okay.
makes. It is
So
the driving
what-
force behind influencing anything you want. You have to have force to propel any society.
We agree with this. So you're removing the right part, right? You're saying might makes, right?
Yeah, might does not
And-
make
and-
right.
and-
Because
I'm
you
adding
can
in might
utilize
makes
might in
right.
nefarious means. It doesn't mean it's right.
So what makes right?
Right. And that's my point is if we bring right into it, that means there's a consciousness, there's a moralness behind it. And maybe your and my morals are not right, right? That's where the social contract comes in, where the majority of the morals are rights. But if it were just you and me, right? Just you and me, breaking it down, taking out a society, like, do you feel like it would be right for you to beat my ass and take all the money? Or do you think it'd be like, hey, I like this guy, he likes me, let's split it. It's $500,000 for him, $500,000 for me. Like, the right part is the really important part, and that is the part that trumps the might, right?
It's the application of morality.
No.
Yeah.
So you're missing. So I'll go back to my definition, which was that right and social order are ultimately established, maintained, or enforced through physical power and coercion rather than through consensus and morality. It has absolutely nothing to do with morality. Obviously, I'm a moral being. I wouldn't even.
Okay,
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Let's just talk
I
about
wouldn't
you
even-
and me.
I
in that
know. I
scenario.
would. You
Just
and
that
I
scenario.
don't care. I don't care about money. You could take the whole $1 million. I have plenty of money to survive. I don't care about money. I think all rich people go to hell. I don't really care to have $500,000. To be honest, I don't.
Okay.
I value money in the least, bro.
So is that not a part
You
of
can
your
give me your
morality?
money. I'll take it.
That's fine. Let's say you say, you know what? I'm not going to beat you up either. I'm going to let you take the $1 million. I'm stronger, and because that's not part of my ethics system, you have ethics.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with, like, you can just judge by it. Has nothing to do with morality in the first place. It simply means
How?
to make.
You just said you'd give me all the money. There's a
I don't
reason
care
that you're
about the
doing
money,
that.
but your argument is social contracts trumps force doctrine.
Been dealing with
So
this all
yeah,
night,
we
too.
can have an agreement, but at the end of the day, if I don't want to fight you and you decide you're going to kick my ass for the money, you're just going to take the money and you can kick my ass if I don't want to. It has nothing to do with the social contract. It has to do
Azrael,
with the force itself.
could I get your definition of force doctrine again one more time, please? I want to hear the beginning part of it.
An argument that suggests that rights and social order are ultimately established, maintained, or enforced through physical power and coercion rather than consensus and morality.
So, rights are established how?
Right. That literally had nothing to do with the rights. Physical power and coercion. And
I know I
and
heard the
force
word
doctrine.
rights in there somewhere.
And he said morality.
You said it wasn't based on morality, right? But that you did say that rights are established somehow.
Yeah, rights and social order are ultimately established and maintained and enforced through physical power and coercion, not
So,
through
force doctrine.
consensus or morality.
Rights are established by force doctrine. That's just a long-winded way of saying rights are established by force doctrine.
Yeah, you get it, without force doctrine, you have no rights.
Okay,
Where
so
did the rights come from?
you are literally making the argument that force doctrine is the causation of why we have rights. You are
Regardless.
saying in your definition, you are actually using the word rights.
So if you want any right, you're gonna have to use force to get it. It's as simple as that.
There
Like,
it is.
This is basic.
You just 2 minutes ago said that I'm not making the Andrew Wilson talking point of force doctrine makes right. In other words,
It doesn't make a right. It gives you rights. Do you think?
It's right.
No, so what do you say here? Let me try to explain the difference that I think is confusing. This is the difference between what me and Azrael are saying. This is actually the core difference between me and Azrael are saying. He's saying might makes. I'm saying might makes right. If you want to argue might makes right, argue with me. Because what he's saying is you can have competing different moral frameworks. Say the Aztecs and the Christians. Those both have might. He thinks the Christians are the morally correct one, so their morality is right. I'm saying it doesn't matter, right? Because it doesn't matter who's. Hold on, no. Hold on. I know that's what he's saying. I just explained what he said. I'm explaining the difference out. This is where we differ. I say might makes right because if you have two social frameworks, the stronger one kills the other, and then guess what? Their morality then becomes right because there's no one left to argue with them, and it doesn't matter. So that's the difference. Yeah, but he's saying you can't even have a social contract without the might in the first place. It doesn't matter what your morality is. There's a big difference there.
You're also conflating what is right and what are rights. So rights are things that we're entitled absent duty, and what is right is what is the good.
No, I'm not going to that. I'm saying the legal rights. I'm talking about the legal rights. Okay, you are saying that might
that's different,
makes those rights.
That's true.
Right. That's what you're saying, Azrael. You're just saying it in a weird way without saying it in the end.
Okay, this is the difference. The might, he's saying the might makes the social contract, which gives you the rights, little r. While saying that there's a higher power contract of morality that trumps that. I'm saying it doesn't matter if there's a higher power because the might fundamentally will make the morality due to there being no other competitor. Does that you understand?
Did you have to mutually agree to make the might?
Okay, I see what you're saying there, Gibbs. Well, then let me ask you.
Gibbs is 100% on point here.
I believe that, yeah, because I would also argue as a Christian, God's all powerful and he's the ultimate decider, so it doesn't matter what anybody is. So even if our might makes the little r rights or the morality on earth, it doesn't matter because he can go, bam, you're gone. You know, so that would be the argument.
Once again, let's simplify Gibbs' argument, right? To simplify it is you've got two sides of the world that have two completely different ideas. They're both based on what they think is morally right, and both of their morals are completely different. Now, whichever one has the stronger force is going to dominate over the one with the lesser force. Is that incorrect? Strongman on that?
And for the fundamentally, right? The key thing that's pretty close to the fundamentally. The key thing is you can still be the weaker one in his scenario and have the moral correct right, but it doesn't matter because they kill it. In my scenario, it doesn't matter who's morally correct. Because
I agree with you on that, right? So one could be, in what we think is completely wrong, could be the stronger faction, right? And I can agree with that, and I can concede right there instantly and just say, "Good job, Gibbs," and thanks for pulling that up. But here's the thing. On both sides, the might is still controlled by something moral. Whether we think the morals are right or wrong, it still is trumped by the morals of both sides. So even if the other side that's wrong or right is stronger, they're both being driven by a moral concept. And therefore, the moral concept is still trumping the might.
Which is a principle that you were actually... you were trained on. You were trained to believe in those principles. In other words,
everybody on this panel could be wrong about what we're saying, right? But
everybody's wrong. But Way Philosophy comes in with $5 to be right. He says a woman could use social ingenuity to convince a larger man to kick ass with favors. Force doesn't win all social contracts. And this was kind of, even though I was being funny, but this was kind of what I was saying earlier, is that women, we are naturally more manipulative. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I actually mean it in a positive light, that we are manipulative in a way of forms of survival, right? For instance, if a weird, funky, ugly man who looks like he could hurt me comes up and starts talking to me, I'm more likely going to be pleasant because I know that if I get mean, he could potentially harm me. Or knowing to, walk across the street on the other side,
before somebody gets near me on the sidewalk. I do that as a preventative maintenance. So women do have other features built in. We may not have the strong arm power always, but we certainly have the whereabouts to maneuver differently because we are aware of that. But I'll hand it back to you.
So to respond to that, yeah. So she gets to appeal to the force of men. It doesn't mean she has force. Using your lady parts to seduce weak men does not mean you have power. Does not mean you have force. It means you have.
I didn't say that at all.
No, I'm responding to the comment, not to you. So
Yeah,
it doesn't.
I didn't say anything. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so it doesn't
Go ahead.
matter whether or not she seduces the man and then utilize the man's force. It's still the force that she's appealing to. It's so that doesn't refute the point either. This is actually in Andrew Wilson's debate over and over. Like, you should have just saw that coming.
So in that case, so you're actually speaking to the legitimacy itself, Azrael, as in the legitimacy of the rights are created by force.
Yeah, so the rights themselves, so our rights to own a gun, our rights to free speech, all of our rights are legitimized and enforced through force. Without force, we have no rights. Because if we stop enforcing your rights today, you have no rights.
And now I understand the difference between yours and Gibbs's argument. I still don't agree with it. Because what I would say is that the legitimacy is baked into an agreement that we have come together to say what is a right first, and then later comes what we decide will be applied as enforcement.
Well, you guys broadly apply coming together to any groups of individuals. When I come across the example of the Spartans, when I came across the example of the Persians, when I came across the example of the Egyptians, when we came across the example of the slaves, when we came across the example of the Spaniards and the Mayans, when we came across the example of the Native Americans who also owned slaves, you guys are always saying, well, you'll have a social contract with each other, but they don't have a social contract with the other. They have been imposed upon via force. There is no social contract when you are imposed upon via force.
Yeah, and I want to add one thing. I think there's a key, because I think someone in my chat seems a little confused because I said, as a Christian, okay, well, if you read Revelations, Satan's going to take over the world. God allows this to happen. It's the whole thing. And then all the people on earth, and God's the final say. So even though morally incorrect people are in charge, he still has more power and more might. And so his rights, his value, moral system is going to trump that. And so even if you aren't morally correct on earth, there's still a higher trumping force. That's, I think, the key difference between what me and Azrael are saying. It seems like it's a very narrow sliver, but I think it's important to the understanding the difference of where we're coming from on this.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add that.
Actually, Azrael brought that up earlier because he was saying, I see you as a Christian, so as a Christian you would
That's
believe
why I want
that
to differentiate.
And so yeah, now that part I actually agree with. I don't actually agree that the right that might makes right because of another society's morality in that case. In that case, if it is morality and it's the ultimate morality, then no society is right except for that society in which God has created.
Well, God's created all societies, right? So only his might matters. That's what I'm saying. The might makes the right. He created humanity. Humanity created society, right?
No, your weird desert God didn't create my society.
Well, your God created
that
your
shit
society.
to yourself. Keep that shit to yourself.
Your God's created your society. Then.
And that specific individual where we're talking about the
they
might
didn't
of
make
God,
them weird stinky
that
little
is where
people.
Mike makes right. It doesn't make make.
I
God's,
do believe
God's might does make right.
this is where I totally won this debate, and it's pretty plain and simple because even Azrael, Gibbs, everybody on this panel all agree that yes, force is true. The most powerful person can do whatever they want. We all agree on that. But for some reason, we all keep on saying that there always is an agenda behind the force. That is the primary factor, the primary mover of that force, whether justified or unjustified. Any party that's doing it thinks they're justified in that based on their morals. Therefore, the social construct, whether right or wrong, always does dominate the force doctrine. And therefore, that's why I won.
Just to
Sorry,
be clear, Vibe, when I clarified, because your debate topic, social construct, disrupts force doctrine in societies, I replied to her, I should be available from the prompt. I would think it would be a discussion rather than a debate. If it will be debate, I wanted you to narrow the topic, your affirmative claim, to be an affirmative claim so I could critique it. The reply was, I know this is the claim. I know most people think force doctrine in the end is everything, but is saying it is not, but you're saying it's not. The social contract is what keeps force doctrine from having to be enforced. I still do not think you've proven that definitively. And this also might be a disconnect because my whole entire argument was based upon that premise that I was given. And my argument is as follows, that it is force that is keeping people from enacting crime. It is not a social contract overall. It is the fact that you will go to jail, you will be fined, you will be prosecuted, you will be punished. It is not just we have a social contract. So that is the point I've been arguing this entire time, was the point I was given, because your debate prompt is so vague and so ambiguous, it could have encompassed any number of things.
Okay, well, maybe we can start the debate over. So
I guess I should have clarified that in the debate.
No. Let's do this, right? Because I actually think everything you said still actually supports me and still says I won.
Time Vibe.
I have to, but I mean, really simple, right? The social construct or contract trumps force doctrine because force doctrine is driven by it. Do you understand that part? I mean, everything you've debated even has been like, if I feel like this, that might be your personal contract with yourself, but it's always driven by a moral, whether right or wrong. Gibbs said it. You know, maybe there's two morals
that
one's right, one's wrong.
Contracts is what keeps force doctrine from having to be the enforcement arm. That force contract.
If force doctrine upholds rights, but we have no morals to uphold, then what's the point? What keeps every man from beating every man up?
The threat of men with batons and weapons from beating them up. And even then, some individuals completely evade all of that.
Do you have the urge to go outside right now and beat up men?
Sometimes.
Okay, Gibbs does.
Every day, bro. All day, bro. Oh, my Lord. You ever done with an HOA? Every day, I'm like, man.
Are you talking about right now in this moment? Are you talking about right now in this moment? Because I am. But the fact of the matter is, directly to the prompt, which I'm guessing you replied with this because I asked her to ask you, was social contracts is what keeps force doctrines from having to be the enforcement arm. But that's not true, because we still have the enforcement arm, and the enforcement arm, force, is what keeps people from committing crime. It's not social contracts.
Okay, so first off, I've conceded to that at the very opening of my argument that force doctrine is a necessary part of society.
I'm glad I beat it. I'm glad I won the debate in your opening. That was
you know what?
early.
You know what's funny is the disconnect.
It's not
here.
the primary.
It's just a tool. It's,
Vibe. He
it's
said
less and
the
less
reason that
necessary every
Vibe
day.
doesn't commit crimes is because he doesn't want his neighbor to look over at him and think he's a criminal. He literally fucking said that. Azriel said he doesn't commit crimes because he doesn't want to go to jail. He's all about the social contract.
No, I don't commit. No,
you're all about.
I commit crimes every day.
No, I don't commit.
You said that.
Yeah, I commit crimes every day because
I was debating in a secular society. I wasn't debating for my moral framework. My moral framework is Christianity. I don't commit crimes because of the grace of God, and because I know that there is a heaven and a hell. I know that there is a God who judges me and watches me.
You're not committing crimes and doing bad things for a different reason. And that's
I did not.
That's why I didn't debate for my Christian framework.
Austin morals. He's like, leave it to Beaver. You're actually kind of trash.
I am trash. I commit crimes because I know they can't catch me, and if they do catch me, fuck them. I'm going to fight them, and I'm probably
some of the
win.
things that you just listed, Azrael, are things that are entailed by the social contract. All of those enforcement mechanisms you're talking about are entailed because there's a social contract. Once again, my argument has been the whole night: You cannot project force without some kind of mutual agreement. Otherwise, like you're necessitating force being used to protect all these things. You can't project it to a point to even protect it without actually an agreement to form the mechanisms of enforcement.
Still irrelevant
the whole,
to the
the
argument.
whole idea about
No,
this
how the
if you're
fuck
gonna be
is
treating-
the
Your
main defeater to
argument
your
is
argument
irrelevant
irrelevant?
to my argument. It does not
if
contend
you're
with my
going to
argument
use
in the
force
least.
to enforce rights, then there's these rights that you've agreed on. If you don't have any rights and you're just going to use enforcement with no rights, then you have anarchy and everybody's beating everybody up.
And you have
You
nothing.
don't have to have rights
Exactly.
to have enforcement. You don't have to grant people rights. You don't grant slaves rights. You don't grant like serfs
If the
rights.
slaves
actually,
didn't agree at some point,
not
they would
granting
keep fighting till
slaves
they were all
rights
dead.
is a right. It's a right to not grant them the rights, right? That is a
Not
right.
their right.
No, not
Well,
their
here's-
right, but
I don't know how many hours you get, but like the human body needs at least like 4 hours of sleep. Usually 6 to 8 is pretty healthy. You got to sleep sometime. Just
That's
remember
not true.
that.
There's a guy in Asia who hasn't slept in 40 years.
I highly doubt it.
He's got documentaries over him.
Yeah, I think it's bullshit.
His
The human body
name,
would not
his
survive.
name is do a lot cocaine.
Yeah,
He
there was
he
a
doesn't do
experiment
cocaine. He
back in
create
the
he
70s.
makes his own alcohol. He just drinks
Bro,
a lot.
that's bogus. There was an experiment back in the
Makes alcohol
70s.
out of rice.
Sleep experiments. You heard about those, right?
No, I never heard about a sleep experiment. People experiment with the sleep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Please enlighten me so I can be more informed like you, Brick.
Test subjects. They went crazy, started tearing their skin off and shit. You know, like you can't survive without sleep. You have to have rest.
What's
It's
your
just a
point,
fact
man?
of reality. So if you go to sleep and you haven't treated your slaves fairly, in other words, given them right, given them fair treatment,
Your guards
will
outside
be
of your house will keep
rebelled against.
in the Egyptian society, the massive amounts of thousands of guards guarding their chambers would prevent any slave from coming anywhere close to them.
You mean a social contract?
See, this is what I'm saying. You guys are conflating the idea that people have to agree on things
If
with
them
the social
guards didn't
contract.
agree, how would it
Fair
work
enough.
out? If those
Fair enough.
guards
What
didn't agree,
happens in an
how
army
would
can
your
project
army
force
go?
more than slaves.
I got you. Your army exists. You have your
You just
army.
made the trained fighter versus 5 fighters argument a while ago. I don't see how you don't understand it now.
It's one
Where did you
man
get-
with 6 guns.
Where did you get the money, the resource, the stuff to pay your army, sir?
Sometimes it depends on the civilization. Like in the Egyptian society, they believe that the kings and the pharaohs were actual gods. Same
But
same with the Persians.
Where did you get your payment for your army?
From their illusion of a god, because they weren't real gods.
Do you think that the North Korean
There was no
people
money.
think that
They
Kim
were
Jong-un doesn't poop or pee?
considered to be gods. That's where
Army
they're
that exists today, the U.S. Army, the Navy, the Air Force, Marine. How do we pay them?
Don't you
Where
dare
did the money come from?
Don't you dare insult my beloved Marine Corps like that.
Listen,
They come from the government using their might to force us to pay taxes unjustly because taxation is down.
Notice how I included the Marines. I didn't just say Army, Navy, Air
Yeah,
Force.
it's the way you said it.
Well, just because you guys eat fucking crayons, that's not our fault.
Listen, they're a delicious and nutritious snack, and you just don't understand.
All of them?
I do. I was on the last Marine Army base ever.
They're delicious.
So, but they get paid specifically how?
With pennies. By straight
Right.
pennies.
The people pay you, or the Army, the Navy, Air Force, Marine. We pay you through a social contract. It's the same thing in every single society that's ever existed. The payment comes from the lords, the ladies, the people, the king.
Yeah,
This
but you
is
don't have an
the-
option of who you pay and how your resources are allocated and what is done with those resources and how the military fights. You don't get an individual say on whether or not we support Israel and Iran or not. It's,
We
it's
do.
up to the government,
social
and you're going to pay
contract.
those taxes or you're going to go to jail.
No,
you know
we do.
why?
It's
Because
called
of
a
force
vote.
doctrine.
It's a vote. You didn't know that we voted here in the United States? bro.
Oh, you think your vote matters? You think your the electorate?
I mean, that's an independent argument. Damn it! Don't get me on your side.
You think you're voting for the president, or you think your elected officials actually do it? And even
Listen,
then,
my man, because you don't believe your vote counts doesn't mean nobody else's vote counts.
it actually just
believe
doesn't.
But
Your vote actually just doesn't count.
belief you
can
have.
vote for whatever president you want, and it's
Right.
still going to be the
I get
electoral
it.
college
You're
that
You're
votes for it.
angry that democracy in this country.
I'm
whatever,
not angry. I'm a
republic,
realist.
whatever it is,
You. It's we have a bi-party
do
system.
have a
The only
system.
people who can get elected are the people who those two parties put in the office. So you're either going to choose who the Democrats put in as an option, or you're going to choose who the Republicans put in as an option.
Look,
I think you're 100% incorrect on this, and it's very simple, right?
no,
So
he's
I am very active
he
in
said
my
all
local
night.
politics. Sorry, Ben.
This is
Go
the
ahead.
first right thing he's been saying all night.
Look,
No,
I
see,
don't
I'm
disagree,
going to disagree
but
with
at the
both of you
same
guys
time,
on
the
this.
illusion is there. So
Well,
if
that's
it
because
is
you're
an
leaving to
illusion,
Beaver.
look, hey,
It's,
if
it's,
you really
it's,
feel
it's
like
not
that,
an
then
illusion,
take up
you
arms
guys.
for Doctrine.
You
If
can have
voting
influence in
didn't
your
matter,
local
they wouldn't
politics.
try so hard to stop you.
But
They
in
don't
The
try to
majority
stop
of
you. They
people
encourage
only
everybody to do
president.
it.
They don't care what's
they
happening
encourage
locally.
people.
They wouldn't
They
have
do all
started
kinds
letting
of shit,
weak
man.
ass men vote, and they wouldn't have started letting women vote. And when it's all them people started voting, all of a sudden infrastructure's gone. All the fucking important
There's a
things
guy in
on how
here
the-
trying to
on
get
how
half the
fucking
population not to vote,
functions are
dude. Come on.
gone.
Well, I mean,
And
Balderson's kind of right. They look at people as voting blocks. They gerrymander. They do a ton of stuff. They do voter suppression.
If
You guys are 100% correct in everything you guys are saying, because all you do is look at the global picture. If you actually support your community, if you vote for your mayor, if you participate in the local community, those local communities and those local people actually have an influence on who's the governor. The governors of every state actually have an influence on who the presidents are. And the most people only vote for a president. They don't go to their local elections. They don't care. They don't even know what they're voting for. They just like recognize a name. It's
But
stupid.
governors-
So if you guys, we can make a fucking difference, and you guys are all fucking wrong, because here's the thing: if you participate locally, you can change the United States nationally, right? And
I like
because all everybody does is pay attention to the president, whether it's Kamala Harris or. And by the way, why do we always get shitty presidents? Is because nobody participates locally. You guys freaking get out in your local freaking districts. You start participating. You start voting. You pay attention to the bills that are freaking happening, and you'll see huge changes in the United States. You guys are all motherfucking morons on this whole thing. That we
No,
don't have
I
You're
they-
innocent.
I disagree. It's
I
gamified.
don't mind.
You're-
I
you're
would like to
innocent.
read the super chats if everybody could give me just a moment. Way Philosophy in with the big five says rights are created and protected through legislation. Violence protects the state. That makes sense. Like the military
legislation
defense.
doesn't protect any of your rights at all. It's an enforcement arm that actually protects them.
Right.
They're created and
A
protected.
sheet of paper cannot protect your rights. There's no sheet of paper that is protecting your rights.
Right.
Did you miss the created part?
The Second Amendment's what protects our other rights. The social contract that we all get
Yeah.
to also have.
But it's
have
our
fucking
agreement that
not
makes
just
them
government.
there.
But even then, the Second Amendment is protected by force as well.
You can't protect them if they're not there.
Because we
well,
won't give
I mean,
up our
you
guns.
could say that like Congress created the military I don't know, like
Military industrial complex.
And no one
Yeah,
agrees on
like-
anything.
and without that, like we wouldn't have that organized piece as an authority to protect the state. You could kind of vary it differently.
Yeah.
Fourth Wiseman with the Big Ten says, your rights are not my rights, and my rights are not your wrongs. I love you so much.
But are your
and-
lefts my lefts? and is my dabs your dabs?
They're all
Or are we
180.
both just high?
That's fair. And Tom Carpenter with the Big Ten says the Trinity was a force doctrine. And before anybody kicks off to talk about that one, you have a goal now. It is hit it or quit it. Okay, there you are. You're back. It is hit it or quit it mode. I haven't really complained too much about the goal tonight because I think you guys have been overall, we've had a lot of shows and we've had to keep pushing on. So I haven't really said anything tonight, but it has been kind of a long day for me. So if you want to keep going, I will go make a cup of coffee, but you know what to do, and I will happily make a cup of coffee. And I need a bag of ice for my bag.
I'm actually about to step out, so I'm gonna make my exit.
Sure, go ahead.
I did want to say, Vibe, you definitely got a pretty good pass on me acting super nice, at least during the initial debate, because my therapist is going to be watching this debate because I told him I was going to be having it. So I don't need him thinking I'm crazy and mean. So you definitely got a super pass on me being extra nice and candid with you. So,
hey, before you dip out, by the way, I do say I've seen you on panels. I think I pretty much always agree with you. I think you're freaking awesome. Love to have a one-on-one with you sometime. Maybe we got off step on this, but it's just fun.
Yeah, it's whatever. I enjoyed our debate. I think I definitely should have laid out the premise that was given to me on through the messages first, just kind of nail it down a little bit more. I definitely see where I could have done better, but I still won the debate. So there's that.
Nobody thinks that, but that's okay if you do.
Unless he beats the shit out of you and forces you to admit otherwise.
I'm just teasing, man. I really enjoyed our debate, man. And I don't know if you're in Gibbs Discord, but you can message me there. If not,
I don't know if I'm in Gibbs Discord. Can one of the mods post Gibbs
Shouldn't
Discord
both of you be in my Discord?
I'm in your Discord.
Yes. I think.
Okay, we can find each other there.
But
I can connect you guys on Discord.
I'll take some free promos and post it in the preside chat.
There we go. All right, you guys have a good one. I really did enjoy the debate, and later.
But Joy says
Toodaloo.
That's funny.
I think he did a pretty good job of defending his position. I also like that he and Gibbs were able to clarify specifically what he's alluding to. I would agree with your position, Gibbs, if it was the case that other societies created what was quote unquote right.
Yeah, I mean, hold on.
So I know you don't agree with that either. So
yeah, I mean, and like I don't know. I know it's just like I fundamentally, it's like, what does it matter? Let's just say there is no God. Right, let's just take that thing for a second. And there's aliens, though, and the aliens show up and they decide we don't like how humanity fucking. Oh, okay. Have y'all seen? This is actually really funny. Have y'all seen Love, Death, and Robots?
No.
There's a really good episode this last season where it turns out Jesus was a dolphin, and they come back and these water aliens come. They go, oh well, we also know Jesus. We wanted to see how the teachings were, and they go, what'd y'all do to him? Oh, we crucified him. Oh, and then they kill everybody because guess what? They're like, we don't like that. Your Messiah was bad, and he's God though, so he's gonna come back from the dead. But hey, guess what? And so they kill everybody. And so, what would morality mean if we all have different moralities? If there's some higher power out there, whether it's God or aliens, it fundamentally means nothing. Because if your morality doesn't continue, it means zilch. And that's why if you're a Christian, you actually have to believe my version, because God is all powerful and he's going to allow the devil to run the earth for at least 7 years under the tribulation. Arguably, it's under some interpretations, he's running these first and second heavens now. And so then he's going to come down and whoop that ass. Now, if you're under like a different pantheon, like Baldwin was saying with the Odin and all them, well, they're also gods. They're more powerful than you. So their morality is going to trump human morality even then. The people derive their morality from these things. So I guess as long as there's a higher power, whether that's physical, whether that's spiritual, or like actual on earth that we can see, that's the key thing. And I think that's why it's different, like fundamentally different.
But here's
but I mean, it still completely backs up everything I said, right? Is that the force doctrine always has something behind it, right?
Yeah, power.
What? Yeah, well, no.
Might is power.
No. The might has a moral behind it.
Yeah, but no, it doesn't necessarily. What if it's an AI?
Even if I have the might, there's a moral behind it. So it's a secondary prescription.
That's the issue.
It is the thing that actually enforces my moral.
Can you envision a situation? Okay, is the Terminator
one example in humanity where might won with no morals behind it?
Well, I can't give you
multiculturalism. Boom, there you go.
Well, I don't know about that, but I can't give you a actual
morality.
example because humans are like emotional creatures, right? I can give you an example, at least in fiction, and this I think important because we use fiction to flesh out political science thoughts and philosophy thoughts. And a good one would be Skynet. Skynet's an amoral thing. The only reason why it's killing humans is because it wants to keep on living, and that's why it's determined that we have to kill it. That's amoral. It's only thing that it cares about survival, right? So that's an amoral reason. That's not morality, and it uses this might to enforce its win.
Well,
survival's not a morality.
Moral.
Well, by our own definition, hold on. By our own definition, animals don't have morality, so therefore it's amoral.
Morality is intrinsically human morality.
Yeah, I would say so. I would
Well,
say that
it wouldn't have to be.
Say that. I wouldn't agree with it.
You can envision
Well,
an AI or an
animals
animal
have their own
like an
kinds of
alien.
morality. It's all the same thing in essence, but
Right.
but when we say morality, we're talking about human morality.
Right, so we're talking
human
about
specific
Just
morality,
implied.
Or at least
daddy or
conscious
aliens. That's a different type of morality.
Well, hold on. At least, I would argue that it's at least conscious. Like, what is it? What do we call it? Sentient species? You can argue that AI is sentient, but even then, it wouldn't. It would still be. Some could be
care about something.
Yeah, but at least in the Skynet example, that's arguably not even sentient. It just comes
Skynet,
like
iRobot.
It comes to realize. Well,
it's all
iRobot
logic.
have some of them have
Logic is what they care about. The principles
Yeah.
of logic. In other words,
Well,
Its
principles.
morality would be heavily utilitarian.
Skynet wouldn't even care about
Principles of
logic.
morals,
It just cares about
logic,
survival.
Principles. It's a morality. It's a right and wrong. It is right to do this because that's what I'm programmed to do.
The problem is the end of your sequence of events, Gibbs. There's nothing.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
the end of a societal contract, there's this wonderful thing. And if you're going to tell me nothing is better than something, I'm sneaking over to your house and stealing all your fucking ice. And you can tell me how nothing is now better.
Well, I won't tell you that. I wouldn't say that. I've never said nothing is better. That's actually, and I don't think it would be a bad thing. I think that you just mismade it. I'm not saying nothing is better. I'm just saying that's the way I think it is. Like, that's sad, maybe, but sometimes we have to deal with sad truths as humans, and we have to adapt to them. And that's just kind of my thoughts on that. So yeah, Paul's is right.
Get me out now because you don't want to lose your ice.
I would be really sad.
I count it to joy, Gibbs. It's all joy. Isn't that the Christian take? Joy, that it's all joy. Count it to joy.
I'll make a fucking video of you dumping your ice on myself. Like, oh.
I think the interesting question here is why Gibbs thinks animals aren't sentient or aren't conscious or self-aware, or however you're trying to phrase that.
What if the person with the most might is always the one with the social contract?
All right, speaking
Because
of
that's how
might,
it is.
I don't have the mic to continue. I'm going to put my kids to bed. I love you guys. Thank you for engaging. It was a really good night. So thank you guys. And by the way, still only have like 155 subscribers. So go over to Vibe on YouTube and frickin' subscribe. Gibbs, I don't think you're on there yet. So get your ass over there. I appreciate everybody here. Thank you guys.
We love you, Vibe. Thank you for tonight. It was a good debate. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was fun. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, one of the best.
I think everybody's
Tease
getting
him about
tired.
having to have a hot cocoa before he goes to bed in a story, but I have to have a hot cocoa before I go to bed.
You do, you and your hot cocoa. How's Mrs. Balderson doing? Did she make it back?
Oh, no, fucking her dentures are a little bit too big, so they're gonna have to adjust them on Monday. And so she's out, and so she's just staying over there. Like I said, it's like 4.5 hours to the dentist.
Yeah.
From where we live. And through the mountains, which is way harder than a normal 4.5 hours. Like there's no just dude, it's horrible. You're 30 miles an hour is about the best you're doing, and you're just doing this constantly and up and down and dodging cattle and fucking holes in the road and rocks that are falling off the mountain and shit. You got to watch out for all that.
Not so fun.
Wow.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun at all.
And then also with her gums, because she got like, so she had 4 root canals when she was younger, and they got infected. And it was then carrying over to all her other teeth, and it was making her whole jaw swell up, and I think it was getting in her brain some. I was so scared because it took them so long to get her in, and they took all her top teeth and put her dentures in, and then the dentures are supposed to form with the gums or something, but she's way quicker and better than you would imagine. And the dentures are too big, so they're not staying in. So now she's got to get them adjusted. So I'm all by myself.
I feel like I was gonna say you seem it seems quieter there for you.
Well, it's also the way I got to get up and run off regularly where I don't normally, because she takes care of things for me, like getting my hot cocoa, or when the animals are acting fools, I just stare at them mean, and then she takes care of it, or Brian does. Brian rolled his fucking ankle real bad. He thought he broke it, so I'm literally banding it over here.
Oh, poor Ben.
Yeah,
poor thing. Everybody together say aw. Well, it doesn't look like the red dono's coming in. We're down to less than 1 minute, which I feel like it's a quiet night. I'm not even mad. I'm not even upset. You guys have been really awesome this week. Not only the panelists, but the audience. We've had a lot of crazy nights. I know the other night with the Thorpes was fucking, and Hormax are all on one screen. I think everybody's had enough for a little bit. I think we're kind of crazied out. Anybody else feel any different?
Adios.
Poor the Wiseman feels different. He said, I'm still waiting for you to say the letter without putting the tongue on the roof of the mouth. Also, the letter U is a false vowel because to say you must employ the consonant Y. Class has just begun. All right, we're down for a
what about puke? What about puke?
You still say you. Just like
right, that's what I'm saying. Without employing Y, I'm saying you when I say puke, right?
No, then you're not saying the U correctly. Just like the word funeral, you still employ the Y to say it. The only time you would not be saying the Y is if no, there's not a Y in puke, but in order to say the word puke, there is a Y in between the P and the U sound. Puke.
I do see what you're saying.
Yeah.
With that.
Otherwise, you can be like other weird people who say puke.
It's like the R's in New England.
They just don't exist.
They just don't exist. If you've ever been to New England, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, my Brian, the guy, my best friend and farm partner, he's from New England. Oh yeah, and I tease him about it. It's like they like to take the car to the bar because they don't want to walk that far.
Yeah, I love the concept of like accents and how people enunciate or pronounce things in different places. It makes it fun in terms of like Baltimore, right? They're just trash and they don't know how to say words at all, and it drives me up a fucking wall. So sometimes when I go somewhere and they do know how to say words, it's refreshing and I can appreciate it.
You know what's funny about that is that like how some people will instantly discredit certain accents, right? Like so, like I have a six. Sometimes, especially when I'm tired, I have a pretty thick Texas accent, and I'll go on these panels, and it's more of a thing on the lefty panels than the righty panels. These like uppity, educated Ivy League wannabes or these like midwits sit here and they try to look down at me because I'm like, oh, I'm talking in colloquialisms. They're like, oh, this guy said piddly dicks. Oh, this guy said this other word. I've never heard cattywampus. Look at this retard. And then, you know, like they actually aren't that intelligent. They just try to like overuse big words. And it's funny because they'll just like look at you and hear an accent and immediately dismiss you, even though you might actually be more educated or like more intelligent than they are. And I think that's kind of funny.
I agree.
Wouldn't Y be the fake letter? Because in older, more English languages like the Germanic, which most of English is based off of, Y wasn't even a thing. It was J. And so wouldn't Y then be the fake letter?
So if you went south, not Germany, but if you went into like Africa and the Middle East, it would be the Y. It wouldn't actually be the J. So it's actually your territory that has the J. And then when you go south, it actually has the Y. And they're interchangeable.
Oh, like with the hairy people gods, like fucking Gibbs follows. Nobody wants to take credit for them smelly ass little people with fucking tiny hands. My God didn't make them.
Yeshua.
It's
Hair
not
is
that
wonderful.
you is necessarily a fake letter. It's a false vowel. So you have your
I'm like
vowels
Samson.
and you have your vowels and your consonants, and what makes a vowel is because it's a connector, right? And consonants are I couldn't even explain it. How would a teacher explain that? But you wouldn't count because it's technically requiring a consonant, because that's why they say and sometimes Y for a vowel. But in this factor, the Y would be counted as a consonant, not a vowel. Now, if you utilize Y as the sound of E or like that, like an I-ish, at the end, or like like ilt, or
Not all U sounds are YU though. Like
no,
cunt.
but as the vowel in and of itself.
So I'm
If I
saying the Y
if I
itself is
say
just
the
made up
letter,
later on.
if I say the letter U, this is what he's saying. Like, you can't say the letter N without putting your tongue into the roof of your mouth. And then also U is a false vowel because you have to say U to be able to say it. Even though it's not really a false vowel, he's just being an asshole by nitpicking the fact that you have to use a Y to be able to say the letter U.
And I'm saying U existed before the Y because the Y was a J.
I think that's the same with Q.
I say all the sounds existed. Always. How about that one? How do you square any of this with June? June.
G-U-U-U-U-U.
Well, the letter's name is more likely the long sound than the short sound, right? So U it's U, but its short sound is E is E, but its short sound is you know.
But we write the J, whereas we don't write
to get the long sound, you usually have to add like the E to the end. Like for O, you would have to add an E to pose. Otherwise it's just pos, you know.
Yeah. All right, we're in class. We're in class, Forrest Wiseman. Now what? All right, can anybody say the letter N without putting the tongue at the roof of their mouth?
I cannot do this.
N.
You can use your teeth and do it.
It's one of those biting your elbow scenarios.
No, your tongue still goes up. Yeah.
Can anybody?
I don't know. There's a guy with fucking no arms or legs that shot a woman, drove her to another site, unloaded the body into some dude's yard, and got on and drove away. The whole story,
That's weird.
beginning of the story is he has no arms or legs. So I don't even know what the fuck's going on anymore.
And if you think that you can't achieve something,
man, I feel worthless.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you think that there's something out there you can't do, guess what? This man just defied gravity.
There's a video of him shooting guns too. The dude like uses his one. He's not completely lost an arm. He's got like this part, and it seems like his elbow nub, a nub off of his elbow, and he pulls the trigger with this elbow nub thing. You're like, what the fuck? What the fucking fuck? But how did he carry a human body and dump it in some dude's yard? And the thing is, the dude, the only reason he knows what happened was because it got caught on his like security camera. Could you imagine fucking looking at your security camera and some dude with no arms or legs dumps a dead body in your yard and gets in and drives away? You're like,
oh, like that pirate guy from Family Guy.
Like you're calling the cops. You're like, listen, just come. I'm not even going to tell you this whole story here. You're going to try and arrest me if I tell you for being intoxicated. Just come look at my fucking security camera and get this body.
You want to hear something funny? I finally pissed off Pearl enough that she actually blocked me on Twitter, and I don't know why. I don't think I like bother her. But
But I had commented, she wrote this post. She said, mind you, I literally said the same thing that she just said to all of these other women. She says, I beg these Christian men to grow a pair and tell their wives to shut the fuck up. And then she listed like Lila Rose, Ali Beth, Nala's husband, Ashley Sheets, Candace Owens. She said, I don't believe any of you fear God because you so obviously fear your wives. So I wrote underneath that, I said, I can't wait until you get married and your husband tells you to shut the fuck up.
A little spicy.
Damn, sounds offensive.
Well, she just said, I beg these Christian men to grow a pair and tell their wives to shut the fuck up. I basically said, I can't wait till you get married so you have one that can. And
Look,
I
this
couldn't
is
like
the heart of Pearl's rage, right? She's gonna sit there and yell at the screen until some man marries her and forces her to do the things that she wants done to everyone else. She's like, I will make these YouTube videos until my man in the future tells me not to. If I keep screaming, it'll happen. It'll happen.
Well, I somebody was going back and forth with me on that comment. And next thing I know, I realized I was like, wait a minute, why is it not letting the comments go anymore? Like I can't, the comments are blocked out. And I thought maybe she turned comments off or so. I've never seen this before. I went to go look at the bitch blocked me. I was like, I literally said exactly what you just said.
Your words hurt her.
It's not exactly. They were directed at her like in a like comeuppance sort of way, you know.
She said, I beg these Christian men to grow a pair and tell their wives to shut the fuck up. And then she listed the women. And I just said, I can't wait until you get married so your husband can tells you to shut the fuck up. Like all I did was apply the same
one
thing
would say that you're telling her to shut the fuck up, right?
No, I'm telling her to go find a husband.
That's how everybody would perceive that, right? Like right off the cuff.
Do you think Pearl gets laid?
Sorry.
Like,
Pearl's got a black boyfriend.
Yeah. Oh, well, maybe she does get laid. I don't know. She cause like I feel like a lot of these women that are in that space.
That's part of why she's quiet about it. He's a heavy black guy.
Well, I find it interesting because a lot of these girls that are like pick-me's, except for like the little like OnlyFans converts who like obviously have gotten laid. And those are the ones that are actually the most happy when they convert to like Christianity or whatever because they actually know what dick is and they get it regularly. A lot of these women seem like pick-me bitches. And they're like hoping that by agreeing with the men that one of these men will take pity on them and clean out the sand in the vagina that's turned into pearls. But hey, nobody's doing anything of that. You see what I did there, by the way? That's called a double entendre. Get some bitches. Woo!
I think they crave attention. That's it. But I don't have any anything that not old enough to know what it was like before. If it's not normal or not.
I mean,
who craves attention?
We fed an entire
women like
with things that they can crave, like
titty shirts and yoga pants. I mean, comfort. Come on, it's not just for comfort. Sweatpants are more comfortable.
I mean, we're all craving attention. We're on a panel, bro. Like, what? Like,
you think men?
Well, the thing about the yoga pants though is I could wear a black pair of plain black yoga pants with a nice shirt, a sweatshirt, a t-shirt. I can dress it up. I can dress it down. I could go to the nightclub in them. I could go to the gym in them. I could go to work in them. Like literally, you can wear them anywhere.
On that last point, I disagree. I don't think you should be wearing skin tight.
Isn't like
wearing tights.
What? I didn't hear any of you. You just came. All six or five of you came at me at once.
Are you pretending like the forming to your ass isn't, ever in the thought sphere of them being excellent, though?
Alderson, should men be wearing skin tight jeans to work?
They do.
No, they don't.
They really do.
They obviously aren't Chuck Norris because he's got jeans with the stretchy crotch so you can fucking high kick.
I'm under a rock then.
Baseball players wear tight pants, and women go to see all the games. So clearly, there's some reason why they wear tight pants.
Football players. That would be the only
Good one.
benefit to watch. I don't watch football, but the like 3 games I've ever gone to, like the Army Navy games and stuff, like that was enjoyable because at least I had nice asses to look at, and then
But
going
that's not
to
a fashion thing.
to
It's
go
not
and-
fashion.
That's a little bit of a fashion thing.
I mean, they jazz them up, but you have tight. It's tight
But I
that
just
way.
gave
People don't grab
I just
on,
gave
and
you a concept that I could wear one pair of pants in an entire day, and it doesn't matter where I'm going or what I'm doing. All I got to do is change my shirt, or just wear the right shirt, and I can make it work for each occasion.
okay, seems fair.
Oh, and by the way, guys wear typically jeans that fit. I'm going to call them jeans that fit on every construction site, and I would suggest doing so. I would not suggest wearing loose clothing on a construction site.
But also,
Clay, I guarantee if you wore tight pants to my job, you would be laughed at every time you turn your back.
Oh, I'm literally coming from construction trade.
You also wouldn't wear the skinny jeans that these femboys are wearing.
Well, maybe that's what I mean.
Like just normal ass jeans.
Yeah, jeans that fit, not
Yeah.
loose.
Where you can see your butt crack, dude? No, they don't do that.
I live on a mountain, so I grew a butt, so that doesn't even happen to me anymore.
I'm not really paying attention to the guys, but I don't know. About
So
you
my
guys.
chat said something pretty interesting about this stupid chat. There's a guy, Spy, just said this. He goes, "I'm a little late to the party, but oh, sorry, I got something in the way. Click it up. I'm a little late to the party. There's literally tons of words we can say you without the assistant Y. Some examples: unbelievable, unreasonable, unreliable. Shall I go on, or can we admit to our lack of education now?" So I guess that's interesting. I don't really have an opinion.
Well, you're not
Yeah.
actually
That works long
saying
and
the
short
letter
vowels
U
sounds.
in though, so you're not saying you're saying the short U, not the hard U.
What about UH?
You're still not saying U.
Oh, is that the discrepancy? I don't know. I like
That's the discrepancy. You can't say the actual U, like the U itself, without saying the Y first.
Thought Spy.
Well, you could just spell it O-O, couldn't you?
Poo.
Ooh. Y'all are weird.
Why is this crap?
Like boo, but you.
So technically, I works kind of the same way for some people because you say like the E at the end for some people. I.
What?
Fucking prick.
You know, it's funny. I've never thought to spell Ike that way. I always spelled it I-G-H-T.
Oh, fuck.
I'm fucking with you guys. God damn.
Oh shit. Brick's giving us wigger speak.
Wow.
Dude, do you know I met MGK once at party?
Really?
Yeah, I
Really?
So
Did he
I was
suck your blood?
I was at this. I was
Did he
dating
cry?
a girl that was.
Yeah, he's a vampire. Did you know that?
Oh no, dude. He's not even a hard partier. It was back when he had that "I'm a Wild Boy" song, and this girl I was messing around with. Fucking, I wasn't married to Christy. I was just messing around with this.
I love
girl.
how that caveat comes in.
Just to make fucking sure nobody gets that idea.
Mhm.
But she
I
liked
know.
this guy.
Wait, hold on. Grace was trying to say your wife's out fucking around on you the
I
other
know.
night, and I was
Dude,
like,
and I'm
"What the
I'm
fuck?"
so weak and pathetic that I would I would be fucking worked up about that.
Bro, there
Stupid,
are
Grace.
sharks. There are sharks in the San Antonio Riverwalk. Look at this.
I'm not such a weak ass dude that I gotta fucking think like that. That's pathetic.
These are real photos. Real
And definitely my wife's
that's
super bloody ass
AI.
No,
mouth.
it's not. This is on the San Antonio news site right now. Like, that's crazy.
San Antonio news.
It's
site.
real. Look, it says it's real. It's not AI.
It's like a remote control sailboat.
Yeah, it's probably with someone with a little motor.
It's for a movie.
It's
They have remote sharks out there for a movie.
Gibson sold hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah.
So
I was just
fucking
trying to-
I'm smoking weed. I'm smoking weed at the concert because I don't give a fuck about listening to this guy, and I get thrown out with these other 3 dudes because it was actually their weed, and they just handed me the joint, and I was like, "Fuck yeah," you know. And they got into a fight with the bouncers, so I just walked around and went back in the front door. And his manager saw all that, and his manager comes up. He's like, "Dude, you got more weed because we're out." And I was like, "I don't got weed, but I got dabs. I can." And he's like, "Do you want to come on the bus?" So I fucking went on the party bus, and was getting high with the whole band. He was inside signing autographs. He comes into the bus, and one of his guys was coughing his lungs out because he'd just taken a dab. And he's like, "I want one of what he's having." And he comes up, he takes one fucking dab and fucking pitches forward. I had to snatch the dabber out his fucking hand. I was like, "You're going to ruin the party, bro." And these 2 black guys snatched him up and fucking hauled him off to the limo. And that was the end of that dude. So then the girl that I was messing around with, that big song that I'm a wild boy. And so I'd go, I'm a wild boy. I'm a take one dab. Laughing my ass off at that dude.
I'm a wild boy. What am I?
Yeah, but he's a vampire. You know about this? Sean Strickland said.
Vampires are apparently not immune to dabs.
Yeah, no,
they
they're
actually
not.
can't take. They actually can't take a dab worth of shit. I take like 10
I believe that.
Time I'm
I mean, yeah, I mean, when you're used to sucking the blood of the weak and all these other people, of course you're not able to.
Yeah. He does.
I mean, why do you think like the cross?
Of course.
And garlic, they can't even handle garlic. That's like the lowest level of spice ever. You think they can handle a dab? They can't even handle Mexican food. That's why we got the chupacabra and not fucking vampires. Yeah, see, this guy knows. That's the real way to be vampire spicy food, guys.
That's Carolina Reapers growing in my garden. Yeah.
What is that?
That
really
is
fucking hot pepper.
That is one of these little pieces in a whole pot of soup. That soup would be fucking. You'd be shitting fire.
Oh,
we used to eat those like for a while in college. We did them as a challenge. Then we got adjusted to them. And made like sauces and shit.
Make it pass out.
I mean, be a man.
Through your esophagus.
Who needs an esophagus? It's like
or a butthole head for that matter.
Yeah. It's just suggestions, it's like words. Chat, what are we going to talk about? Somebody give us some topic here. Everybody seems like they're excited.
Fourth Wiseman, next word challenge here. Why is
what was the best one in your last grab bag?
Grab bag. I could go to the grab bag if we want.
No, what was the best one in the last one you did?
Oh God, I don't know when the last time I did a grab bag. When was the last time I did a? I don't even remember because the last one we did I think was the Iran thing.
Must have not been that good then.
Yeah, I mean it's been probably over a month since I've done a grab bag, so I don't remember.
Well, topics will stick with you when they're good.
I mean, do you know how many shows I run through in a month and how many
That's
hours?
a good point.
Yeah, it's I do a whole lot of.
How about ground invasion in Iran? Is it happening? He called up 10,000 troops.
Did they really?
Will there be a draft? All those good questions.
Probably not. I mean, they didn't.
Is the army understaffed?
Either Iraq War.
I did hear that they
always
increased.
understaffed.
I heard that they increased the age of army recruitment to 42, and that they are also allowing
marijuana offenses are no longer a red flag.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're like, you all smoked weed. We get it. I have an interesting one that I'd like to
Saying
hear.
they're changing the rules right before they might need a bunch of people to come in.
Yep.
Are they going to run through the generation of people in their 20s before they go to 30s, and then same for 40s?
I have an interesting one. I'm curious everybody's take on. Why is it that Iran singularly compared to every other country is just grown by leaps and bounds in the last 40 years.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Like Iran is almost 4 times as big as it was fucking 40 years ago.
They actually
everybody else
topped
is talking
out,
about
though.
birth rate
They topped out,
crisis and
though.
shit, and Iran is just off the fucking hook with fucking growing. Like,
Well, that's
they
interesting.
were like 20, 30,000.
Well, they did. They grew fast, but that's changed now. They actually, so they had the largest. They
30 million. My bad.
Yeah, so they had a big. I saw a big article the other day about how they do have the largest military fighting force. However, they grew up really fast. They've actually been doing a lot of debates about this and like discussions that I've seen about why they grew up so fast, and now their population's shrinking because that shouldn't be happening. And they're actually really confused because that's
shrinking. It's 90 million.
Right, I know, but I'm saying they like grew really fast, and now they're not having kids, and they're trying to figure out why it is because it's not the same reasons as other Western societies. And also, God's favorite era. Whoever brought up the draft thing, the draft isn't being changed, just recruitment. So then that's a big one. So I
didn't bring it up.
So yeah, that Balderson, you're right, but it's recently now they're shrinking apparently, and it's kind of interesting. I just saw that like an article.
Why was it growing at such a disproportionate rate?
I think it's because
that's wild, right?
The theory is, I think that most people think is when Khomeini took over, a part of the Muslim thing is like to spread and be prosperous, and so they pushed that really, really hard. But now, the prevailing theory about why the kids now is the same reason like kids here are becoming more Republican. There, it's like kind of the rebound effect or the rubber band effect, where now they're like not liking being under it, and so they're like not having kids at a protest or something. But like what are these liberal elites though? They don't know shit. So like I don't know if that's a really good thing. But that's so I think there's.
Well, I gotta wonder if the male to female proportions have changed.
This could be another thing too.
Were the Persians historically Islamic?
No, they're Zoroastrian.
Huh?
There were most Persians that were pre that were Zoroastrian, or like the significant, but then
Zoroastrian. Okay.
Yeah, but then there's been a lot of conversion because they're not exactly most.
But
10,000. You got the draft age reversed, Uncle Guns. Uncle Guns is 25, not 52. Holy fuck! Don't fucking try to draft old men like me.
No, he said
so recruitment is like 42 now. Recruitment allowing the draft didn't change.
That's they did that thing second Iraq War too.
Like me, they take us out from one night of sleeping on the hard ground. Like, oh, that group's fucking out. Everybody's getting up in the morning. Jesus Christ! Why?
Hey, I'm sure there's a bunch of 42-year-olds who'll fucking take them up on that.
So kind of like what you're saying there, Balderson, is like over the last 30, 40 years, it's kind of been a baby boom.
Oh, extreme. I don't know if it's all baby boom or if they're also got a lot of immigrants coming in. I don't know. I was looking one day. I was curious about because the birth rate crisis is something that gets bandied about, and I was curious how that state in particular was doing, and I looked and I was like, what the fuck? Why are these guys just growing enormously? They're they're fucking 4 times as big as they were.
Just looking at any time in history where like baby booms happen and that sort of thing, I would probably attribute it to industry and comfort. Like that's usually the biggest driver for anything like that. So along with
nutrition,
but along with that, their industry happens to be that they're in the middle of a major trade route. So if you're going to establish,
and it's a sandbar floating on a pile of oil, that doesn't hurt anything.
Yeah. So, if you're going to actually be able to establish any type of governance across that, I mean, it would naturally make sense, but it would have to be a stable governance too. So, I would attribute to that.
Stable enough because they just keep on fucking growing vastly while we're all shrinking. I find it really interesting.
Well, what's funny is somebody told me one time that if you can buy land because they ain't making no more of it, but the funny thing about that is over there in that area, guess what they're doing? They're actually making more land. They're building.
They actually had to stop about 6 years ago because of the economic crisis that we're all in, because we're not the only ones feeling this pinch. But they were trying to make designer land pieces. Like they made that whole thing with like 3 palm trees But then they had to stop all that, so it's all dead projects now with hundreds of billions of dollars tied up into it.
But yeah, every time I see something like that, I would attribute it to such, which is kind of interesting because now that this whole conflict is going on over there, obviously the numbers are going to drop on that. But even prior to that, if Gibbs is saying that they've been dropping as far as that goes, it kind of makes sense as far as trade deals goes and all of that, because if they're making bad trade deals, naturally, people are having a much rougher time.
They don't really make bad trade deals. That's just Gibbs is like super bombastic about laying out the most nonsense propaganda ever. Like, obviously, we're not whooping that ass that much because like the day 2, they were like, we've defeated them, we've crippled them, they're done. Here we are, a fucking month later, still hearing the same exact propaganda bullshit. Obviously, it's some nonsense.
But also, don't quote me as word like fact on that one. That was just the article I read a couple of days, literally like 2 days ago, talking about it. I mean, it makes sense, like based on what they were saying. The facts looked right, but like they could just be some jackass or something. But it was from a similar group. But like, maybe more
propaganda on this is so heavy. Like you watch like Indian news.
Well, they were saying they're still the largest military age population.
The exact opposite of what the United States is saying.
I follow India stuff.
Here's my take on it. I think we've been moving towards this for a long time. I think we've been supporting Israel when it comes to mowing the grass for a long time, so I don't see much is changing. I see us invading Iraq, Afghanistan, we're in there with Libya, all of these places right around Iran, and now it's just more of the status quo. I don't find it shocking at all. And morally speaking, if Israel's more Western aligned and they're right there in the snake's den, I don't see a big issue with it. Did Trump lie about it? Yeah. Or did he campaign on not doing? Like, there's plenty of wagging the finger to go around, but just like what we're doing.
Honestly, Iran was my one exception. I would have accepted as a big deal.
Got it.
Iran was the one country I would have accepted as an exception to the no new wars thing, because that was coming for decades now, so it was inevitable. And I understand why we're doing it. Like, if we don't do it, our economy is going to be in really bad shape.
Yeah, honestly, Ant, that's why I wasn't as upset when it happened. I am absolutely not for war. I do not agree with it at all. But with that said, I'm not entirely upset. Because
I'm with you, Clay. I would rather we weren't getting into another conflict, but I understand this one. Don't like it, but I understand its necessity.
Yeah,
I get.
I'm still going to give the L to Trump because he did say that he wasn't going to start new wars. That is something he has to take on the chin. He promised that and he didn't fulfill it.
Exactly.
I get what Ant is saying about the economy. I'm saying we could have put the fucking money into doing good things for the United States and changing our economy, not to be based off the same thing. So that way we wouldn't have this problem. So we don't got to go to war in the fucking Middle East.
We're lucky.
The only thing that's propping us up as a country, Balderson, is oil. That's how we can manage our debt. That's the only reason people still hold U.S. dollars is because they have faith that the dollar won't fail, and that's because we own oil. They're all tied together. So if you renege on one,
we're both agreeing on that.
There's not been one.
There's nobody arguing against that. What I'm arguing against is giving money.
You're
to
saying
Israel
there's another way,
to war,
Balderson,
and then going to war with Iran when we could be instead building up our own infrastructure and using our own natural resources and move the value of the dollar over. Because I don't think there's any stopping the.
Why don't you run for president? Why don't you run for president?
Doesn't move like that.
That's a good thing. I think you're right, Balderson, to want that, but you have to think of how much time we have to do it.
I don't think it's going to be over. Years in Iran.
I'm sorry. Everybody's talking over you, Ben. How rude of them. They should probably wait their turn. Back to you. Yeah, you're a loser.
Sarah, please regulate this.
Yeah, just get the fuck out. Ben, I'm sorry. Everybody was talking over you. Go ahead.
I'm not disagreeing that this will take time, but every war in the Middle East we've been in has been 10 years. And this is the biggest, baddest of all the enemies we've faced. So you can't tell me this isn't going to take a lot of time also. So why would I, instead of investing our money into the broken system, us not invest into an American excellence and self-sufficient system?
I respect your opinion, and I know you've served yourself. I'm just saying how I view it. It's the debt goes up by X amount every year, it's a percentage rate. If you don't manage it or cut benefits, it goes up even more. And when we look at how we bring in profit to the United States, a lot of that is dependent on if people will buy our debt. And then that debt needs to be managed. If people no longer believe in the dollar, then the dollar fails.
Is that you have to buy so much in bonds that secures the dollar along with buying money to buy the petrodollar. So it's kind of a dual system.
I'm trying to express my thoughts right now without being long-winded, and I don't know if it's possible, but I just basically saying I do think there is utility in what they're doing right now in Iran. To me, it makes sense. I get why people are upset, but that's kind of my view on it.
Yo, who's this scary ass YN next to me?
I get it. I also don't want the economy to crash.
Bro, I'm not trying to be racist, but I literally can't even see you. I'm not trying to be racist right now.
I'm
dead
trying to
ass.
be racist. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Let me just.
I can't see him. Can you fucking turn on a light or something?
Minute. Everyone, fucking shut up for a second. Listen. There's people on this screen that are hiding behind a fucking avatar, and you're worried about a dude sitting in the dark. What the fuck is your problem? All right,
Yes.
Yep, you can take a hike too. I don't even fucking care.
No fucks given hour.
I will not. You know what? The Thorpes and Hormax are on one panel at one time was too much. The degeneracy for the week has been used up.
It's tapped out.
Yeah,
I don't even give a fuck, right? I don't even give a fuck, right? And Simon, I don't give a shit about you, right? I think you're an asshole, but I'm still not going to sit here and let two dudes actively try and push racism bullshit onto my panel like a retard and expect it to be just oh yeah, okay, well, let's just have that conversation right now. Let's just do it, guys. It sounds great. There's people who don't even fucking cam up. Why are we worried about a dude sitting in the fucking dark?
Also, you say way more offensive things than just sitting there. So, I got way better things to give you shit about.
Right. It's just my loser tolerance for dumb shit people say is just draining.
Tapped.
It's draining. It's so fucking tapped.
I just wanted to ask a question.
Of all people that are degenerate right here, or they pull out, I gotta share this.
I just wanted to ask a question.
What are we talking about here?
Dude, the panel was completely full the other night, and I looked down, and it went because I heard the ding, 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 and I looked down, and I shit you not, it was Thorpe, or Maxer. I'm like,
yeah.
Now
That was a long fucking night.
I was 39 hours straight on that. I was so tired.
I don't know if you saw my Discord comment, but it's I half convinced myself that Hormaxer wasn't so bad after all. Just thinking back on his last appearance, and I watched that video, I'm like, I was fucking wrong.
And you're like, I was having some nostalgia on this. No.
No, to be fair, he was pushed into some of it, but he gave it to. I'm not going to defend him.
To see somebody 50 years old and still be that animated, it's kind of wild.
Well,
dude, the cocaine levels are high on that one.
That ain't coke.
It's a hell of a drug.
That is not coke. Let me tell you that right now. That is something a little bit else. You remember those glass roses we were talking about one time? That guy's definitely using one of those. Let me tell you. Either that or boofer.
The whole reason that he got so mad and had it out with me is because 3 dudes all used me as the example of being a man. And that dude, you could see me look like he was eating glass by the time the third one happened. I was dying laughing.
Oh goodness. Yeah, I that panel, I don't even know.
I went back and I saw that you had taken it down within like 5 minutes.
I deleted that one upon exit. Only because there was so much in that was it would just I wouldn't even chance it, not even in a members tab. So, and that's the great thing about the gauntlet is I don't care about dumping the videos as often. That's why we keep them separated. That way, I still keep the good content. I don't have to go edit anything. I just dump it, and it's still on Rumble. There's nothing I gotta worry about over there. But that's just it's like to go from that and then two dudes coming up trying to especially in our final hour, at least what I believe might be our final hour based on the dono goals. Like to do that, and I have just no fucks to give. Simon, I still think you're a piece of shit.
What's up, Simon?
Defend yourself,
Yeah,
Simon.
I love you too, girl. Don't worry about it. Like, I think Sarah's the hot shit on YouTube right now. To be fair, I've been like scouting up. Nah, so for real, like she be talking about best subjects, like she be talking about the real shit. So, yeah, no,
you're all right.
Hold on. I want to put this out right now because Rocky down underneath is a white dude, Simon is a black dude, and he can't see fucking either of them sitting in the room.
I wouldn't vouch that on.
And they both do the rambly shit.
Have you seen the comedian where he's like, "Oh yeah, blackface is always bad, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Well, there's certain situations where it's not, right?" And they're like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "Well, say you're a black dude and you're in like the Navy SEALs and you got like the most fluorescent white guy and you're doing a nighttime raid in a full moon. You probably want that guy to do blackface, right?" And I was like,
Yeah, like if I'm standing next to you at a raid at night and the moon is out, you don't want me not to cover this.
But I'm saying, expect your moments to be shining like a beacon, boys.
Yeah, if I take my shirt off at night, I don't even need a flashlight to run around the farm. I might
leave them alone.
He's actually able to do that when there's no moon and no stars out. It's that impressive. It's like a
Hey Ben,
neon
hey Ben, just scream real loud. We'll call you a flashbang.
Oh my goodness!
Exactly. My wife likes it because I run around naked at night. Like when there's a predator out, I don't put on clothes. I just run outside.
Oh, you're married? Oh shit, you married?
You
married?
Are you 3:30?
Is he married?
I don't know, Simon. We didn't hear a fucking word Ben said because
that's
we're
too much,
busy
bro.
interrupting him.
Wait a second. Bro, I stopped where you said you were married, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it apparently broke your brain.
I've been married.
Dude, Balderson lives a life you don't even know you should dream for. Take it in.
FG can't break what ain't there.
All right. Okay.
I'm kidding. I don't even know.
I know
you.
these fools can't swim, but go ahead.
Oh, goodness.
Can't do the
Did you
front
say we
stroke,
can't
back stroke, the
swim?
froggy stroke. You can't do no stroke. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Like,
Stroke man, stroke man.
I'm gonna turn my fucking lights off too. Fuck it. Everybody just go lights out. Can't see anybody. Everybody lights out. This is a dark.
You got taught this in primary school, bro.
Can't see anything.
I'm still standing out.
Let's do it. We're gonna do a lights out screen.
Just the light from the TV makes me stand out.
Does anybody have a solo cup with some piss in it?
It makes give this point. You would want me to blackface.
I actually have my lights off.
You see this shit? Like,
I actually have my lights off right now.
One of us is not
I'm
like
so right.
the other.
You have
Jesus,
to turn
kid.
your-
He's got blackface. Fucking goddamn it.
Hey, they're mad. Like, they're mad. You see how mad they are? Full on blown racist. You see this shit? Go way back.
Well, is that the thing from the back? That's the thing from the back rooms, right? That's what it looks like. The back rooms monster.
Mm-hmm. God damn. God damn.
I just want to leave FHG on this for a minute.
Is that Simon? Jesus Christ. Yes, that's me. Hello, people. Hello, people.
wow.
You're tuned into Sarah's channel. Hit the like, subscribe. Go on, put it back up.
Lights out only. AP, you got to turn your lights out. You got to go into blackface somehow.
Yeah, I did. And I should be completely black right now. I should be frozen. I'm actually pulling out my Jake Dyson puppet so I can be black too.
Oh, nice. Go get sunscreen or some shit.
I caught on to what was going on a little late, and so I'm waiting for my puppet to change out right now. It will be black momentarily.
If we didn't know, if we didn't know what you were talking about in terms of puppets, that would sound really fucking weird.
Yeah, sorry. I had a sex puppet on my lap when I joined. Sorry. Give me just a second.
I like your bonsai there.
I'm just saying, I ain't part of that. Nope.
Thank you. The bonsai keeps me very zen-like and calm.
Also, notice his name is
while you're getting your blackface puppet, you guys have to do better than Simon. Do better than Simon here. Turn your lights out, and we can only see your white hoodie. Can you beat that?
Klansman.
Style.
Yeah, Simon, can you wrap yourself in a dark blanket or something because your sweatshirt's a little too bright?
I was gonna say you might not want everybody to turn the lights down and put on white hoodies. That might be.
It's coming out to carnival season over here in the UK. The carnival is in August. Like, you gotta check that on your YouTube. Come over. I'm gonna promote this. The Mobile Awards was lit. Yep.
What the fuck?
I promote the entertainment industry.
I feel like you have to be darker. We still see you.
I ain't no Tyson, bro. Don't do that. I ain't got a big forehead like that. I ain't bald either. I got all my teeth.
What's up, little nigga? You want to go?
Fight my word.
I heard you wanted to fight. I heard you wanted a shot at the title, little nigga. What's up? I'll bite your fucking ear off.
Where you gonna fight now? Where you gonna fight now, though? Where you gonna fight now, though?
Little fucking Klansman over there. I eat your fucking kids. You want to play around with me? I was a world goddamn champion.
At least Clay went with a tomato in the eye.
I see that Negro Klansman over there you got here with his Klan hood on. He don't scare me.
Yeah, you can talk about your
I dated
Klansman.
Robin Gibbons. I ain't scared of nothing.
That shit, so I'm not gonna argue about you with that. Go back ahead with your animation, motherfucker. You know what
Man, I was married to Robin. You don't scare me.
Hey, then you ain't gonna be made to Robin. You was made to be in a traitor asshole. Do you know what I'm saying? That's what you were made.
I got accused of rape, man.
Oh my God.
Okay, good for you.
No, but I did. Mike Tyson really did get accused of rape. It's true.
Fuck off this.
He got convicted of it more accurately.
Yeah,
I never did that.
And they put him in boxing.
That was just a lie and woman. You should watch some Red Pill broadcasts. They'll tell you all about it.
I actually do believe, even when it first happened,
I don't have that sort of level of fucking hormones that make me want to like do something to a woman where it's just like I'm gonna push them like upon myself. I don't need to do that, bro. So like Mike Tyson want to do that because he's in the ring all day long.
He talks so much. You remind me of a banda before I bit his fucking ear off.
I'm sitting in my house.
Now we're in full DJ
Go eat
mode.
apple or some orange or something. Maybe it'll make you feel cooler.
But at least
You know
it's
what I'm saying?
funny.
Sometimes it's hot, sometimes it's cold.
They're just gross.
Hell yeah,
No,
put
no,
that
I agree.
avatar up.
Like, that's
I
not
think
even
cartoon
any
avatars
fun.
is sexy.
Ooh.
I feel like I gotta take a shower after I'm on a panel with them. Fuckers.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't do that. I don't do that, bro.
Not you, Simon.
Nah. If you're dirty, you're dirty. Go ahead and take a shower. It shouldn't take. Shut up, bitch. Like at the end of the day, it shouldn't take too much. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna clean yourself, go clean yourself. You say you want to take a damn shower. What the fuck?
Man, this Negro is ignorant.
Nigga, please. These motherfuckers turn around and act like they don't even know how to clean their balls. Their balls, like the things they were growing with.
Yeah,
You know
white
what I'm saying?
people
When their
smell
mother pushed
bad.
them out their womb. Can't clean your
Nah,
balls.
it's true, man. White people just they don't even use a
You know what
wash
I'm saying?
rag. I said white people don't use a wash rag. They just rub that dirty soap on their skin with all their family's hairs on it. It's disgusting.
Simon, I actually cannot understand what you're talking about right now. Like when you say stuff, I don't know what it means.
You're better off that way. Trust me.
Why is that my fucking problem? You're deaf and incoherent. Like I can't do nothing about that. Why you go to your parents?
I
and
understood
ask them
that,
why
Simon.
You don't understand that shit. I mean, I can't do nothing about that.
You lost me again.
Nothing about that.
No, not about that.
Hey man, shut the fuck up.
You see, you motherfuckers are fucked up because that's how. Yeah. Okay, cokehead. Look, at the end of the day, like the only reason
Dude, is
why
it just
you
me or
get fucked up is because I understand your language. You can't fuck around me. Like, you can talk to. You can wait. Hold. You see how these motherfuckers got fucked up real quick, nigga? Please. Just because I say nigga does not make me a nigga, ho.
Yes,
do we have a translator on the panel?
My first wife was
cocaine.
Yeah, translator.
Sir, I'm sorry, I'm black and I can't understand you. I never lived on a slave plantation. You're gonna have to speak
I don't know
English.
what you're talking about, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. Because your first girlfriend was not black. Your first girlfriend was not black.
Nah, yeah, true. My first girlfriend was a little white girl.
I've dated a lot of black women. Is that you need to pass now? I don't think that's how that works.
You race traitor.
Yeah, hold on. I'm an equal opportunist. It's attractive. How you doing, brother?
I'd expect as much out of a white man.
None of you white dudes
right.
have dated a black woman. You don't know what a black woman looks like.
Well, thank God I'm not white.
Yeah, you don't. The fact of the matter is, I know.
We don't know what they look like.
Black women.
But the fact of the matter is,
black dudes don't date black women. What you talking about?
True.
I do it for them.
It's a lot less trouble
Say
to
that
date a
again.
white girl, even if they choose your race.
Say again. Say
I
again.
said it's a lot
Go
less
say again
trouble to
with
date a
your
white girl.
water ass motherfucking ass. Go say again.
Black girl put me in jail.
Simon, what do you do
I'm
for
not
work?
talking to you. I'm talking to Mr. Thor over here with the bald head.
Oh, that was me.
Bald head.
I also have a bald head, sir. I don't know if you noticed.
Bald head with the drink. The drink.
It's a hot cocoa.
With
the hot
he got
cocoa.
more hair on his chin than he has on his hair.
You noticed.
Go ahead. When's the last time you slept with a black woman? When is the last
Black
time you
dudes
slept with a
don't
black
date
woman?
black
When was the
women.
last time you slept? You've never slept with a black woman. Period.
Round of applause. Not counting your mom.
Not counting your mom,
So
yeah.
you don't know what it looks like. You can't say that.
Why?
Why
You
you
think
black
he's
culture?
got
The only person that's
I
really
didn't
gonna
say
actually
I didn't say anything about the
understand.
quality of black women. I said black dudes
The
don't date
only
black
person
women.
that's really gonna make you
It
understand.
must not be that great.
No,
Black
but you
dudes
don't
turned
understand
out
what you're
to
talking
don't go
about.
on and do
Well,
it. It must not be that great.
No, bro. I'm saying
You're all after the
I'm
white
not even-
pussy, the same stuff we got.
You know who puts the most black
That's
men
what
in
I
jail?
got.
Right, okay.
Black women.
You know, I knew a girl who like bought like a kilo of coke. She did,
It's,
like,
I mean,
30
it's a
grams,
statistical
put it in
truth.
some
It's not even
guy's
just a joke.
You are so stupid.
Just saying.
Black women are so great. Why are all the black dudes chasing white women?
This is wild stuff. On that note, boys, I'm gonna go play some video games. I'm gonna go relax. You know, we're gonna rest your night. Enjoy talking about crazy things. Seth, thank you so much. It's been very fun.
Bullshit.
Bye,
This
Gibbs.
I said, like,
I'm gonna rage you.
Like, how many, about how many black men are in jail based on black women. Nah, ain't nothing to do with black women, bro. No black woman is turning their partner up, like, to be in the society.
So why would I want to go date one? What the fuck
Unless-
are you trying to
unless they-
suggest?
No one
me
is
to?
doing that. Like,
Unless they own child
that's a
support or
loyalty
something.
that's susceptible to white people. It's not.
Why are you trying to pawn off your women on us?
Is that what you think? For real? Or you
You don't want them. We don't want them either.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I just am not into black
That's
chicks. Is
real
that okay?
wild. We watching Bad Boys or some shit. You're on Netflix. You got all them privileges. Oh, you're on HBO.
I don't got
You're
the
on
Netflix.
Disney. You're on this, that. You're watching all types of shit. Or trying to figure out
I don't
black
got
people.
Disney.
But you never spoke to a black person. I'm here. Speak to me.
I've never met a black.
Why
I've
you
never
do that?
met a black
Huh?
person ever.
If you were the first black person
You
I
go to
met, I would
balls, nigga?
immediately become racist and join the Klan.
Oh my God.
We have no black people in California.
I am glad I've met other black people than you.
never
If you were the
spoke to a
only
black
one,
person.
I would be so racist.
You see this shit?
I'd be like, man, they are all so ignorant. They never shut
I was
up.
like, dude, when you came on the panel, I was like, oh my words, he's not white. What the hell?
You're sitting there and internalizing it as racism right now, but you were the one who was trying to say you've never met a black person, And he's saying, thank God you're not my first. I don't think that's inherently racist. He's just calling you stupid.
Yeah, it was just kind of a roundabout way to say you're retarded. Sorry. I'll be more direct. I forgot I was dealing with a non-ignorant person right now.
Other black people, but not so much you. That's what you would say.
You can call me racist if you want. I don't mind.
I was joking with you at first. Now, I was joking with you at first. Now,
that's okay. Come at me, bro. I'm half asleep.
No. Ain't a racist.
I'll take it all, little man.
Look, what you've been through. It's just like I just think
we can't understand you, sir.
Because it's bad.
It's like you start a word, but you don't finish it. You're like,
it's bad.
We don't finish whatever word you start.
No. I ain't gonna argue with you, bro. Look, seriously.
Somebody else has to pipe up and shut you the fuck up, man. Like that's all.
Because it tells me.
I'm sorry.
You know, it's look, I ain't arguing.
Like I honestly don't know what he says most of the time. It's like he random his thoughts are fragmented. So it's like, oh yeah, and then you never seen.
Exactly. It's like he learned the first half of every word and not the second half.
Fair.
Sorry, Simon. You need a little bit of tough love right now. You sound
for real.
Didn't your
you sound
country
like a very poor person.
Language? Why can't you
I
speak
ain't
it?
no tough love because you ain't the one able to dish out the shit.
Yeah,
I'd appreciate some of
if
that.
it wasn't tough love, I would ruthlessly shit talk you. But
that's what you sound like. And
I came to save my girl Sarah from like whatever self-harm was going to happen if I continue to let you fucking talk and run your stupid fucking mouth that nobody can understand. Jesus, your goddamn country spawned the language of English and you can't fucking speak it.
Those who can't teach.
I mean, we only got
funny thing is
yeah, tell me what's funny right now. Go ahead. Tell me. Yeah.
Sorry.
I want to hear your perspective on what's fucking hilarious.
I'm gonna go on Sarah's.
Waiting in the wings.
Right. So the funny thing is, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be speaking English. Period.
I don't think that your people were even in England when my people came up with the language, jackass. I'd say if it wasn't for me, you would still be clicking and going, so calm down.
You be speaking German. Man, what are you talking about?
No, you would be speaking German. I'm the American here, sir.
Are you Irish, German, Danish?
English is mostly
German. You didn't come from America. You come from
reaching
America.
my stupid threshold.
Nah, you wanna try and play this shit amongst your peers.
If it wasn't
Shut
for
up, bitch.
African people, I wouldn't speak English.
You never could know your own understanding because
you don't think the Italians or people who came up with Latin deserve any credit?
Ooh. My daughter is Italian, bitch. Who are you talking to?
It's Italian, bitch.
Who are you talking to?
I'm tell her mother I'm really sorry she got raped.
Nigga, please, you want to shut your mouth.
No, God,
be careful how you talk, bro.
Well, I mean, him and an Italian girl, how else is that going to happen?
No, I'm just saying, like, no, the racism is clear. Oh, you see a black face on the panel. Oh, he's dumb, ignorant. See what I'm saying?
I sat here quietly for 10 minutes and let you prove that.
Yo, they go, like these women in the back. Oh, they just playing something. No.
You've gone back into this place where we can't understand what you're saying. I'm going to need you to slow down. Calm down. You switched to Swahili.
Simon, being black is not an excuse for you to be a shitty person. So don't always blame it. Don't always blame rejection on your skin color. Because honestly, nobody can even fucking understand what you're saying. So I guarantee you it's not the color of your skin.
Yeah, maybe you're black and stupid.
Right. I'm just gonna say this. Yo, Sarah, I'm gonna take this. You know who I am, right? I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna let these motherfuckers go at me. Go ahead. All right, retard, pyramid, Joseph. Go ahead.
We're proud of you, Simon.
I want to hear from
I'm just giving you some real talk, dude. I don't know if you hear it from your friends, but that's the truth.
I yield my time to Effigy.
There
Why
it is.
the fuck to me? I don't want any of this.
Most of these
Thanks for
fools,
proving me right at the
think
end.
about it, like most have no
Effigy just gets thrown right
outside
into the
of
bus.
their country. It's like
I've just been a
looking
fan of
for
how Effigy kicks
bullshit.
people's ass
Like,
on the
for
internet.
real. Not for real. Like, just admit it. Like, tell me, have you actually been out of your country? For real.
Yes, many times. I'd also like to point
I
out
ain't even
that
playing you. I'm trying to be the big.
your
where you
silent
been? Where you
protest
been?
lasted
Right.
all of 20
Glasses,
seconds.
where have you been?
Just wanted to say you'd sit
Right,
back and take it,
glasses,
but it lasted all of
glasses, where
20
you
seconds
been?
of me saying, Effigy can talk, and Effigy saying, no, that's cool. I don't want to do anything. And then this guy popped off again. Yeah, I've been
Where
to your
have you
country. I've been to
bro?
Jamaica. I've been
Where
to
have you been,
Mexico. I've
God?
been to Canada.
God's favorite.
Going to Japan
You
in
been, wait. Let's
July.
take it one step at a time. Wait. Stop.
Oh, you don't want to talk to
No,
somebody who's
no,
been anywhere
You
else.
gloss
To
over
be
that shit as
fair,
much
we
as
can
you
go
want.
across
Where did you
5
go? You
states
said
and
you
it's
went to
like
my
driving
country.
across your continent.
Wait, stop. No. This is how you know people.
That's why I yielded to F, man.
Where have you been, bro? You said you went to my country. Okay, wait. Calm down. Slow down. You been to my country. Where?
This is why you didn't say it.
Well,
This is why you didn't say it. You knew it was coming. You're like, we're gonna shut down, and then you stop talking. And you're like, you knew somebody was gonna nail it.
Yes, the fatigue. You're correct, Nate. This man has given us.
Where, nigga?
I got the bumper.
I would have known about it.
Attaboy.
Nigga.
It's called
I
red
guess I
fatigue.
still got
Bullshit.
that cup of
Where,
coffee
nigga?
earlier, huh? I purposely
I forgot
did
about my
not.
bumpers.
I purposely did not get the cup of coffee because I was like, there's no way nobody's going to do it again. Like, it was at the 2 a.m. It's kind of a slow panel. Nothing's happening. If I get coffee, then it's just going to be useless. No, Nate and Fourth Wiseman both said, fuck you, Sarah. You're staying up. I want something to watch. Fuck you. Thank you. Tomatoes in the chat again for the gentleman. Holy shit. Y'all kill me sometimes. Never mind.
Is the Teague setting in, Sarah?
Huh?
Is the Teague setting in, Sarah?
It is. I think I really think last night's panel like absolutely fucking killed me. Like it was so much. And
I stayed away from that one too.
My generator shit out, and I was like,
I'm ashamed for you.
Trying to deal with it. I'm gonna do that.
I didn't even try because I was looking at that. I'm like, this isn't an Avatar panel. This is much more entertaining if we can see everybody.
Oh God,
I didn't even try and come up.
I was only fighting degens.
I understand that I just jumped in at a bad time, and I get that, and that's happened a million times. But in my world, I jumped into the forest of people like talking about sucking cocks.
AP, that was the whole fucking gauntlet.
And then I met Hormaxer for the first time, and I was
that was your first
thoroughly
time
impressed. Yes, he didn't even want. He didn't even want to. I thought he would like have a go at me or whatever. We got along famously.
Oh, I thought you've met him before. I thought you've been on panel here with him before.
No, I've never gotten to meet him in person. He's just somebody that Trippy hates, and I don't understand why. Because he's fucking hilarious. How can you? But then I heard about some like Snapchat shit, and I didn't research that yet, so I'm not trying to like come out here and mark for him if he's done terrible things. I did know I show him my pump.
He's I'd be careful with that one. He's fun for content and entertaining, and like, but I would probably just stay away from that rabbit hole.
Yeah, I put it on my community post. Like, why do people hate this guy? And I'm like, I know nothing. I'm not marking for. I'm not like simping.
Yeah.
And it always happens every fucking time. One of the first comments was like, "Yeah, let me tell you the story."
Yeah, he's been around. Uncle Guns could tell you he's been around for years.
Yeah, he's been around for like a decade. I've seen his shit forever.
Mm-hmm.
What does he do?
He
he doesn't just dance in a thong every night.
He does a lot of that. He does a lot of like workouty stuff. He does I would say he's like the cross between Black Pill and MGTOW and I want to fuck everything.
He is a sex guy.
Yes, he loves sex. He loves talking about sex. He does content like, and he wants to go to sex clubs and fuck it. He's been kicked out
He's
of
a porn star.
He is a sex guy.
He has like a porn. He has a porn video, at least one that he talks about a lot, but I don't know if he's a porn star. But he tries to send his porn video to anyone who will accept it. So, or even if they don't want to accept it. So if you would like to further inquire, please feel free to reach out to the Hormaxer.
I would put that on a video screen on loop on my living room forever.
I feel like it's kind of like a Marte thing, but like in reverse. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Gross.
He's like so degen. And then sometimes you get good nuggets from him and you're like, okay, I could go with that. All right. Like what you were saying, AP, like you were like, yeah, I actually didn't really disagree with him much. Like there are some things where you're like, all right, he's pretty realistic, right?
Oh, I didn't say I didn't disagree with him. I mean, he was acting last night. His gimmick was just being the biggest douchebag he could. Full disclosure, like I do not agree with all the shit he was saying, but he was fucking hilarious, and that's all I care about.
He is funny, but that's him all the time. Like he never comes down.
He was pointing out that men should be working out at least if they're not like he was saying
to the gym.
Go to the gym.
That was actually the one thing.
That part,
like
you should actually work your body.
You should maybe do work, and then you can cut the rest of that part out. Like,
bingo, yeah, that's what I was fighting him on.
That was the one thing I was contemplating coming up last night.
I'm hauling timber up and down a fucking mountain. I promise, I can haul my own body weight up fucking. What would it be?
I think fourth was pointing,
no problem.
Yeah, fourth was pointing it out from the chat, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was talking about the farm boys and lifting barrels that are like hundreds of pounds. Stinky Paradox says they love YouTube boys, and we all know it's purple. Who loves YouTube boys, and what is purple? This was confusing me. I don't know what this means.
No, that's a good one.
Something. Oh wait, I think last night
they love YouTube boys.
Someone asked, "Well, what's in the middle of a red pill and a blue pill?" And somebody said purple pill. And I don't know. That's the only thing that came to mind.
Purple's code.
The purple pill is men who actually want to make women their friends and then have those friends bring other friends to the clubs so that they like if the guy is like one of the friends of all these hot women, right? Then they're automatically in the trust circle, and they're more likely to get ass or girlfriends from that engagement because the girls are like, oh, well, if these girls like him and approve of him, then I probably.
That's 100% true.
That's open cuck.
No, it's not. Like that's how all relationships start.
What happened to the native?
Did I read it wrong?
I don't know where you're going with cock.
You said it's a guy who wants to meet up with guys who have girls.
No, you're retarded, Clay. It's one guy.
Friends with hot girls.
No, that's no way.
Hanging out with those hot girls. Other hot girls come around and they're like, "Oh, my hot friend likes."
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. So
why can't you grow hair on your head rather than your chin? Bro, like when you start figuring that shit out, maybe
it's when I had my first grandkid. They started. I'm up to 8 now. I'm up to 8 grandkids now. So it's been like a few inches for every grandkid.
You got 8 grandkids?
Yes. It's my sacrifice to Odin to bring such fucking masterful, amazing grandchildren into the world. I give up this hair. But I have a glorious beard, so it's okay.
Yeah, I'm down
8 grandkids, bro. Are you serious?
So far,
purple.
My oldest 3 are probably done having kids, but my younger 4 are still having kids. I think I'll end up
one grandkid, bro. I'm in my 40s. What? No.
What?
You trying to
No, you only have
How
one
you do that?
grandkid who
How
knows
you
who
do
his
that?
father
Spread
is
the
and can
seed too
trace
much,
his
bro.
way back to you. Say it
Glenn
clearly.
brain breaks on like basic
No, bro.
information.
I already slept with 4 women in my life. Ain't no
You've
way
only
I
got
have
one
like
that can
8
trace his
grandkids,
lineage,
bruh.
is what you mean to say, sir.
No way.
We know how you people are.
No way.
You people.
Listen, bro. I don't mix liquids like that, bro. Wow, that means you got some shit going on. You know what I'm saying? You gotta go to the doctor real quick. You know what I'm saying? Check that.
I'm sorry, sir. I
gotta have
can't
8
understand
grand
you
your
again.
age. Wow.
Your age. Oh, wow.
I don't give a fuck
Was that
what you
Swahili?
understand because you're stupid.
Are you from Zanzibar?
Go to the library. What the fuck you talking about? I ain't your educator. Look, if you don't understand me, go and learn, nigga. The fuck you talking
I
to?
understood the N-word.
Jesus.
Just
Yeah,
like with
you
most
educate
blacks, I
these
can only
fools?
understand one thing they say, and it's the one thing I can't say back.
I apologize. I'll give Sarah some money.
I hope that like it's in your mind that
I'll give Sarah that. I'll give it to her. I don't mind. I don't mind.
Bro, you know there's a second half to every one of those words you say, right?
I hope it's that like you know what you're thinking and you just have a bad translation, like it's a second language
I
to
hope
you
I got an
because
avatar that I can pull up every 2 seconds. Hey, like,
If that's-
I got some animation
Adonis,
skills and I got
is
some
the word
creativity.
please?
Please.
Is that the second half?
Yes. Say it for us, Simon.
Come on, Simon. None of us can say it. Can you say it?
Please.
Hey, yo.
Come on, brub.
you gotta find you a good role model. That's what we need to do.
You can't tell me shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't got that on me. You ain't got that on me, bro. You pull out this shit like you're better than anybody. Yo, you can't even show your face. You know what I'm saying? Most of the motherfuckers show. You can't show your face.
Would you like to hear my pre-recorded response for when every single person says that? Well, first of all, there's 4 other people on the panel just showing avatars. Second, I've learned people that demand that I show my face are just afraid that I'm going to make fun of what they look like, and they're at a disadvantage because they can't do it to me. Don't worry, little man. I won't make fun of what you look like, other than being black. But that was God making fun of you, not me.
Oh my God, dude.
Okay.
Oh.
You wanna go there? All right. You wanna
shut the panel right the fuck up?
Do you really want to fucking
we're-
go there?
we're delving
Yeah, I
deep
really
into
want to
retard
fucking
land
go
now.
there.
People. The only reason.
If I'm gonna
reason
go
why
there,
you're saying
one
about
rule, you
black
gotta
people
finish your
is
word.
specific to me. I ain't even. Shut up, nigga. Yo. The only reason why you feel like that is because you're insignificant. And the fact of the matter is you're so insecure.
I'm Adonis Maxer,
Busted it
sir.
out. And your parents gave you. Your parents. Now, why keep you interrupting me? Your parents gave you the whole privilege to be
I'll
the
bust it
best
out for
person
you.
you could, and you couldn't even do it. No, you
He's
couldn't do it.
insignificant
You couldn't even
really
do that.
well.
And I know your
I mean, my
parents turn around
parents
and go,
armed
"Your
me
son,
well enough to be able to make fun of some fucking
we gave you
dork on a
gave
panel.
you
You know?
everything we could. We gave
What,
you
who did, black
everything
people?
we could.
No, you didn't give it to me. My ancestors drove you in the fields to make it. There's a difference. And I'm really sorry about that, but I wouldn't call it a gift to the white man.
We see these black motherfuckers coming around here. They bringing up a house. They got their car. They got their whole family together. What are you doing, bro? It's like I brought you
Owning
up.
a house
I
and a
brought you
car
up
and getting my family
find
together.
a wife, a white wife at that.
I get
blonde
married
hair,
in May.
a blonde hair wife.
See, I fucking knew you were trying to pawn your women off on us. How'd you say you want a white wife? You trying to pawn your women off on us? Keep them to your damn
Boys, niggas
self.
get mad. You see this shit? Woo!
I'm just laughing because you haven't found one avenue of attack. I haven't been able to fucking bat down and hit you with the ball you put up. Like a fucking
I ain't
child.
trying to attack you.
Why
Why
won't you
am I
get your
gonna try to
family
attack
together
you?
and
I ain't
get
gonna
married?
do
I
this.
get married in May. Why don't you own
I
a
ain't gonna
house
do
and
that.
car? I own my house and
I
my
ain't trying to
vehicle.
attack you. This is Sarah.
When
Salute
you're,
to the
see, the
bald
problem
head
is you're
up
bragging
there
to
with
a
his
white
green-
man about
what?
shit we consider
Green-
very
I don't know.
mediocre.
What color was that?
It's
I
kind of like
can't
when
even tell.
Speakeasy brags about being on his own. For the
Oh,
rest of
you're
us,
white.
that's default
I didn't
manhood.
even know you were white. I didn't.
Then you're an idiot.
Are you white? You're white. You're white.
Yeah, the guy making all the racist comments towards you and speaking like a white man is white. Yeah.
Are you white? Are you white? Are you white?
Does anyone know Swahili so I can say yes in his language?
Behind an avatar, you white, right?
Yes, I am white behind the avatar. Correct.
Are you white?
Hold on a second. I know how to fix
You
this.
see this?
No, give me a
See
second.
this shit.
What is yes in Swahili? No. No.
This fool.
Hold on a second. Yes, I am white. What is yes, I am white?
The fuck?
No, mini
Why did you hide behind that
boomsju.
for like about 10, 20 minutes?
No, me
when you know I'm black.
I just said yes, I am white
You know
in Swahili.
I'm black,
in the language
right?
of your ancestors.
So you're hiding behind an avatar, okay?
That is correct.
Claiming and you're having a dispute.
All right, Adonis, you know you're arguing with somebody who is maybe protected by the American Disabilities Act, right?
I know exactly what I'm doing. I know 100% exactly what I'm doing.
Coxton. Shout out KKK in the building. Okay, let's go.
Something about the KKK?
Motherfuckers. Okay, I can take 3 you at a time. Go ahead.
Can you just put me and him up, please?
Nah,
for a
this is
second?
dated. Dated. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, nobody knows what you are saying.
Shut up, bitch.
You're black, all right.
Like, God damn. Go eat some carrots. Go.
I'm so glad you're not the only black person I know.
I know what you want to
Holy
talk
shit.
about. You want to talk about your ancestors.
Yes, let us talk about our ancestors.
You don't know black people. I don't know black. You know, the
I mean,
funny thing is,
I
don't
do
know black
enough
people.
black people to not hold what you're doing now against the rest of them.
I don't know black people either. I'm from London. I ain't from the US. I don't play.
I know that's what I meant when I said I've been to your
You wanna
country. I've
talk
been to
about
the
black
UK.
people in the US? I
Okay,
don't
yeah,
do
let's
that.
talk about black people in New
No,
York.
you have not. No, you have not.
What are you talking about?
No.
What would you like to
said
talk
no.
about,
Let's
sir?
stay at one subject at a time. Where have you been?
I'd love
Where
to.
have you been? Look, this is where we left off. Where have you been? Where have you been?
I
love to?
listed.
You said
I
you've
just-
been there.
Oh,
You
I
said
just said I've
like
been to
10
London.
minutes ago. You said you've been to London.
Round and round we go.
It wasn't 10
Did
minutes
not this
ago. It was
motherfucker turn around
10
and say
seconds
he-
ago, sir. You don't have to remind me. I
Oh,
just
you're
said
a
it 10
liar.
seconds
You're a
ago.
liar. Straight out the back.
You a
You
liar.
are a liar.
Okay.
You
I'm
are a
lying,
liar.
yeah.
And this is the thing.
I'm just lying.
Fucking liars hide behind avatars. This is what they do.
Yeah, I just
They
lied.
lie behind avatars. They can't even pull their. Don't put up their whole shit. Like, you know, I ain't even playing with you. You said 10
I'm
minutes
just curious
ago
if you
that
noticed the
went to
majority
London.
of the
Okay, that's
people
what you
here
said.
behind avatars, sir, and including yourself, Simon. When you're screaming about being behind an avatar, you're behind one, dipshit.
All right, that got weird.
Crickets. Hey, yo, man, I got yo, man. You better take me seriously. We're laughing at you all. Like, yeah, you should take this seriously
Bro,
right
I'm
now
just
and get some
saying.
dunk on me.
You don't want me to
Here, I'll
take you
get high. I'll
seriously
make myself
because,
really
like,
dumb for you.
yo,
I want you to tell
at the
me
end of the
why
day, you sound like
my
a
animated
fucking
avatar
lonely ass
is any different than
girl.
God's favorite
At the
ants
end of the
other
day,
than
I
it's
know
not
how men
moving.
do.
So
You get to a point where you fucked up your relationships, and at the end of the day, you can't get with a woman anymore. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So what you do,
Good Lord.
is you try to
Good
get
Lord, Simon, come on now. You got to stop.
No. You see, I told him I didn't want to go there. Do you know what I'm saying?
Go
No,
there.
this is what it is, because my dad went through that. My father went through that. He fucked up
Through
his
what?
divorce with my mother. And I said, all you old motherfucking men with your traitor ass bullshit, trying to attach some shit, going on ladies' panels and talking
It's
some
called
bullshit
daddy issues.
like you got something to offer them. You ain't got- Fuck you, ho. Look. Nah.
Fuck you,
listen,
ho.
bro. At the end of the day,
Listen, bro.
most of the whole percentage.
Most of it. A whole percent of it.
What's wrong?
Shut up, bitch.
Simon, there's a lot of good books out there that could help you with your anger. You know,
Look, I'm telling you.
you could read them, figure it out.
I'm telling you, I'm a black Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Bro, I'm rich, nigga. I don't need no
I'm
fucking
rich,
help.
bitch.
I'll surpass you in my
You see how you're prone to outbursts? That's a first red flag. How I know you're not. Okay.
I'm not materialistic.
I'm black and I'm proud.
Lamborghini, but that's about it. That was an investment.
you
But I don't surpass that shit. I don't surpass that shit.
No one who
You know
owns
what
a
I'm saying?
Lamborghini jumps
What
on
the
fucking
fuck,
panels at
Simon?
midnight. Shut
You
up.
have anything to say? Goddamn. Just
I'll show you this. I'm going to my garage right
Just
now.
rambling.
I believe the colloquial term for what Simon is a chav.
It's like a fucking Timu Vanta.
Would it be a chav or what is the other thing? What about a bogan? Is he maybe a bogan, or is that Australia?
No, a chav
I think it's Australian.
Someone that lives. No, you're right. A chav is someone that lives on the council estate and wears like jogging bottoms and they're first class. Like
Oh, that's nice. What's the slur for you that we can use?
No, I wouldn't.
Would you be a chavette?
I mean, I have one, but it's against the
like
rules.
what Ali G used to. I don't know if you remember Ali G. Like Ali.
Oh yeah, I've been
Ali
thinking
G
about
used
Ali
to do
G
that
this whole
shit.
time.
That
Non-surprisingly, that's a lot of it's been on my mind.
It would help out if it didn't sound like you were giving somebody a blumpkin the whole time you're talking.
Oh my!
I believe they call that a tuck in the tradesman entrance.
You getting workman's comp for that?
Simon, why are you helping bring down the average IQ of black people on the continent?
What you talking about, bro?
I mean, maybe you could benefit from a program like Hooked on
I don't give a fuck
Phonics.
about
Like,
black people. Black people could kiss my fucking ass. Nah,
That's
serious
nice.
shit. Like I don't.
Very compassionate,
I
Simon.
ain't white. I ain't black. I don't give a fuck about all that shit. Like I really.
No, you're black.
To get the out
Trust
racist
me,
you,
you're
Adam.
black.
It don't matter to me.
No, he's not
Simon,
going to
is
out
English-
racist me.
is
We
English
invented
a
the
second
concept.
language for you?
It don't matter. Like no, listen.
Simon, is English a
It boils
second
down
language
to
or is it
it.
your
Like if
first?
you're in need, a black person.
Simon, your racism is so topical.
Like, this
Real
is the problem
racism
with
comes from the
motherfuckers. You wanna
heart.
make it
It's like the force.
Simon, do you understand the question?
It flows through us all. It
No,
binds us.
look, you're not listening. Look. What happens is, and when it boils down to it, okay, and you're no, when it boils down,
You're
to it,
listening.
you
You're
know
not
what
saying
the
anything that we
fuck
can
to say,
hear,
right?
man. If
It
you
don't-
said some
it
stuff
don't-
that we could actually hear and understand, it'd be great. But you're not.
Oh fuck! Fucking Hearth Harbor Mermaid said
I don't even
Simon
know who's
wants.
talking about
He's
now.
passionate about
You
the
didn't even-
carnival.
you didn't even have the
currently
courtesy
being-
to introduce yourself.
Carnival cruise lines is being
manners.
celebrated in the UK.
You got no
and he wants
manners.
to
Who
like
are you?
women.
Who
It's
are
like
you?
show him one of the
Who
clips
are
from
you,
them
bro?
cruises. Oh fuck, that's
Who are
funny.
you?
I wish I could have heard that, Balderson.
Who are you?
Who are you asking?
Who was just speaking? I have no idea. You know what I mean?
I
They had
know-
no
I-
courtesy to turn around and go.
Nobody
No,
knows.
that's
No
that's
one
because
shut
in
up.
order for you to hear the other person, you have to shut the fuck up. That's why you don't know who was talking.
Nah, because you're a pussy bitch and you wanna be in the mix. And at the end of the day, it ain't for you, bro.
No,
Like,
in my culture, it's not normal to go to prison like a coming of age story.
I like
sir. It's very
Spicoli
different
better
from
than
yours.
Simon because at least when Spicoli talks, it like drowns out to nothing.
Yeah,
You
what you
know?
motherfuckers trying to buy shit that you don't.
Well, I'm
know why
serious. You have to
buy,
like
you know what I'm saying?
concentrate deeply on what he's saying to understand it. Like you can't passively listen to him.
If you look into the void that is Simon, it looks back. It's scary.
But all you could see is the eyes and the teeth.
It's so dark. Yeah, you got me. God damn, you got ahead of me. Fuck. You're black and we're making fun of you for it.
Some people do.
That's what you get for being born that way.
Oh my god.
What's he gonna do about it?
Nothing.
I don't know if you're kidding or if you actually feel that way.
No, what kind of
Either way, it's spicy.
I'm fucking with him. Let me go.
You're free.
As
a
Adonis
comedian.
Paul
Don't take him
is
too
a
seriously.
master comedic troller.
That's right. And Joseph
he-
makes me want NordVPN badly.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna shake a stick at spicy or racist jokes. I love them.
Boring is it to turn around and say,
Especially at the Renaissance Festival when you can smash a guy with a
boring.
tomato for making it.
oh, you're black, you're black, you're black. Oh yeah, I'm white and you're black. so boring. This is like, yo, man, we go over that.
Well, when you
long
say it like
time
that, it's
ago,
boring.
bro.
But if you
Like,
make
at
a
the end of
good
the day,
joke
like,
about it, it's great.
It's not that it's boring. It's just that it says it all. It's
You're
just that it
just
kind
really
of
bad at
summarizes
making
both of our
joke.
No, it ain't
experiences
no
in
joke.
life.
It's a joke.
I'm white and you're black.
What's exciting for you, Simon? What do you find exciting and interesting?
I'm black. Oh yeah. You're always gonna take the privilege.
It's like you're talking to a wall, I
So
swear.
it's like, yo,
I'm
you're broke.
orange.
You're broke. I'm rich.
Boom, 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 boom.
You know what I'm saying?
Boom,
This
boom,
is where the
boom,
table's
boom.
done.
Hey, Ja Rule,
You know what
I'm giving you a beat.
But I ain't trying to do you like you did me. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to do you like you did
Just when I
me.
talk to the wall, I can
And your
understand the
ancestors and
echo.
all
Like,
that
the
shit.
fact.
I just be like, yo, cool out, bro.
Like, yo,
Good point,
like,
man.
yo,
Some
she,
shit like that.
yo.
I'm not sure which one I enjoy more: the guys who tell us how rich they are or how tough they are.
Right?
Both are highly amusing. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
which one I enjoy
I
more.
would go with the tough one.
Yeah.
I really love that shit.
I actually just
The
wrote an
tough
entire
ones
piece
are more
on.
fun to the tough ones are more fun to poke at because like they spurg fast, right? The
I've got a
rich
treat for
ones,
you.
they'll try to keep up sometimes, like they'll try to throw their money around a little bit here and there, but though like when once it gets pushed, then they're like you know, or like they're not as fun. The tough guys though,
I've got
They're not as
a
fun
treat
to
for
like
you.
make fun of. You mean?
Sarah, I
Mhm.
just tonight was writing the chapter of Speakeasy's video called Internet Tough Guy Speakeasy. So conveniently, I have a script with description of Internet Tough Guys right here. Simon, you have to shut the fuck up for this. This is
Can
going
we
to
get
be.
a sneak
Oh, I
preview?
muted
Yeah.
him I muted him like a minute ago, and he's not noticed yet.
He is a.
Let me give you some ammo, Adonis.
He is a dumb melanated person. He's probably still screaming back there.
Speakeasy is a scared child, financially wrapped into a persona that fucks him up every day. Like his psychology changes as a fact that he relies.
Why don't we let Adonis read his tough guy description?
Now, this is just my first
Yes.
draft, so it'll probably change. Don't think you don't have to watch the video because you heard my script here. As a working definition going forward, an internet tough guy is someone who acts aggressive and confident on the internet, but inevitably, when they get into an argument, resorts to challenging their opponent to an in real life fight. This can manifest in a lot of non-fight related ways too. People who scream that their law enforcement family is going to come put you in jail for calling them gay on the internet. People that threaten you with vague, unachievable threats or curses. It's all the same thing. Someone who is completely helpless, droopy-armed, soft-brained, and wrong, trying to intimidate others into silence. To be clear, where I come from, when you make someone so mad they challenge you to a fight, you just won. If you piss off someone so bad they threaten you with the government or courts to stop, you just won. None of this is anything new, and it's exactly what you would expect out of someone like this. There are, of course, visual aids in my video at these points. Insecure rat soup eating Ali G replicant. Except for one thing. His entire gimmick being the opposite. Try to wrap your head around someone who spends 8 hours a night repeating Andrew Wilson quotes about logic and morality. Someone who LARPs as an intellectual in the bowels of the Christian debate spurred community, but who will also simultaneously flip and challenge 90% of his detractors to fights like some meathead roid bro. It's another tragic consequence of Speakeasy's lack of male parental guidance and cultural confusion. He's not really sure what a man is, and he collects daddy figures and role models to emulate. Like a little culture chameleon. The problem is, sometimes his programming conflicts. One minute he's Andrew Wilson, the next he's Tonka Saw, the next, well, a crying angry woman. Speakeasy's gay internet fight scam works like this. And when I say works, it does work because his audience has seen this at least 10 times I can cite, yet I'm waiting to see just one of them not pretend to have not seen this gay shit play out over and over. A common running theme, and why I do these long-form documentaries, It's really hard to get away from the truth of your child pathetic panic patterns when it's all stacked up in front of you with examples. First, Speakeasy will challenge you to a fight. He might even offer to pay for your travel. But you have to fight in his fictional friend's gym with referees and sanctions and licensing. Sound familiar? Yeah. Donga fucking Reborn. Just no Terra La Rosa and no fame to call him on it and expose him. Anyway, if you don't agree to every weird, and as we'll learn, impossible stipulation, you are running from him and an afraid coward pussycuck and 6 other dude bro words from a decade ago. You see, you can't get a license and get sanctioned and all that shit without being booked on a card. You have to have a fucking fight record at least. Some promoter, or rather some reason for a promoter to put you on a card. Then you go to the doctor, you get registered with your state or provincial sports commission, etc. It's not just something you do because you want to go to the gym and box your internet enemies. It's a ridiculous, impossible bullshit hurdle, and Speakeasy's audience is retarded to believe it. Also, if you say he should come to your venue instead, or just any MMA gym or boxing gym, then he'll cry about being afraid you're going to jump or attack him, as if the same didn't apply the other way when you go to Canada. I know, you've seen this before too, and then there's a screenshot of something there. But his low IQ Cummy Bear audience hasn't...
Cummy Bear.
Oh yeah, I call his audience the Cummy Bears. Yeah. Just eating that bullshit up. 111-0 Speakeasy. Planning that was yours. You were your vote was Cummy Bears.
Yay!
That is correct. You got to name his fan base.
Well, the case has been settled. The case has been settled. Now there's going to be a full mention.
Planning to meet up and fight on the internet is fucking gay. But being a coward in that process is super fucking gay. All Speakeasy has to do to fight any of his detractors is go to a gym, put on some gear, and start throwing punches. Or be the gangster you claim and do some street shit. But easy.
Leave that alone. We're going to get back to the case. We're going to have another case. And, it's going to be a full mention, and he needs to file. Let's see if he files.
What?
I'm sorry, was that the Negroid?
What the fuck?
That's a scientific term. That is a scientific term. It is not racism. Thank you. Nothing is fucking gayer on earth than being like, I'll kick your fucking ass. And when someone says, yeah, come do it, responding with travel 1,500 miles to Canada, get license sanctioned, and we need to get a referee involved because I don't want to get in trouble, despite that being fucking impossible. And if you disagree, you lose and are afraid to me. Examples? Hell yeah, let's start here. And then we have a video montage of him fucking with one person. And then the diabetic clown trippy poop. And then there's another video that goes there. And Orthodox guy. And there's another video that goes there. And our final example. And there's another video that goes there. Speakeasy, are you getting the point? You're not going to be able to run away from this. This is just the last 90 days for Speakeasy. And again, his Logic Lord Clown Shoes audience, that my guess is too low IQ for the rest of the debate.
Will you stop interrupting his wonderful, amazing speech? Shut the fuck up, Simon. Mute yourself.
I hear monkey sounds. What was that? I heard ook, 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 ook.
The Negroid did it.
Oh my God.
That tracks.
That's the first thing Rocky said.
The whole time. I can intervene.
No, it's not the first thing.
It's weird how the truth sector, the Knights of Reason, act more like ostriches sticking their heads in the sand. I suspect, and have seen in his chat, that a great deal of these people are either fatherless young men or elderly people. People who really need someone in their life for companionship, but apparently not someone intimidating intellectually or physically. Again, none of this shit is really unique with internet fanboy culture, blood sports shit. But this is the supposed intellectual section of the platform. These are the ones that will vomit words like logic and reason at you 100 times an hour, but in practice don't really know what either one of them means. If you're going to run around trying to flex brain nuts on people, you better be on your toes when it comes to being called a hypocritical dumbass for throwing your emotional and financial support behind a deadbeat fuckboy wigger. The point is, this supposed man, this super tough guy, has a repeating and predictable pattern and a plan. Goes the same way every single time. It's lame and gay, and the only reason he gets away with the shit is nobody cared before me to compile a few of these up and show you that this is more than just a thing he did once. You know, who cares? It's his MO. It's a personality defect. Speakeasy is fucking pathological. We've seen how he lies and he'll continue to. Lying is his lifestyle. He does it before he even thinks. It's one thing to get hoodwinked once, but his audience sees this time and time again and still cheers him on. Good old born-again ortho bro Speakeasy. Complete dumbass and internet tough guy. But hey, conveniently, we're all sinners, so we have to forgive him on his path, right? No.
That shit off your spirit.
I'm sorry. Can somebody shut the monkey cage? Thank you.
Have a banana.
We used to run people like this the fuck off the internet and make them get real jobs. Whatever happened to that? Finn, that was the chapter on internet tough guys.
Are you trying to provoke something, Adonis?
And at the end, that's awesome.
No, I don't know if you can tell, but I've already been provoked.
No, I mean, like, are you trying to provoke something from him, or are you just talking smack?
No,
He's just telling truths.
Sarah was trying to explain what an internet tough guy was to the subhuman over here,
and I think conveniently drafted up a script
I had
already.
an essay. I had an essay right here on my desktop about it, so I was like, "Hey, conveniently."
Did you say Speakeasy was a ortho bro?
Yes, I called him an ortho bro.
Adonis.
Are you chopped, Rocky?
Fourth Wiseman is asking for Adonis and Tyrone. Adonis v. Tyrone. Now, I'm not sure if he's referring to both of your puppets or if he wants you with Simon.
No, he means the black man.
Mm-hmm. Like the Simon on the panel, or Simon?
Yes.
Okay.
He means
All
Simon
right.
on the black man or on the panel. It's just you and me in the woodshed now, boy.
Well, I mean, what were you saying?
That's right, boy. You back on the plantation now. You ready for this? Yee-haw! Look what we found in the wood pile, boys. Well, hello, man. You forgot how to talk all of a sudden, huh? Sound dark man X?
You said I don't know who you are, bro.
I mean, I just figured if you were going to sit here talking like a house slave, I would treat you like one. You're not a talking master. What is it, master? I never had one with an English accent before. We're gonna keep you in the house, boy.
Well, don't speak on it though. You can't even say what a house slave is.
Don't speak it. Nobody can hear what the fuck you're saying because you only know half of each word.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, you got okay.
You don't even know who your masters were. Like, who's your
don't even
master?
know who your masters were. I don't have a master, you see, because my ancestors weren't dumb enough to get cucked into slavery by their own people.
You think so?
Yeah, I think you were sold by Africans and brought across the 70% of the time brought across the ocean by Hasidic Jews.
Okay.
And then you were sold to my people at a discount, where we whipped you and then made you into farm equipment.
Woo! Okay. Yeah, you're stupid. Stupid.
I don't know if the cartoon had any clue to you, but hey, at least I'm smarter than you.
I can tell you're a privileged white man, right? So
correct.
You seem to think that when
we are all born just better than you.
Why'd you keep interrupting me? Like, bro, like I gave you a minute to talk, right? So look,
no,
I'm telling you. What do you mean no? All right, cool. How we gonna have a conversation if you can't fucking control yourself?
That's what everyone else has been asking you this entire evening.
No. The fact is you're stupid. Like, yo, bro, listen.
You stupid.
Listen. Don't let me break this shithole down, right?
Break it down, dude. Do it. That's what the people paid for.
That's cool.
Fuck my shit up.
Like,
Teach me a lesson for making fun of you and your people. Or get down on your knees and call me massive, like your grandpa did.
I don't have. What you don't understand about most black people, if they don't have their people. That's not how it goes.
Oh, it's
Like,
tragically clear you don't have your own culture. That's why you were just soaked in whatever MTV produced, and now you're gangsters and shit. It's silly. We put out a movie like Boys in the Hood. Suddenly, all y'all want to be gangsters. The NWA comes out. Y'all just pick up guns. Ridiculous.
The funny thing is you didn't do any of that shit.
Yeah, I know. I didn't pick up a. You're right. I didn't pick up a gun and start shooting people in my own neighborhood. Yeah, we call that not being an N-word.
No. What you don't understand is like you didn't actually make the movie. You didn't do that. You didn't do that.
No, a man named Spike Lee made the film, I believe.
Yeah, there's no white person around.
That's correct. It was a movie by American black people for American black people. That's correct. Yes.
No,
I see you. You're familiar with the concept of Boys in the Hood. Yes.
Ice Cube wrote that movie, bitch. Like, what's
Ice
wrong
Cube
with
wrote Friday, you fucking idiot. Did he write Boys in the Hood? He was in it. Let me see.
Friday came after Boys in the Hood.
Yeah, I know. Hold on a second. He didn't write Boys in the Hood because I think I remember Friday being the first thing he wrote. Hold on. All jokes aside, I could be wrong about that. Now this is interesting.
Yeah, you're damn right. You're wrong. John Singleton.
I might be wrong.
The man that created
it was John Singleton, motherfucker. Shut up. It was the poetic justice guy. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, you damn stupid native. You weren't right either.
What the hell are you talking about, bro?
What the hell are you talking about? It wasn't Ice Cube either. It was John Singleton. We were both wrong, and it was obvious when we looked it up. That's an L. Okay. That's an L on both of us. But I'm a white man, so I'm not expected to know that stuff.
Music, nigga. Like what?
Don't call me the N-word, sir. I find it offensive.
No, I said I didn't call you anything. I said I'm Mr. Motherfucking nigga.
Oh yes, you are one of those. That is correct. If we weren't online, I would say it a lot more.
You're Mr. Whitey, you're Mr. Cracker over there. You know what I'm saying? Trying to figure out what's going on by going on YouTube. And at the end of the day, that's not how it worked because there was no YouTube in our day and age when we figured this shit out.
What?
What?
No, what? Okay, hold on. Let me bring the Swahili translator back. What is what in Swahili?
What Swahili got the fuck to do with it? I ain't from Africa. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm trying to find whatever language it is you're trying to speak to me.
I'm speaking English, you dumb fuck.
No, you're really not. I know in your little black brain, it's telling you it's English.
Like, look, I ain't from Africa.
I'm just trying to get closer to your culture.
I don't. No. You see the thing you don't understand? It's like
tell me what I don't understand. Sub 80 IQ, 8 person.
Let me tell you something, Mr. Dumb Fuck. Like at the end of the day, like we experience.
What about daylight?
Stop fucking interrupting. God
no, but I didn't understand what the fuck you were saying. This is just me and you. I gotta understand the words coming out of your mouth.
I'll ask you a question. Let me repeat. You know what I'm saying?
I'll do my best. Yes, try again. Thank you. Proceed. I'm listening. Are you only capable of speech when like 4 other people are trying to talk?
I'm doing this shit on purpose. I'm waiting for you to say some stupid shit.
You said you had a question for me, sir.
No, but I can't even talk to you. You see, it gets to a point where I'm like, yo, you can't even say the real shit, nigga. Like, you're just trying shit.
Sir, I still don't know what the fuck the words are that are coming out of your mouth.
There'll be a point where you're just talking shit, bro.
I'm trying to understand the man attempting to communicate with me in the grass skirt. I got off this boat. I don't know what country I'm in. There's a man with a spear jumping up and down with a big mask.
Let me tell you
something. He's calling me in the N-word, and I don't know where I am.
Let me tell you something.
He's telling me something about speaking English.
Sometimes you would lose a real one, okay? And you fucked up. You fucked up right there. You fucked up.
Where did I fuck up?
To you no more. Fuck.
Okay. Does this mean you'll be quiet now?
Is that pouting?
You don't play around too much.
I can speak his language and interpret for you.
Oh, what is he saying? No.
Just be careful what you translate.
Rocky, I don't think they even. I think they're holding two different conversations right now.
What? Yeah, because I don't know what, sir. You're incorrigible.
Incorrigible.
You're incorrigible. That's unfortunate. Call someone a dumbass and then mispronouncing it. Guess we all have a little English to learn.
Uh-huh.
Black men, speak. Dance for us. Entertain us.
What the fuck?
Oh shit.
This is funny, isn't it, black man? Hey, Mr. Popo, speak up.
You see, Sarah, you see how these motherfuckers play? So at the end of the day, like, yo, they seem to think,
Simon.
That
Simon.
Just based on the fact that they have not interacted with like people
Simon
that actually mean something.
Simon. We are trying to understand what the fuck it is you're saying, but you're saying half of each word.
I mean, yeah, I'm insulting you, but that's also true.
Listen, if you can't look. No.
You see, that's what I'm talking about.
You see what you just said?
Said we'll call. We got.
No, Simon, I was lost saying. Right away there. You lost me at like 3 words in.
Look, bro, look.
Bro, look. Okay, got that.
At the end of the day, like, look, bro. Just because you can't understand language.
It's not language.
Problem, bro.
You said language.
Go ahead and fucking research that shit.
I heard
you're
language.
Turn around and say you can't understand a word.
No, I'm saying you're saying half of the words.
Right, I'm gonna say a word. Right? I'm gonna say a word. Milkshake.
Yeah, you can say some of them.
Do you understand that?
But most, okay,
you understand
you know what?
I just said?
You're right, Simon. Okay,
milkshake.
So every third word is correct. Every third word is correct.
No,
but the other two are not.
What's wrong with you? I said 2 words.
You can't even say that word correctly.
What's wrong with you? You're foolish.
No, Simon. You can't even say the N word correctly. No, I know. Listen here, chap. Listen here. You want some change carpet?
Like,
you go down to the Bobby and you. Oh, that's Australia. Okay.
Milkshake.
Like
I say,
I'm
sir.
for the language.
There's no third world.
All right, what did he just say? Did anyone catch it?
All right, man. Look, we get it. Just stop being black now, okay? Like, we get it. The joke's over. It's getting annoying. Stop being such a fucking ignorant street black. You know the word I want to use. Stop doing that, please. Thank you. It's giving everyone a headache. We got it. You win, okay? Stop being the N-word, okay? Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's giving you a headache. You don't represent everybody, so stop that shit.
I seem to represent the prevailing opinion of both the chat and the panel, sir.
Is it giving me a headache?
FG, I don't think it's within his will to change. Been probing to find that out.
Okay, do you need me to define it? When I say stop being an N-word, I mean everything you just did.
Everyone's getting a headache, no? That's you.
Simon.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Avatar. Mr.
Which one?
Mr. Animation. That thing.
Which one? There are 3 animated avatars on this panel right now. We can't see your face either, idiot. Excuse me. Excuse me, stupid descendant of the Sub-Saharans. We can't see your face either.
You're in a doctor suit or something.
Yes, it's a doctor suit.
What the
That's
fuck
correct.
is that?
In all fairness, Adonis, that is because it's probably night there.
I understand on the continent of your ancestors, you've never seen a doctor. It explains the rampant HIV, but please do not hold that against me.
What the hell is that? Who are you trying to impress?
I'm saying your people spread HIV.
The only many people you try to press as 5-year-olds in the nursery, bro? No one ever, as an adult, is gonna fucking understand.
I'm trying to earn my
shit.
way up
You
the
know
white
that, right?
YouTube chain by destroying
You
black
know
man
that.
after black man on panels until like me and
No,
Nikki
you
Winchester
don't
best
ever.
friends fucking cat
You
girls
see,
together.
No one appreciates this.
And we will lead the white race into a brand new future of anime cat girls and having sex with your best friend. Because that's what the white race needs is more gay sex. I mean that.
Oh, I'm gonna put up an
hurt
AI
you last
myself. What's wrong with you?
I do know.
Man, you must be really embarrassed about yourself. That's crazy. God damn.
What?
Stop.
What?
Where are you, bro? Who are you?
What?
You can't actually pull yourself up.
What?
We're trying to have a conversation. What do you think this is? This ain't no fucking game.
Yeah, no, I've been here like an hour. We've been trying to have a conversation.
Bro, what the hell you putting up, bro? We don't play that shit, bro. Go ahead. I'm gonna kick your buns.
Ooh, Duck's here. That'll bring the
You're not happy
conversation
with
up.
that? Then you two are gonna be at for the rest of your life.
Hey,
You can go.
Duck, want to meet
on
to a black? Want to spit on a black guy?
Put them goggles on. Put them goggles on and stop caressing yourself between each other.
Simon, what the fuck are you protesting about? What are you? Why are we hearing you squawking, flapping your lips right now? What are you so upset about? Just concise. What?
This
Few
is the human
words.
equivalent of having a really small dog angry at you.
You've been flapping for a while now. What's your fucking issue? What are you so upset about? I literally have no idea.
All right, no worries. What's up, Doug?
What's up, everybody? It's good to see you.
Show your face. It's an avatar. Show your face.
Hola.
All right, just for you, Adonis.
Oh God!
Should I mute you guys? Ooh.
No,
you are a pretty man. I can't
You
lie.
You should be holding your kazoo up to your lips.
It is uncomfortable. I'm wondering if I'm becoming attracted to you or if the camera's just too close.
That is a sensitive topic, folks. That's a sensitive topic.
Do you know how much joy you would bring to the entire panel and the audience if you would just?
Oh, Duck, you woke the monkey up.
Why is it that you're against making everybody happy, Duck?
Because I do make people happy when I sing, but if I'm not allowed to sing, then I basically show up.
Would be so
I show up for the
happy
shit
if you showed
show.
up with the kazoo.
No bullshit. You don't want me to be myself up here, Balderson, and so I come up in good
We
faith.
wanted the kazoo to be in symphony with you, sir, so that way you had some musical accompaniment.
With what the sound of your syphilitic ramblings.
You're good.
Anytime
Just let him have a laugh at your
that's what
expense,
I'm
bro.
supposed to
I
talk
really
about.
I really like that. Was great, Duck. Syphilis.
Fucking get good with that kazoo.
That was a good one.
Thank you.
It sounds
Thank
to
you.
me, Duck, like
Thank you.
your wonderful
I'm
singing
coming.
inspired other people, and they just couldn't hold it in. They were so inspired by you.
Am I gonna poke AP?
I have
can't
fans
see.
all over the panelverse now. Hey, what up, Trippy? Oh shit,
What's
this
up,
is
guys?
crazy. This is crazy as fuck,
Fans.
dude.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Like I taught AP everything he knows. Okay, he didn't even know what animations were. It was weird.
Don't reach over
Hey,
here. and try to
wait,
touch me.
real quick. I got a question for you
I'm
two.
armed.
I got a question for both you guys. When you guys got into VMAXing, did you guys have to get a stick to push all the pussy away?
Absolutely. I mean, that's actually why both of us got into using the VTubers, is because we could not get away from all the women.
Yeah, I actually got into it to try to get women, and I realized it was a terrible, terrible mistake. By then, I had an internet following, and I was making money, so I was like, "Fuck it."
I know, man. Like I had to go to the Avatar. I was getting too many nudes, and I'm not even joking.
I mean, I was just swimming in this giant sea of virginal fucking Japanese pussy, and I was like, "This has got to stop, dude! I'm gonna fucking become a VTuber on the internet."
That's right.
Isn't the idea that your income stream could crash at any minute nerve-wracking for you?
No.
Like, how does that stress not topple you every single day? Like, at any moment, everything could be up in there and in jeopardy.
That's more of a Trippy Cast problem than an Adonis Paul problem. Trippy, you might have to feel that one.
Well, if I ever do, I'll just sell my body on the internet.
Or drugs, I suppose. There you go. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, like Balderson. I mean,
Yeah.
he throws me like $30 a week just for a toe pitcher. It's a big toe. He's like, step on a snail, and I'm like, all right.
Yeah, I don't know what feet that aren't.
I don't think he did
look like.
Well, I wear a size 13 outside of the clown, so 13 and a half.
Around here, the entire ground is just covered in shit. So everything's covered in shit. And I like to see a clean toe every.
You guys, Balderson, do you have a fetish for smashed snails?
Wait, I got a question. Really important. Can you guys encourage Admiral
Snails
Gibbs?
are very
Admiral,
racist. Have you ever talked to one?
Incredibly
snail?
racist, right? You
A
guys,
snail
yeah.
or yeah.
Yeah.
I've
They're
never talked to a
extra
snail.
level racist. I would not recommend talking to them.
This is why
Damn
you don't
racist
rely
snails.
on your own supply.
Can't even bring the snails on our live streams. They use the N-word too often.
Yeah.
I'm lost.
Yeah, all TOS. And you know who's even
It's
worse?
been really
Banana-
hard
bananas-
tonight to not
bananas
use
club.
the N-word. Like more than a normal day. A normal day goes by, I never have to like stop myself. I'm like, don't call that person the N-word. It's not today. Wow, at least 100 times in the last hour.
Why do you want to call him the N-word so bad?
Well, because
What's up with that?
it's an apt description for exactly what I'm seeing.
Well, no, it doesn't. You have a strong desire to demoralize somebody, is what
Yes.
it is.
Yes, I wanted to demoralize him. That is correct.
Or make somebody freak out about a
Full
word.
admission. Full admission. Yes, I
Kinda
would
easy.
like
I mean,
to
it hurts.
demoralize
It hurt-
and hurt his feelings.
it hurts when an animated character knows your girlfriend's fat pussy better than you do.
Which one of us knows? I think we've both seen some fat pussies. I know I have.
Yeah.
You have to be more specific than that, Duck.
Yeah. Okay. So that kind of sucks, but I would say, I mean, I would bet on you just because you've got that, your jawline, like really doesn't know the rest of the screen or something, and so like I think chicks dig it.
Well, whose fat pussy do I know? Whose girlfriend's fat pussy is in my possession?
I mean, maybe not mine, but maybe mine. I don't know, dude.
No,
You
it's not
tell me.
yours. I promise
Oh.
it's not yours.
Is Duck
Yeah.
on
Okay.
an investigation to
Alright.
find out who's sleeping with the girl that he likes or something?
I don't know.
Fuck yeah, dude. I'm all over waifu. I'm all over ASMR. And so
Did
like
you say
you know
waifu?
when you're when
Waifu.
waifu and ASMR
Waifu?
when your dick is waifu Japanese waifu
It's
Fucking
waifu.
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 waifu. I didn't know. I don't care.
It's okay.
Oh, it sounded like
I'm-
Wayfair.
Really, I respect you a lot because you didn't know.
No,
Do you guys think
yes,
I'm lying?
congratulations.
Wait, real quick.
No.
Do you guys think I'm
No.
lying? Or
No,
you
I'm
guys
giving
don't-
you a compliment.
don't think
That's
I'm
not
lying?
something normal people should know.
Yes, congratulations,
Okay,
sir.
Yeah.
And so
no, I
if
meant
I'm not
that.
lying, then I'll take that as an apology for a baseless accusation against me, right?
I've just met you like 10 minutes ago.
Absolutely not. Nothing in any way, shape, or form was an apology toward you, Duck.
I'll apologize. Sure. I
Okay.
just met you 10 minutes ago. I wasn't sure I accused you of anything yet, but
No apologies.
All right. Hey, we're
Yeah,
cool,
there you go.
man. We're cool.
I will send you some sex feathers, though. You know,
if
to
you
use
feel
on that
better
fat
and it was
pussy.
painless for me to
Whoa,
apologize
what are
for something.
sex feathers?
Just stuff I pick up after pigeons leave. But he
Did
doesn't
you
even know
accuse
that.
this man of some shit? Were you talking shit to this Duck guy in the past? Like, what?
I don't know.
Fourth Wiseman is talking shit to Doc. Doc, you gotta get a kazoo. Mama Tomato says she knows everyone's voices on panel without watching. You now need a kazoo to baffle her with soothing kazoo singing. Kazoo time, Duck. It is kazoo.
Can we
time.
like even accept a harmonica?
so
That would be nice.
Fucking sorry. I'm so fucking sorry, Sarah.
That's not a kazoo.
Not a kazoo. Bye bye.
Not a kazoo, but it would still be nice.
Put your
is
lips
going
against it and
on?
hum.
It would make everybody so happy, Duck.
There was this loud,
Yeah.
angry black man.
You want to make everyone happy, Doc?
What's new? Yeah.
And then there was this guy who asked for an apology for something.
Is Doug still here?
I didn't know what I'd done, but I gave it to him to be polite, and then he left. That's what he came for. So, Sarah, your panels are fucking weird the last couple days. Mama.
Dude,
I say
yesterday
keep the
was
weird
fucking
going.
Weird enough for an entire month of weird.
I mean, I'm in for it. I go leave you by yourself.
AP, how did you like being exposed to the Thorpes and Maxer at the same time?
I I met the Thorpes and Maxer. Well, I met the Thorpes once before, but so I knew that.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
But yeah, Hormaxer was amazing. I have no idea why you hate him so bad.
I responded to you in Discord. I haven't talked any shit to Hormaxer in like 2-3 years.
Yeah, I want it known by everybody.
Cool.
I immediately hit Trippy Poop up, and I was like, "Why have you been shitting on this fucking gold nugget?"
He's totally fine, man. I don't give don't even like.
All
I don't
right.
hate the dude at all.
No, it's
People
okay.
shit on him because he's a joke.
He got into some Snapchat shit. I go to my comments in my community post.
Yeah,
Somebody
I can
has
tell you
something.
some of that, but it doesn't matter anymore.
I just think it's pathetic to be fucking 50 and living in a fucking apartment and still acting like you're like 19 or something.
That's not pathetic.
The guy's like a real life fucking. Who's that dude from Family Guy that fucking always jacks
Quagmire.
off?
Yeah, and-
he's like a real life Quagmire.
So there's got to be one of those guys,
He's
though, man. We've got to be able to know one of those guys in real life.
He's taking care of himself, so it's like it's none of my fucking business.
Like y'all, he really
Well,
is
you know,
Quagmire.
he's taking pills to get his sperm up. I did it without
don't
any
care.
pills. I got 7 kids. I think mine works great.
Well, that's great.
Just
Does he have a job, or does he do all of his finances from YouTube?
Can I borrow it? I'm just gonna I'm gonna cartoon it. I'm gonna cartoon Balderson's. What am I talking about? AP, don't tell me to say things.
I'm going to give another
I'm just
apology
not
for something I
impressed
didn't
with
know I
dudes
did.
that
You don't have to
work
say
out.
sorry. Just don't
Like,
do it
you
anymore.
pick things up and you put them down. Do something useful. Oh, I picked things up. I put them down. Okay.
So, Sarah, what was your panel about tonight? I have my own show and stuff, so when you're on.
Force doctrine was the topic.
What's force doctrine?
Mhm.
Oh no!
Good question.
When I'm
She's already tired.
You talked about it for 2 hours and nobody can just tell me what it is?
The most force makes the rules.
No.
Pretty
Apparently,
simple.
there's
Might
more
makes
than
right.
one
All right.
definition. No,
So what it
apparently
sounds
Not
like.
makes right. It's not what I said. The most force makes the rules.
Joseph.
That's what it was the argument over.
Wrong. No, apparently there's more.
It was
than
that
one
versus that social consensus is what makes the rules.
Yeah, but we have 3 different definitions of force doctrine.
Yeah, look,
we're
what I
Well,
said
I used the
earlier was what
definitions
was
used
happening
tonight.
Oh, wow. I'm so sorry I asked that question. Okay.
Well, the problem, like I said,
That's what you get.
That
is
is what I
that we
get.
had the 3 definitions.
Maybe we should just bring another black man up on so I can be racist to him again.
If force doctrine can't be nailed down because everybody wants to have these different definitions of it, that makes it even more incredible. Yeah, incredulous. Yeah,
I feel like a lot of these debates are just like the same 6 or 7 things that humanity has been pondering since the beginning. Sorry.
Getting recycled over and over.
Some of them, yeah.
Like I feel like a lot of it is just rehashed. Is there a God and different angles at hitting that?
Sometimes, but sometimes it's current topics. It's not always like.
I'm not shitting on anything. I'm just giving an observation. If it's hurtful, then I don't know. Like
it's true though, because it's like the 6 or 7 stories that have to be retold because it's always the same fiction stories. Kind of
I
thing.
get it. Like I said, man's been pondering these things since the beginning of time. It doesn't make you. There's nothing negative about discussing it. I'm just okay.
Yeah. Well, you remember the old Bloodsport days when it was I don't like you
men have been
because of thing.
Men have been trying to figure out like women since the beginning of time. We sit around talking about it all the time, bro.
I think they figured it out pretty well.
See, AP, what you're supposed to do is
Maybe
you're
with
supposed to
force
put-
doctrine.
You're supposed to put all the
Not
beads
with-
go in.
We went
and
through
then you
that
pull
too.
them out. Right,
Yeah,
AP?
we went
Like
through
you got to
that
get
part.
you got to get all the beads inside there first, and then you yank on it like you're trying to start a lawnmower.
No, nice
then-
girls don't do butt stuff. It's true.
When you hear
fucked up,
you got it. It's going. It's going.
Pretty girls don't do anal.
That's not true.
That is so not true.
That's not true. Dude, I gotta go back and find that. There was a radio station thing I was listening to where this guy called in and was telling
Sarah
the
had a
hosts-
Mona Lisa smile during that I can't detect whether it was an agreement or whether it was not an agreement. It was just such a perfect
Sarah
little
is
Mona
the
Lisa
extra
smile.
shade of red.
Yeah, so
she is now entered.
I can't tell if she does butt stuff or not from that reaction. Actually,
AP, do you think I'm pretty?
I think you're very pretty, which says that you do not like it in the back door.
No, that means your premise is incorrect, sir.
You got your answer.
Oh no!
Like I told you. You know,
I've never been so happy to be wrong.
Everybody likes to go down a dirt road every now and then.
I don't like to get the dirt on my tires. I mean,
I don't think anybody should do that often or daily or even weekly, but there are times
in the heat of the moment
when the moon is bright and the night is spicy.
The butt is up in the air.
Yeah, you just gotta have it.
definitely not on Taco Bell night.
No, Taco Bell night comes before that. That's that bottom friendly diet.
Taco Bell night
Yeah,
is when you're going to go visit like somebody you don't like, and then you give it an upper back.
There's an interesting topic.
I forgot about that, AP, that there's bottom friendly diets.
Yeah,
oh
man.
my God.
That's an interesting topic, Sarah. What do you do if you foresee a night like that coming? What would you do to prepare for something like that?
Seems like the
with
whole
your
stream's about
digestive
coming.
system.
When that night happens, though, like your body knows what to do in the moment, right?
It's the heat of the moment.
It's the heat of the moment,
But
and
hey,
whatever
your body
happens,
doesn't know.
happens from that happens. There's nothing you can do to stop it, and they're not going to stop you. Nobody's gonna tell you no in that moment. Nobody's gonna be like, oh, fluids or something.
yeah,
Like,
but you know,
nobody's doing
afterward when you lose your deposit on the floor because the bedroom floor between your bathroom door and your bed is fucking permanently fucking stained. you may have a little regret, and that is a true story on my mother's eyes.
Oh no!
I was shit hammered, wasted. I really thought she threw up. I thought she was cleaning up vomit. It didn't occur to me how gross what had gone on in my room was real, like what it was until the next day when she was gone. And I was like, oh my God, this is not vomit. I thought maybe she was drinking coffee or something, you know. And my mind was trying to make it not doo-doo. And she also that same girl stole $40 out of my wallet.
Well, I mean, she probably had to buy toilet paper.
Yeah,
she denied that shit for years, and I've always told her, like, no, I saw you rooting through my fucking pants.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's young men's stories, man. That was like 22, 23.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't notice the smell.
Dude, you blew out her fucking back. You blew out her back door, and you're complaining about.
I didn't notice a smell, to be honest with you.
Because there's a pretty strong smell.
Well, because the lube probably mixed with it. Plus, you were in the
tell
room.
you that there was. She may have put the smell might have gone with the towel into the wash. You know what I mean?
That's right.
I know that I woke up and she was like scrubbing my rug or my carpet vigorously. I thought she had thrown up on it, and that's what was going on. And I was just like, I was also drunk, so I was like, ugh. I just kind of rolled over.
Okay, so you've been through that, but prolapsed anuses got you all wobbly doo doo the last month or whatever it was.
Oh, when I quit Rumble Wednesday, it wasn't just a prolapsed anus, Trippy. It was a woman who was inserting a dildo that was so fucking big that I could see it poking out from under her ribs. And I thought to myself, what am I doing with my life? This is good money. This is $500 or $600 to do this, but I mean, what are you just putting in your brain? Like, people that watch that show and people that watch my show, the one thing they don't get is you can pick and choose when you see this horrible shit. I have to see it every fucking night. And I have to see all of it. And I have to see the shit that was too bad to put on the air. And so I'm like, I hit a breaking point that evening where I was like, you know what? I need to go find Christ. This is enough. This is enough. I'm done. I'm fucking done.
Was it Hot Kinky Joe for the chat? So they can go, look it up just for the chat. Not
no,
for
the
me.
chat was
Not
the
for
chat
me.
was mad. They were like, "What the fuck, AP?" People were pissed off. And
not for me.
then I came back and did like 2 more Rumble Wednesdays, and Zen Rhino struck it, and I was like, "All right,
yeah,
I don't have to do this anymore."
People trying to strike, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
It's a tale as old as YouTube.
It was good money, but it was like,
What is Zen Rhino?
he's a guy who's into a right-wing freedom guy who's so into freedom that if you catch him flagging a stream, he'll threaten to have the ATF and DEA come to your house because you own a pistol and smoke weed.
Oh wow.
Yeah, in Texas of all places too, where I'm like, I might get a ticket for the weed, and that's a big might, but
yeah.
Yeah, and then he told Virgie Virgie G that he was going to send the CPS to his house because he smokes weed and illegal. Just had a total internet spurred freak out. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, he
It's
lost
funny
his
that the
marbles
gun
a little
rights
bit.
people are trying to
just
make a
lost
rule
his
that
mind.
weed smokers
It's okay.
can't have guns, isn't it?
AP made a video where he was offering Zen to go ahead and spank him because AP was a bad little boy.
Yeah, that was my booty man video. Yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah, that was beautiful.
Sometimes
I
you gotta
love
let it.
them.
People
I
ask,
don't
why do
know.
you do the
I mean,
cartoon thing?
Your booty man video is my porn. Okay.
I'll send
So
you your own copy.
Adonis, are you a paneler or do you do like hit content like you were talking about Speakeasy or what?
I do a live show weeknights and Saturdays at midnight from midnight to 3.
He's been doing it for a long time. He's actually very successful at it.
Just like a
he doesn't like to
topical
talk
show.
about it at all. So
yeah,
I'll do it for him.
it's mostly current event news. Have you ever when you watched Idiocracy? Do you remember the show Ow My Balls?
Yes.
I created that in real life and animated.
I like money.
Speaking of ow my balls, the donos have stopped coming in, and that means it is time to say goodnight. So I am rating you over to Marathon Cavs. Be sure to go send lots of eggplants and tomatoes and shit and tell them I fucking sent you. It's Friday night. They're probably getting blitzed over there.
I'm growing both of those things in my garden.
Ooh.
Eggplants?
Yeah, I got 2 big eggplant plants. They're doing great. 2 tomato
Sounds like
plants.
we're gonna have fun later. Here we go.
That's
Fuck
right.
off.
I needed a birth control that could keep up with my lifestyle.
Because I could deal with cramps, but not something cramping my style.
That's why we chose Nuva Bling.
The discreet yet diamond-encrusted ring that inserts neatly into the vagina.
It's pizzazz that slides right up into my choach. Plus, you can customize Nuva Bling by adding your own fierce and glamorous charms. And instead of throwing Nuva Bling away each month, you can reuse it as jewelry.
So wow up that womb.
Glam up that clam.
And shine up that shine.
With Nuva Bling! Say goodbye to the same old birth control with Nuva Bling. And yeah, it does hurt.